prayer. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of senators who are physically present in the gallery and those attending virtually. We have Senators Lacson, the Vice Chairman, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senator Joel Villanueva, physically present. And virtually logged in, Senators Poe, Pangilinan, Marcos, Gordon, Revilla, Binay, Villar, Drilon, Cayetano, and Go. We will inform the hearing later of those who will log in later on. In the meantime, this hearing is still being conducted in consideration of the privileged speech of Senator Francis Pangilinan, adopted Resolution 79 and proposed Senate Resolution numbers 597 and 598. And in addition thereto, are the privileged speeches delivered by Senator Pamphilo Lacson on January 18th of January 2021 on unresolved issues on the Sinovac vaccine, and by Senator Francis Tolentino delivered on 19 January 2021 on the Food and Drug Administration's unauthorized discretion, which is still in relation to the national COVID-19 vaccination program. So the previous hearing of the committee was supposed to be the last. But however, after our thorough review of the data and information gathered during the two exhaustive hearings, the body deemed it necessary to conduct further deliberations on the national COVID-19 vaccination program. So as questions that stemmed from the earlier proceedings will be clearly and finally answered, and the committee to better come up with sound and relevant recommendations, and perhaps take up the recommendations of the vaccine czar, Secretary Galvez, on the legislation necessary, especially on the indemnification. I would also like to reiterate what I said during the first hearing, particularly on the primordial intent of the committee's hearing, which is to mainly find out the roadmap of the government's national vaccination program, so that this committee, and most especially the people, our people, will be well informed of what lies ahead in further continuing in this alarming pandemic that has spread worldwide. Furthermore, just as a disclosure, I, together with Senator Ping Lacson and Senator Ronald De La Rosa, met with Secretary Galvez. We saw documents that will prove surely beneficial to our people. And also we came across information for the necessity of the non-disclosure agreements. So we are assured by Secretary Galvez of the utmost transparency, and I'm sure we can look into the negotiations at any time. By the way, thank you, Secretary Galvez, for reaching out, and thank you to give our gratitude to the President for heeding the call of the Senate to look into the matter. Thank you. On our part, we warned him of the possibility of some unscrupulous others who might take advantage of these negotiations, which led Secretary Galvez to promise to keep the Senate posted on the goings on relative to the procurement of COVID-19 vaccines. We have nothing but good intentions in conducting these public hearings because we both wanted to put an end to this pandemic as soon as possible. And as I have already stated, I believe that the executive department and we are both looking for what is for the greater good of the people. We, the members of the Senate, do not favor any particular brand of vaccines, but we favor a vaccine or any vaccine that is correctly priced, properly procured, and distributed. So hopefully, again, after today's hearing, all the issues will be resolved and no further question or doubt will crop up from the discussions that will transpire today. And I hope that through this, we will be able to convince the Filipino people to believe in vaccines and the vaccination or vaccination in general. All right, so before we formally begin the discussions, maybe I can request the Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for the record. And afterwards, the Secretary is directed to administer the oath to those resource persons who are joining us for the first time. And I would like to remind our resource persons that you are still under the same oath as before. Secretary Villariga, please.
The following resource persons are present in today's hearing. Secretary Carlito Calves Jr., the Vaccine SAR, together with Assistant Secretary Wilben Mayor and Director Pamela Padilla Salvan. From the Department of Health, physically present today, Secretary Francisco Duque, together with Undersecretary Maria Carolina Taño of the Procurement and Supply Chain Management Team and Director Maria Soledad Antonio of the Bureau of Health International Health Cooperation. From the Department of Finance, present is Undersecretary Mark Dennis Hoven, together with Assistant Secretary Maria Adita Tan and Attorney Jenaira May Halasco. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, present physically is Assistant Secretary Eric Gerardo Tamayo. From the Department of Science and Technology, present virtually is Assistant Secretary Leia Buendia and Dr. Jaime Montoya, who is physically present today. From the Department of Interior and Local Government, physically present today is Undersecretary Epimaco Densing III. Testing Czar and Deputy Chief Implementer of the IATF, Secretary Vincencio Dizon, is physically present today together with Attorney Joanna Capones. From the Food and Drug Administration, physically present today is Director General Lorando Domingo. From the Philippine Medical Association, PMA, virtually present Dr. Benito Atienza, together with Dr. Lulu Bravo, virtually present, Chair of the PMA Ad Hoc Committee on Vaccination. From Zuelig Pharma Philippines, physically present today, Ms. Janet Hacosalem. From Pfizer Philippines, virtually present, Mr. Andreas Raidel. From Unilab Inc., virtually present, Attorney Dave Frederick Escalona. From the Cold Chain Association of the Philippines, virtually present, Mr. Anthony Dizon. From the Health Technology Assessment Council, present are Dr. Maria Carines Alejandria, Dr. Jose Enrico Lazaro, and Dr. Mediadora Saniel. From MKG Universal Drugs Trading Corporation, present today is Attorney Mark Christopher Tolentino, its President and CEO. May we request the resource persons who have not taken their oaths in previous hearings to please stand for the oath. And please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before our
Mr. President,
the Minority Leader, Senator Dillon.
with your permission, Mr. President, may I make a short manifestation before we formally call on the resource persons present this morning?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take note of your statement, Mr. President, that you had a meeting with Secretary Galvez, and more or less from the tenor of your manifestation, you are satisfied that the actuations of Secretary Galvez, particularly on the reluctance to make public the pricing of Sinovac is in his is needed because of the prejudice it can cause to our country when the needed supply agreement will have to be signed. Mr. President, just for the record, we never for a moment doubted the integrity of Secretary Valdez. I do not know Secretary Valdez personally, but from all indications, he enjoys a high degree of respect among his peers. But we have raised issues on the pricing of Sinovac, principally because of the constitutional provision that the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. And this was interpreted in the case of Chavez versus Public State Authority and Amari, that the quote, the constitutional right to information includes official information on ongoing negotiations before a contract. Having said that, Mr. President, we note that AstraZeneca, Oxford AstraZeneca, has made public the cost of the vaccines purchased by the private sector at $5 per dose or $10 for 2 doses. Having said that, Mr. President, we defer to the judgment the judgment of the Senate President, not to make public through this open committee of the whole hearing the Sinovac prices at the time that the negotiations are still ongoing, and there is a commitment that since these are public funds, after signing of the supply agreement, we confirm that the position we hear and we reconfirm the position of the Senate President that he will be one with us in compelling the publication of the price after the supply agreement is signed with Sinovac for better public order. With that, we assume that this is the one that what I have stated for the record will transpire after the contract is signed, that the public will be informed of the terms of the supply agreement with Sinovac to remove all doubts and in order that the confidence of the people in our ability to address the pandemic will be enhanced, because I will repeat, only 47% of our people today would want to be vaccinated, and the issue of confidence is intricately related to the information that will be made available to the public. So that's my manifestation, Mr. President. I hope it goes on record for clarity. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, the Minority Leader, Your Honor, Senator Drilon. We take note of your manifestation. We place it on record. Thank you. Again, let us start with the discussions. But before that, we give the floor to Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. for an opening statement.
Your Honors, to our Senate President, Honorable Vicente Tito Soto, the members of the Senate of the whole, my fellow cabinet members, good morning. Allow me to thank the leadership of the Senate for giving us the opportunity to provide greater clarity to the national government's vaccine procurement efforts during our meeting on Wednesday, January 20. The meeting is instructed also by the President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, to allow me to shed light on the pressing concerns raised during the Senate's Committee of the Whole hearings last week, without violating the terms of the non-disclosure agreement that I and other members of the negotiating team have signed. My fellow negotiators and I are legally bound to honor these agreements. Our failure to comply with them would compromise the orders we have already made with not only one, but with all pharmaceutical companies that we have been negotiating. But we will provide, Your Honor, the information in due time, considering that negotiation is ongoing, and during this time, prices may go up and down. So we cannot reveal, and then also the companies are also negotiating with other countries, and our negotiation will also be compromised. This is the last thing we had like to happen, considering that we are limited supply and vaccines and the global market. There are also issues in Malaysia and now in Europe, wherein the prices have been revealed. And in revealing the prices, the volumes, the delivery of the volumes had been cancelled, and the negotiations had also been compromised. I sincerely appreciated the role of the Senate in helping us to explain to our countrymen the complicated process involved in negotiating and procuring vaccines for the country. Also to put clarity on our national vaccination roadmap, and we also thank and recognize the different recommendations to the gaps that they have seen in our roadmap. I would like also to put on record that we recognize and respect the oversight functions of the Senate, given that we all share the same objective, which is to ensure that the Filipino people will have access to safe, effective, and cost-efficient vaccines. Further, we would like to assure our highly esteemed senators and countrymen that all our negotiations are above board and will be free from corruption, and we will make our reports to you, Senate President, regularly, sir. Our negotiations with the vaccine manufacturers are based on the guidance given to us by the President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte, which are anchored on the principles of transparency and accountability. And he emphasized that he has no tolerance on corruption. Therefore, we and other members of the negotiating team are committed to carry out our duties without jeopardizing the agreements the government has reached with the vaccine makers and preserving the best interests of both parties. We promise to reveal the exact prices and other details of our negotiations in due time as we firm up our agreements. I would like to thank Senate President Vicente Soto III, as well as Senators Pampilo Lacson and Ronaldo De La Rosa, for giving me your time to clarify, and to also to Baguio Mayor Benjamin Magalong for facilitating the meeting. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the members of the Senate for the patience, understanding, and most of all, support you have given to the Vaccine SAR and to the members of the vaccine cluster. Rest assured that we will continue to perform our duties with respect for all concerned, in a spirit of integrity, accountability, fairness, and transparency. And also, I would like to make a public address that for whatever statement that I make, I'll make an apology if I have hurted your feelings. Mabuhay po ang Senado, mabuhay po ang Sambayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po. And we will work together with the Senate, because we know that in this pandemic, we need to work together. And we really appreciated your help during the passing of the Bayanihan 2 and Bayanihan 2 and Bayanihan 3, Bayanihan 1. And we would like to recommend that in this hearing, we will reiterate to enact an indemnification law, considering it is very needed on our COVAX donation of 20% of the population, and also to ensure the readily available funds for the adverse effects of the vaccine. Number 2 is to allow also the LGUs to undertake advanced market payments, considering that the law prohibits us from making payments and no indicative date of delivery. And then number 3, to declare COVID-19 vaccine as a strategic assets for the strict government control. And number 4, and the declaration of the COVID-19 vaccines to be free from taxes and custom duties, so that its state of inefficacy will be preserved during its transport and handover. That's all, Your Honors, and maraming po salamat.
Thank you, Secretary Galvez. We
President,
do appreciate
one
your
question.
humility and sincerity. Thank you very much. The minority leader, again, manifestation before
Yeah,
we start.
just one question. Just one question, Mr. President. Will Secretary Valdez committed to brief the Senate on the pricing of Sinubac after, and underscore the word after, the supply contract is signed, because these are public funds subject to audit in any case. So that therefore, I have his commitment on record that after the supply agreement is signed, the Senate and the people will be informed of the terms of the supply agreement without the need for a committee of the whole.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, thank you. All right. So let's start. As usual, we will be allotting each member 10 minutes. The order of questioning, the usual practice, those physically present, then the officers, and then the order of logged in. Let's start now with Senator Pampilo Lacson.
Mr. President, just a point.
Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, sir, administrative matter. Is Secretary Duque attending the hearing today?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, Senator Pampilo Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As manifested earlier by the distinguished minority leader, and as Your Honor and I are aware, our debates mostly on the Senate floor and informally in the lounge, mostly centered on the confidentiality disclosure agreement, particularly on possible constitutional infirmities and pertinent legal issues involved, taking into consideration Article 3, Section 7 of the 1987 Constitution, which of course is qualified by the phrase, subject to such limitations as may be provided by law. Now, for the benefit of the public and those who requested me to ask this question, which law or jurisprudence, if any, exempts such right of the people to information on matters of public concern, access to official records and to documents and papers pertaining to official acts, transactions, or decisions, as well as to government research data as used for policy development? Of course, I called it from the provision of the Constitution. So anybody can answer, just for the benefit of the public, because ito yung pinaka most discussed na issue in the aspect of the CDA. Thank you.
Can we have Yusek Mark Hoven to answer?
Mr. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So basically, the jurisprudence on right to the public's information is stems from the case of Chavez versus PCGG, which was penned by then Justice Artemio Panginiban. So basically, it provides certain exceptions, including privileged information. Among the list of privileged information is trade secrets. So trade secrets are considered among privileged information which need not be disclosed. So there's a subsequent decision also by the court dated 2017, Airfield Corporation versus Penswell, where the court explicitly states that a price list is considered as a trade secret. So by virtue of this claim of privileged information, the government opts not to disclose the price of the vaccines at this particular point. But nonetheless, we still commit to provide a list of the prices once the definitive supply agreements are signed. Thank you.
And in due time, of course, at the proper time. And that's in compliance with the, of course, another constitutional provision on the COA. Di ba? Yung, I think, of course, at the proper time. So that's clear enough. So that's settled, And we will abide by the confidentiality disclosure agreement as agreed between two parties. My next question is kay Secretary Duque. Ito patanong din lang po ito, Yung tungkol sa vaccine passport or yung vaccination certificate, will it be a necessity for work, travel, commuting, dining out, church worship, marketing, and other basic activities?
The concept, Your Honor, is being studied by our technical working group in the IATF. But yung kasi pong konsepto ng passport, parang sinasabi ko, nabakunahan ka, pwede ka nang pumunta sa mga lugar, pwede ka nang makihalubilo, etc. Pero kasi sa ngayon po, lumalabas ang mga bakuna, wala pang sapat na ebidensya na nagpapakita na ito po ay talaga makakapigil ng transmission. It may prevent clinical disease, it may prevent severe disease and hospitalization, but insofar as the transmissibility of the virus po, yan ay hindi pa po malinaw. Yan lang po.
Salamat po. Tapos itong huli na lang, no, my third question, third and last. As far as COVID infections, saka yung mortality, no, yung deaths, where are we in the world rankings? Yung per capita, of course.
Ang atin po sa ngayon, we are number 32. Nag-rank po tayo number 32 in absolute COVID-19 infection. We are ranked about 125, but hindi ko po masyadong 125 based on our infection on a per million population. So we're probably about 4,005 to 4,800 per million population. The 40 countries that have already begun with their vaccination since December are 5 to 10 times more than our cases per million population. It's very important po na i-relate natin sa population. So sa atin pong death rate, kung di po ako nagkakamali, ay we are also about 113. But I will give you the final ranking kasi nagbabago po araw-araw. We are at about 84 per million population. Mga 84, 89 per million population po tayo. So mababa po tayo pagdating po sa ranking on a per million population.
Maraming salamat po. That's all for this representation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Senator Risa Hontiveros, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang umaga po sa lahat. At the outset, Mr. President, I'd like to make of record that I join with the manifestation of the minority leader at the opening of our hearing that the right to information, even during a negotiation stage, is guaranteed by the Constitution and precisely, specifically as ruled in Chavez versus PEA, and that the price, our assumption and the assurance given by Secretary Galvez that the price will be made public after the supply agreement is signed. For the record, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, at the outset of my interpellation. Mr. President, ang maganda po sa ating pagdinig sa COVID-19 vaccine program ng bansa ay nagkakaroon tayo ng pagkakataong masagot ang mga tanong ng ating mga kababayan ukol dito sa COVID-19 vaccines. Ang lagi kong pahayag ay ito, 3 bagay lamang. Gusto natin ng bakunang ligtas, bakunang epektibo, at bakunang darating sa oras. Kaya nakakalungkot po ang akusasyon ng Malacanang na kaya daw tayo mausisa ay dahil may pinapaboran daw tayong brand ng bakuna. I want to also put it on record, and it's fully reflected in our Senate Journal, na hinaba-haba ng mga hearing dito sa Senado tungkol sa vaccines, wala ni isang beses na ako o kahit sinong senador ay may kinilingan na kahit anong brand. Kaya patuloy ako magtatanong tungkol sa mga bakuna na hindi pa kumpleto ang datos. Nasa pangatlong hearing na tayo at maraming natitirang tanong. Ang tanong ng mga senador ay tanong din ng taong bayan. Ano ang tunay na efficacy rate ng mga ito? Magkano nga ba ito? Nasaan na ang kumpletong datos? Para magkaroon ng accountability, kailangan sagutin ang mga ito. Hindi namin kailangan na maging medrep ang alinmang bahagi ng gobyerno. We just need to trust that you will guard the health of Filipinos by bringing only the best and the safest vaccines here. Ni isang sentimo ay hindi dapat mapunta sa kahit anong bakuna na hindi napatunayang ligtas. Bilyon-bilyon ang gagastusin natin dito, kaya dapat makasulit ang mga Pilipino. To my first question, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, on Mikey Arroyo and Sinopharm. Meron po akong slide dito, Mr. President. Last hearing, I asked the FDA if they were able to find out who was the Juan Miguel Arroyo of LTA Inc., who that was, who sent them an empty email with attachments of Sinopharm. The FDA has since confirmed, Mr. President, that the email from Juan Miguel Arroyo of LTA Inc. is from incumbent Representative Mikey Arroyo dito po sa FDA letter. So could I please ask the FDA, to your knowledge, Director General Domingo, is LTA Inc. going to be one of the distributors of Sinopharm?
Mr. President, Madam Senator, so this one po was on November 10, and Congressman Mike Arroyo said he wanted to share some information on a vaccine that might be useful to the FDA, and I suggested to email and also to the VEP kasi po yung vaccine expert panel ang first na tumitingin ng mga bakuna.
Opo.
And he did send the email to the VEP. Pagkatapos po, sumagot yata yung VEP ng nagtatanong kung ano nga po yung intention, and there was no further communication after that.
So in the 2 months po mula nung sulat na ito ng November 10, hindi nyo pa po alam, hindi nyo pa po masabi sa amin dito sa Senado kung magiging distributor ng Sinopharm ang LTA Inc.
Wala naman pong indication at wala pa pong nag-a-apply ng EUA for Sinopharm sa FDA.
I understand, Mr. President, that indeed, kahit dito po sa matrix natin, hindi pa po nag-a-apply ng EUA ang Sinopharm. In any case po, Director General Domingo, Mr. President, would you agree with me that local distributors of a COVID vaccine or any company that will be involved in the vaccine distribution process should be thoroughly vetted?
Madam Senator, Mr. President, primary requirement is for the company to have a license to operate as a pharmaceutical importer and distributor. So pag ganun po, chinecheck po natin yung kumpanya, including po inspections ng kanilang office before we grant that. So yun po talaga yung primary requirement for an EUA application. So only licensed companies can apply for an EUA or the government.
So kung sakali pong ang LTA Inc. ay mag-a-apply na maging distributor ng Sinopharm, kailangan dumaan din sila sa ganitong mga primary requirements tulad ng magkakaroon or mayroon silang license to operate.
Yes, ma'am. Lahat po ng kumpanya na gusto pong mag-distribute, mag-import ng gamot at bakuna sa Pilipinas, kailangan pong kumuha ng license to operate sa FDA.
Okay. Mr. President, siguro kahit itong paunang pagpaparamdam ng LTA Inc. kaugnay ng Sinopharm ay nakababahala ng konti because of LTA's checkered track record. I remember po, Mr. President, na LTA helmed by the former First Gentleman ay nasa sentro ng tinatawag na chopper scam, subject of a pending case before the Sandigan Bayan. But lastly, on this issue, Mr. President, Congress has oversight functions on the vaccine rollout, hindi po ba, Director General Domingo?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, last week po nagkaroon din ng briefing at saka hearing po sa Kongreso on the vaccine program.
Opo, and in fact, that is why we are having this committee of the whole hearing. Doesn't it appear unseemly that a company associated with a sitting legislator, katulad lang po namin, may have or may come to have financial interests in a particular vaccine brand? Dahil bagamat 2 buwan hindi na nagparamdam ulit, unang nag-email po sa inyo na may attachments tungkol sa Sinopharm.
Well, Madam Chair, I did not find it very unusual no, when he offered information on a vaccine. Madalas naman po na nakakatanggap ako ng mga inquiry sa mga congressman, sa mga mayor, governor about certain products and or certain facilities. So I did not find it unusual actually.
Medyo iba yung impression natin, Director Domingo, sa ganyang klaseng mga sitwasyon. But last follow-up question po about this issue. Just for the record, has LTA Inc. applied for a license to operate as a pharma importer?
Madam Senator, no.
Right. Thank you, Director General. Moving on to my next issue, Mr. President, on China's so-called vaccine diplomacy. when the DFA announced that China promised to donate 500,000 free vaccine shots to the Philippines, the FDA initially said that no FDA approval wasn't needed to use these. It was only after we senators expressed alarm that the FDA corrected their statement. And that was really a very welcome correction. Kung hindi nag-react mga senador, baka nabigyan pa ang kalahating milyong vaccine shots ng free pass papasok ng bansa. Why did we seem overeager at that point to accept this gift that we were even willing to abdicate or sacrifice our safety nets? Director General, if you would care to.
Yeah, Madam Senator, I think I was asked po kasi kung pwede bang tumanggap ang DOH ng unregistered products. Pag po kasi emergency, meron pong administrative order ang DOH na pwede silang tumanggap ng produkto na unregistered. In fact, nung pong panambayanihan to, automatic po yun eh. Basta registered sa home country, automatic approval dapat dito sa Pilipinas. Pero nag-expire na yon. So ang ginagawa po, doon sa AO na luma, pag po ang isang gamot, pagkain, or bakuna, unregistered, susulat po sa DOH, and then DOH, if they agree, they say, yes, we will accept the donation. Pagkatapos po yung DOH, siya po ang magre-register ng produkto sa FDA. So maaari po niyang tanggapin kahit unregistered, pero kukuha po siya ng registration sa FDA before po gamitin.
Sana po siguro, Director General, nung unan yung sinagot yung tanong na iyon, pinoint out nyo po yung AO at yung iba pang references na sinasabi nyo sa amin yun. Kung ganun po kasi nyo kinonteksto, hindi po kami na-alarmang mga senador, hindi rin natakot yung mga Pilipino, kasama na yung mga magulang na hindi sanay na may anumang vaccine na gagamitin dito na wala munang inyong seal of approval. Tsaka kasi talaga yung alaala ko nung una sinabi nyo pwedeng tanggapin at gamitin. In any case po, Mr. President, Director General, mabuti nga po at kinorek nyo na yung unang statement na iyon at pwede ang mamamayan magkaroon ng kumpiyansa na sisiguruhin ng FDA na alinmang mga vaccines na gagamitin dito ay kailangan talagang dumaan muna sa inyong pag-aaproba. Sabi ko nga, wag nyo pong i-abdicate yung inyong mandate dahil napaka-importante, fully exercise it po. Meron bang kapalit ang mga bakunang ito? Kasi naalala ko po nung nakaraang hearing, may sinabing baka dahil sa diplomacy, no? Yung mga circumstances surrounding this giving and receiving of a gift. Kaya ako natanong ngayon umaga yung vaccine diplomacy. So, sa diplomasya, may kapalit ba yung mga bakunang ito sa pagkaalam nyo, Director General?
Wala naman pong pwede kasing maging conditions, no? Noon pong siguro po a few months ago, ma'am, may mga nagtatanong actually na companies for gamot at saka possible vaccines for ito nga pong COVID-19. Nagtatanong sila kung mag-donate ba sila pagkatapos hiningan ng approval ng DOH, tas na-approve, ibig sabihin pwede na silang pumasok sa approve. So kindaro ko sa kanila, hindi po. Halimbawa, nag-donate kayo ng 50,000 doses, no? Tapos pinahiningan po ito ng registration ng FDA, ng DOH, tas dinrun po ng authorization ng FDA. Ang binibigay po naming authorization for those 50,000 doses lamang, not for the product in general. So hindi pa rin po nila pwedeng gamitin ang authorization from FDA na nasa DOH. Lagi po yun, per particular batch, kung ilang volume, yun lang po ang pinapayagan. So natigil na po yun Pero nung umpisa nga po, may mga akala po nila po pwede yun.
Wala naman pong problema, Mr. President, Director General, kung may authorization. Kaya nga lang kami na-alarma dahil yung unang statement ng FDA ay pwedeng gamitin kahit hindi pa authorized ng FDA. At hindi lang ito 50,000, 10 times that magnitude. So muli po, mabuti na kinorek nyo yung ganong posisyon. Dahil yung corrected position nyo, yun po sa tingin ko ang tamang posisyon ng FDA kaugnay ng vaccines, lalo na po sa gitna nitong pandemya. At sa totoo lang po kasi, Mr. President, Director General, mukhang mababa ang kumpiyansa ng publiko ukol sa mga bakuna na manggagaling sa China kahit na ito ang binibida ng Malacanang. Di rin nakakatulong yung pagtatakip at kawalan ng transparency ukol sa pagbili ng mga bakuna na iyan in whatever fashion. Despite yung appreciation ko for yung pagkaklaro na nangyari sa simula nitong hearing tungkol sa transparency on the prices of the vaccines. Dahil may pagtatakip, may kawalan ng transparency in some aspects, suspecha tuloy ng marami baka ginagamit ng China ang so-called vaccine diplomacy para mapilit ang ibang mga bansa na sumunod sa gusto nito. Siguro balik po ako kay Sec Galvez dahil isang strategic question din. Hindi ba nakaaapekto, Mr. President, ang pagbili natin ng Chinese vaccine sa ating strategic goals at foreign policy objectives? Speaking of diplomacy.
Your Honor, Mr. President, sinabi na po namin na last hearing that we are making some sort of portfolio of vaccine, including the different platforms. As we have said earlier, we have 5 platforms of the vaccine: the inactivated, the subroutine, the viral vector, mRNA, and also the DNA. Based on this series of presentation to us by the vaccine expert panel, the inactivated virus platform is the safest among all vaccines because it's been being used more than 200 years ago. And considering that the vaccine expert panel and the government is looking for the safe and effective vaccine, we consider those vaccines with the same platform. And one of them are the Chinese. Some of them are the Chinese vaccine. So we consider that, considering that this is the most we call it the safest among the vaccine platform. And also we consulted also our expert abroad. We have also consultants abroad, and they said that among the 3 Chinese vaccine, Sinovac its EUA is for elderly and vulnerable people. CanSino, the EUA of CanSino is for its soldiers and military, and Sinopharm is for general use. With this, we also conducted a research that, and they submitted to me the BEP submitted to me the list in accordance to ranking, and they ranked Sinovac above Sinopharm and CanSino. So that's the truth of that selection process that we have undertaken with the BEP. So this is not basically biased on a certain platform or certain countries, but we look at the different portfolio, which will become the candidate for the major criteria that we have undertaken, including the paramount criteria of safety, efficacy, and cost effectiveness.
We actually share those criteria, Mr. President, Sec. So kung tama yung sinasabi ng ating independent at pinagkakatiwalaang vaccine expert panel na may parang built-in advantage yung ilang sa mga vaccines na ito, including the China-made vaccines na sila ay inactivated virus platform, then they should use that built-in advantage na-erase ang vaccine confidence ng mga Pilipino about themselves at hindi i-undermine yung vaccine confidence by, yun na nga, yung recent episodes na lumabas na pwede palang i-administer kahit walang FDA authorization. And whatever the case, Mr. President, Secretary, dapat no strings attached. And in particular po, lastly about that, maari po ba nating i-assure ang publiko na patuloy nating itataguyod yung ating national interest, for example, sa West Philippine Sea, at hindi ito ipagpapalit sa anumang klaseng diplomasya para lang makabili ng bakuna mula sa China?
Ma'am, in this pandemic, the global interest of the global commons is really to save humanity. So all countries rallied to support each other. So that's the context that we are looking, Your Honors, that every country wanted to help our global pandemic. So meaning ang ano po ng lahat ng mga countries, yung ano natin, itatawag natin yun, o yung ating mga differences on the West Philippine Sea should be set aside because this is a global pandemic. Nakikita po natin na talagang ang ano po natin, problema natin ngayon is a global menace, which is in order to control and contain the pandemic. There are many biases. I've been working also with the diplomatic corps and asking for help because there are many countries who are buying more than 6 times or 7 times their population. And here comes the other country that they don't have even 10% of their own, but they are willing to help us. So-
Mr. President, Secretary, if I may, yung sinabi niyong we may set aside our differences on the West Philippine Sea dahil nga may global pandemic. Pero bawat bansa naman po may bottom lines. Kahit lahat tayo nag-exert ng effort magtulungan. So I'm simply asking for a reassurance, Mr. President, Secretary, na hindi natin babawasan yung ating pagtaguyod ng national interest sa West Philippine Sea para dito, kahit dito sa usapin ng pagbili ng vaccine sa China. That's the only reassurance I am seeking, Mr. President. Medyo na gulat ako dun sa sinabing set aside our differences in the West Philippine Sea. Hindi po yan na quid pro quo, Mr. President.
I would like to make a clarification. We will not compromise our stake.
Thank
But
you.
meaning in this pandemic, it is a science. I'm telling the public that our selection of the vaccine is science-based, is based on the recommendation of the BEP. And also the recommendations of the panel, and also it will go to the pathway of the FDA. But in this pandemic, we saw that the WHO rallied the different countries so that they created COVAX. And most of the vaccine makers also applied on the COVAX facility, including Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Sinovac, Sinopharm, and CanSino, so that they can pull in all the vaccines in order to help other countries that cannot buy or cannot have access on the pandemic. So that's why at the end of the concept that we are looking to is we are adhering with the concept of equitable access, the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, and at the same time we are looking at the global interest of really putting an end on this pandemic. So this is a world menace.
Yes,
Meaning-
no
meaning-
question
meaning
about
the
that,
differences
Mr.
that we
President.
have, maybe we have to really to set it aside so that we can rally. That's my point, to rally behind saving humanity.
Senator Ontiveros,
Yes,
please
Mr.
wrap.
President. I will do so, Mr. President. I appreciate the clarification from the Secretary, pero sa tingin ko pa rin po, and speaking of platforms, as we were discussing earlier, our country can continue to occupy several platforms at the same time. Yung platform natin sa global partnership against COVID-19, lalo na through COVAX, at yung platform na napanalunan natin sa The Hague. I don't think one is exchangeable for the other, and we are within our rights na patuloy na i-advance yung ating common at saka national interests in both those platforms. So I'll suspend for this round, first round, Mr. President, at salamat po. In the second round, I'll continue with questions on Sinovac vaccine clinical trials, and then also the black market allegations about Sinopharm. Oh, and lastly,
Yes.
if I may, Mr. President, just one last sentence. If we could look related to the last comments of Secretary Galvez, let's look at the horizons beyond COVID. Kasi sabi natin we're moving towards a better new normal. Because precisely after this pandemic, baka energy naman, halimbawa, ang issue, nandito yung aming Senate Committee on Energy Chair, pero energy naman ang issue dahil sa malampaya na nauubusan na ng gas. And there we will continue to have to engage with, hopefully come to some win-win solution with China and the other countries that are interested in that area of the Philippine territory. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros, and hopefully we have a shorter hearing today. Senator Villanueva, you're next. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the onset, let me congratulate everyone, especially the Senate President, Senator Pings, always be around during the hearing, and of course the IATF. We also like to put on record the commendation that we have been giving to the IATF officials, especially Secretary Galvez, and it may sound like a broken record that we continue to respect his integrity and his competence in negotiating for the Filipino people. We take note of your manifestation a while ago, Secretary Galvez, and praise God at kayo ho, na-appreciate nyo yung ginagawa ho natin dito sa Senado at yung ating oversight function para siguruhin na ang hangarin namin na magkaroon lang ng mabisa, mura o abot kaya na vaccine at makakarating po ito kaagad. At dun sa mga hindi nakakaintindi ng ginagawa ng Senado, talagang may problema na ho sila sa isip nila. Muli, salamat Secretary Galvez dun sa inyong manifestation. Yung first question ko po, Secretary, tsaka sa IATF, kay Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, we've been calling for dry runs or practice runs. Meron na po ba o magsisimula na tayo sa mga dry runs or practice runs so that we have been calling for this to allow the government to fix kinks, plug manpower shortages, give realistic idea on how long would it take to inject the number of people that we are targeting. Kasi in the US, we have seen what they were doing before the vaccines. Nag-conduct na sila ng mga dry runs, tinime nila yung each phase, yung loading from the planes to the tracking to local hubs, etc. So we wanted to find out kung nasa na po tayo. Thank you.
Sir, since last year, we directed the different LGUs to start early the preparation. And most of the mayors responded very positively. In the NCR right now, we saw the rehearsals being made by Manila, and also we have also Pasig last 2 days ago, and we are also planning to have the Quezon City is supposed to be this Friday, and also Taguig, they are already have the walkthrough of the different cold chain, and by next week. We will have a time and motion from the airport going to the warehouse and going to the different destinations, different hubs and different spokes that we will be having. So the rehearsal that we will be having will be done next week until February, third week of February.
That's good, Secretary. And right now, are we looking at or may nakikita na ho ba tayo na problema o hamon na kinakaharap? Other than what you made mention na next week mag-start na yung face by face at mas detalye ang mangyayaring practice runs.
Sir, yung po ang po natin, ang nakikita naming challenges is basically if the vaccine will be delivered in trickles, there should be a phased vaccination, meaning the priority given by the DOH will be the framework that we will follow. But we saw some problems because many people also will tell that this should be the priority. That's why we are now leveling up on the possibility of having some sort of flexible registration, considering that it also happened in US that when they have the vaccination, no one appears, and once that the vaccine, for example, the vaccine that have ultra cold chain requirement, you cannot bring them back to the storage.
I'm about to propose that, Secretary, na dun sa dry run, sama na rin natin yung may mga tao na naghihintay dun sa lugar. So
Yes,
yung
yes, sir.
space na coming from the storage and perhaps escortan natin para hindi
Yes.
ma-traffic or it's masiguro na makarating at the right time, the right place, And kung ilan yung targeted na babakunahan, nandun na rin po para magkaroon tayo ng maayos na simulation.
Yes, sir, we will do that, sir. We will do that.
Next, I'd like to go to my the meat of my resolution again, 598 na final po natin, naging parte nitong ating pagdinig, ikatlong pagdinig na po ito, and we have I would say exhaustively tackled a lot of issues, and I'll go back to my particular focus, which is the vaccination and prioritization of our essential workers. For the past 2 hearings, I've been asking this question. Baka lang may update tayo, and I remember si Secretary Dizon is the most passionate siguro among AITF members that would update me on the list of our essential workers that will be prioritized. Again, I would like to put on record that in some countries, like in Indonesia, talagang pinofocus nila, number 1 priority nila yung essential workers as we wanted to open our economy. Secretary Vince?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Joel, thank you very much. First off, I think the entire IATF, especially our Secretary of Health and our Secretary of DOLE and the DTI, share the passion to really protect our essential workers, especially given their contributions to the economy. But before we give some details, Your Honor, we just want to thank on behalf of the entire national government the passion of Senator Villanueva in really fighting for the rights and the welfare of our workers, especially during this very difficult time in us battling the pandemic. Maraming salamat po, Senator, sa iyong passion para sa ating mga manggagawa. Just as an update, the various TWGs on the vaccine cluster, Your Honor, are currently working with the Department of Trade and Industry and the Department of Labor to have a very definitive list of the priority essential workers. However, what we can tell you now is that the priority essential workers will be workers coming from the following sectors. No, this is not final yet, Your Honor. By next week daw po, mafa-finalize po ng TWG and i-report po namin sa Senate. Workers from the following sectors: agriculture, forestry, fisheries, transportation, construction, food, tourism, essential retail, water refilling stations, laundry services, logistics, and courier services, sanitation services, telecommunication, energy, power, fuel, among others. So yun po yung initial list in coordination with DOLE and DTI, but we will provide po the final definitive one by next week, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Thank you, Secretary Vince. Yun sa sanitation, for example, you talk about the garbage collectors. Na-coordinate na po ba ito sa mga LGU officials natin, especially dun sa mga mag-acquire din ng vaccines?
Tuloy-tuloy naman po ang coordination, Senator, sa ating mga LGUs. Pero once na magkaroon na po ng definitive na listahan, ay lahat po ito ay co-coordinate sa lahat ng LGUs at sa iba't ibang ahensya din po ng gobyerno.
Thank you. Perhaps if we can have a list of targets and with target dates, if we can break it down to regional yung breakdown po para lang masiguro natin, and we tackled this before, no, hindi magkaroon ng overlapping yung pinreparan ng LGU at yung tinatarget ng national government. I remember, I think yesterday, the ILG announced that LGU should craft their vaccination plans and master list of priority eligible population. So I hope maging malinaw yung synchronization ng ating national government at ating mga local government units.
Thank you very much, Senator. We will do exactly that, sir. Thank you so much for the recommendation po.
Thanks again, Secretary Dizon. I'd like to ask our FDA Director General, Director Domingo. First of all, I'd like to put on record that I was also one of those guys and one of the senators here who got confused about the statement, the earlier statement made by FDA. And I'm glad that you corrected yourself or clarified yourself about it. And I hope that we will be more circumspect in giving statements, Director General. No? Kasi marami na hong nalilito at magiging dangerous din yung ating mga statement kung hindi natin napag-aaralan gusto. Sir, ang question ko lang po, may mga clinical trials na po na ginagawa sa ating bansa? Am I correct? At ano-ano po itong mga napayagan na natin?
Yes, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, tatlo po yung nag-apply ng clinical trials na dumaan po sa Vaccine Expert Panel at in-endorse po sa FDA. Yung pong Janssen Pharmaceuticals, ito po yung Johnson & Johnson na vaccine. Tapos yung pong Clover Pharmaceuticals. Tapos yung pangatlo po yung Sinovac. Lahat po ito ay pumasa na po sa Vaccine Expert Panel, sa Ethics Board, at saka sa technical review po ng FDA.
Nasaan na po ito? Are they in phase 3 clinical?
Phase 3 clinical trials.
All
po
of
lahat.
them?
Opo.
Opo. Director, how many participants in total are or will be recruited on these clinical trials?
Mr. Senator, hindi ko po memoryado, pero thousands po, a few thousands if I'm not mistaken.
Isang clinical trial, forgive my innocence about this, ilan po ba yung usually, give us a figure
For
lang.
example po, itong
More or less.
AstraZeneca at saka Pfizer, ito po mga sinubmit sa atin ng mga EUA applications, mga 30 to 40,000 po ang kanilang mga trial participants. So most of these trials, including po itong tatlong ginagawa sa atin, mga multi-center, multi-country po ito. So they don't naman do the 30,000 or 40,000 in one site. Minsan po 3,000 dito, 4,000 dito, and then they consolidate.
Okay. And we know that these volunteers may be required to exclude themselves from the vaccination program of the government while they are under the clinical trials. Am I correct?
Opo, yun po. So kaya po yung ating vaccine expert panel DOST po sila Director Montoya, meron po silang ina-assign na zone kung saan po gagawin yung mga clinical trial para po ma-avoid yung paghahalo-halo ng bakuna.
Okay. However, may we clarify after the conduct of the clinical trials, will these volunteers who receive placebos, correct me if I'm wrong, after the conduct of the clinical trials, will these volunteers who receive placebos have ready access to vaccines with approved EUA?
Opo. So usually po sa mga ganitong mga pag-aaral, dahil meron po makakatanggap nga ng placebo, once na unblind na po yung study at nakita na talagang merong magandang epekto yung tunay na bakuna, so yun pong mga placebo arm, sila po usually ang may first option, priority sila na mabigyan ng totoo pong bakuna.
Okay, thank you. One last thing. As a general rule on vaccinating individuals who had previously contracted COVID-19, is it advisable that they get vaccinated or not?
Sa ngayon po yung worldwide na guidelines is that people have been infected before, basta hindi na po acute phase, they are still given the vaccine.
Meron na po bang pag-aaral like any potential side effects of vaccines on these people who had been previously infected? Dito sa Senado, may Voltes 5 po kami eh.
Wala pa pong final report eh. So ino-observe pa po ngayon yung mga previously, nire-record po yung mga may previous history of COVID, and then they're given the vaccinations, and we'll probably get the report po in actual use by siguro po a few months from now.
Yeah, and I asked that question because of the 505,939 cases, 466,993 have already recovered. So we wanted to know, no, for these individuals kasi yung according to Dr. David Thomas of Johns Hopkins, ang recommendation niya is to get a vaccine. Pero alam din natin si Brazil President Bolsonaro who caught COVID last year, sabi niya he will not take any vaccine. So we will take a cue from you on this, no, para sa mga kababayan natin na nagkaroon ng COVID at masiguro nila that they are also safe in getting these vaccines. I only have 2 minutes. So, may I just ask the DOH Secretary, Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque, sorry, twice, I think, or 3 times, I heard about the indemnification issue, no? And you made mention about indemnification fund for the few who will develop adverse side effects from the vaccines. But that's already about compensation. Let me ask this question about their treatment. For instance, if they seek immediate care from a public facility, ang presumption po siguro is that they will get it for free. Now, if they go to private, syempre papasok po dito yung PhilHealth. At pag-uusapan po na naman ano ba ang coverage niyan, no? Let me just propose, and I'd like to hear from Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, and from the team, if we could already right now categorize ang vaccine side effects bilang isang parte ng ating programa at maglaan po tayo ng case rate. Ang bottom line ho, sana ma-attain natin yung at may pakita na zero balance sa billing rate dapat. Kasi ang worry po ng ating mga kababayan, and this is also my worry, Secretary Duque, example, if you develop an allergy or develop a respiratory distress, mag-manifest po yung respiratory distress, i-charge po ito doon sa existing case rates na may ceiling. At lalabas pa na may out of pocket expense ang nabakunahan. So I think this is something that we should be looking into, and I believe that we need this guarantee comfort, Secretary, to encourage our people to get jobs. May I know your reaction on this, sir?
You're absolutely correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Unang-una ho, sa atin pong vaccination, nationwide immunization, vaccination, deployment and vaccination plan, doon po sa actual implementation, may kasama po tayong monitoring ng adverse events following immunization. The adverse events po, pwedeng mga minor na mga side effects ng pagbabakuna, yung pamumula, pamamaga, konting sa pananakit ng ulo, lagnat, at panghihina. Pero ang binabantayan po natin dito, yung mga serious adverse events following immunization, at ganoon din po yung adverse events of special interest. Yung po mga kakaiba na kaganapan sa katawan ng isang tao na nabakunahan, meron po tayong mga sistema na nakalatag. Ito po yung local AFI or Adverse Events Following Immunization na committee, meron tayo sa region, at saka meron din po tayo sa national. Ngayon, patungkol naman po doon sa sino ba ang sasagot kung sakasakali nagkaroon po ng matinding side effects or halimbawa, anaphylactic shock. Yun po yung anaphylactic shock, yun po yung severe allergic reaction. Yan po ay pangangasiwaan po yan ng ating pong mga doktor sa mga tukoy na mga ospital. Meron po tayong referral system, meron po tayong one hospital command. Ito po ay iuugnay doon po sa atin mga vaccination sites para tuloy-tuloy po, no? Kung sa pagkatapos po silang mabakunahan halimbawa, they will be observed for about 30 minutes to about 1 hour for some adverse effects, side effects, no? Pero hopefully hindi naman po serious. Nevertheless, kailangan paghandaan din natin just in case lang po, at meron po tayong mga life-saving medications na nakatabi na doon po mismo sa atin pong mga vaccination sites. Yung po sa PhilHealth, maganda po yung inyong sinabi na pwede po natin talagang pag-aralan ito, na siguraduhin natin kung sakasakaling hindi pa matuloy yung indemnification fund legislation, pero nakikiusap po kami kung pwede ho sana i-consider po ninyo if legislative space will accommodate this proposal. Ano po, pero ganun pa man, ang PhilHealth po ang sasagot naman kung may mga matinding side effects. Ano po, sana po wala, pero hindi po natin masabi dahil bago po itong bakunang ito. So anything is possible, but we will make sure that we will be very careful in the administration of these vaccines, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No
Thank you.
balance billing is the objective.
Yes, thank you, Secretary. Una, yung sa indemnification fund, ako, I will support it, and we'll look into it, no, and study more. But in principle, I'm supportive of that, no. But again, that's already compensation. I wanted to talk about treatment, at tama po kayo. Sasagutin natin because this is very important. Ang suggestion ko lang and I propose makategorize na po yung vaccine effects doon sa PhilHealth program natin, at muli wag sana ito i-charge doon sa existing case rate, because if you do that, it will create another set of anxiety and worrisome doon sa ating mga kababayan na walang comfort guarantee yung pagbibigay ng bakuna. And again, we are here to help and encourage our people na magpabakuna. Yun lang po, Ginoong Pangulo. And before I end, Mr. President, I wanted to ask sana, but I saw Senator Gatchalian, who is the chair of the Basic Education Committee of the Senate, yung sa mga kabataan naman, yung mga minors, no? Kasi inaalaw po sila dun sa ibang lugar, Ginoong Pangulo, na pumunta, kunyari, sa mga GCQ, pero ang tanong ng mga magulang, kailan iaalaw yung face-to-face, pero hindi din sila pwedeng bakunahan. Again, Mr. President, thank you sa ating mga bisita. I'm almost sure that this is going to be our last hearing. Maraming salamat po. Again, we are here to help. We just wanted to have a mabisa, mura, at makakarating na bakuna sa ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Yes, he is next. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Morning to our resource persons. I'm with the IATF and the government to improve vaccine confidence in our country. In fact, nakita ko po to, General, when I go around Valenzuela. Isa po sa mga tinatanong ko to our constituents kung sino magpapabakuna. And to the survey, only 50% would always raise their hands. No, that's reflective in the Pulse Asia survey of 47%. So I'm with you in increasing vaccine confidence here in our country. But however, there are a lot of questions that I cannot answer myself whenever asked by constituents, especially from news reports coming out of the internet, from international news agencies regarding different types of vaccines, especially vaccines that were mentioned in this hearing and also in press conferences. One of these vaccines, and na-mention na ho to kanina, ay yung Sinovac. No? And in many of the news reports, and I want to ask this to Secretary Duque, and also later on to Dr. Lulu Bravo, who's an expert in vaccination. In many of the news reports that I saw, the efficacy rates vary per different countries. No? For example, po sa Brazil, the efficacy rate of Sinovac is 50%. In Turkey, it's 91%. Then in Indonesia, it's 65%. And then in Chile, it's above 90%. So paiba-iba po, no? So from a layman, no, I don't claim to be an expert. I just read a lot from the internet and news report. From a layman po, parang unstable po yung efficacy rate nito. So I just want to ask Secretary Duque to explain this as simple as possible and later on to Dr. Lulu to explain it also as simple as possible, because from our point of view, being ordinary citizens who doesn't have background in this type of vaccination, it seems to me that this type of drug is quite unstable and the efficacy varies. So I want to ask Secretary Duque, how do you explain this to our constituents?
Your Honor, if I may just refer the question to the FDA Director General, Dr. Eric Domingo.
Sige po, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, nung po kasing 2 days ago, nag-submit na po yung Sinovac nung kanilang phase 3 trials. And then they submitted po 3, no, yung sa Brazil, sa Turkey, at saka sa Indonesia. Although these are preliminary reports, at saka mabilis ko lang pong nabasa, no, hindi ko pa po talaga nakita, nahimay. Pero nung nakita ko po, ang pagkakaiba, kaya iba-iba rin po yung efficacy, iba-iba po yung target population. Yun pong sa Brazil, ginawa siya sa healthcare workers, pero yung sa Indonesia and yung sa Turkey, ginawa po sa general population. Meron din po akong napansin na konting pagkakaiba yung mga age group na kasama doon sa mga study per country. So these things, factors like this can affect the efficacy rates and the outcomes and the results of a study. At yun po, maaari po yung gamitin kung paano rin ang indication, kung kanino siya pwedeng gamitin at kanino hindi. Pero since kadarating nga lang po nung kanilang preliminary reports, na isubmit na po namin ito sa mga expert kahapon, and I asked them for an assessment within 1 week. So ito pong mga eksperto talaga natin sa infectious disease, sa vaccination, saka po sa mga epidemiology, sila po yung sumusuri ngayon para nga po makita kung ano ba talagang ibig sabihin ng pagkakaiba. Pero initially po yun ang nakita ko. Talaga pong yung iba-ibang bansa, medyo iba-iba po yung may pagkakaiba po dun sa study design. And we expect na pag iba po yung study design, maaring iba-iba po yung resulta.
Director, talking about study design, will we conduct our own study design or are we going to rely on these submissions to us? No? Because kung iba-iba, then iba-iba rin po yung what you're saying, study design. Are we going to conduct our own series of study designs to come up with our own analysis?
Well, the government po is not going to conduct clinical trials for the product. However, if they do have an arm that's going, like Sinovac is having a clinical trial phase 3 here in the country, yun po magagamit din po talaga natin sa yung datos nun in evaluating. But not all products or vaccines are required to do their clinical trial phase 3 here in the Philippines.
What will make you require them to do phase 3?
Well, hindi naman po required, pero kung halimbawa hindi po pumasa yung kanilang produkto, ang mga datos hindi pumasa, then they can opt to do phase 3 here para po mas makakompleto sila. No? Pero I think po si Dr. Montoya po ng PCHRD has more information on this.
Go ahead po.
Your Honor, regarding the question of the study trial design will be determined by us. The normal process po is determined by the vaccine developer precisely because it is based on several points. First, it depends on how they will market or they want to target a particular population or sector. Then they design the study in accordance to that particular target population. The second one is it's also dependent po on the number of trial sites involved. So usually po, they combine the populations that are where they conduct the clinical trials in different countries and they come up with the overall efficacy. That is, of course, based on the assumption that they have a uniform trial design with the same target population. And if they're dealing with different target populations, they usually disaggregate. Ang isip na disaggregate, pinag-iwa-hiwalay po nila based on age group and determine the efficacy and the safety along these lines. Thank you po.
So in this particular case po, for example, Sinovac, they're conducting phase 3 clinical trials. And aantayin ba ho natin matapos ho yan bago niyo bigyan ng authorization?
Not necessarily, Mr. Senator. If, for example, po yung studies nila in Indonesia and Turkey, which have very similar designs, pag pinagsama, ay makakakuha naman tayo ng datos to support. safety and efficacy, then maaari na po yun. And then as they continue with their clinical trials, including more age groups, for example, more special patients, then pwede pong nare-revise yung kanyang authorization at nadadagdagan po tayo ng mga indications at contraindications para po dun sa bakuna.
Would it be wouldn't be it wouldn't be it for this Sinovac po, hindi ba mas magiging mas prudent, no? Kung aantayin na lang ho natin yung phase 3 bago ho bigyan ng authorization, considering po na paiba-iba po yung mga lumalabas po sa news report?
Hindi ko po kasi ma-preempt yung evaluation ng ating mga expert dun sa mga natapos na study, no? If the studies that have been completed, that have been reported, are not convincing enough, hindi naman po natin yan papayagan, no? Pero yun nga po, kasi kasasubmit lang, I would like to give our experts a few days to take a look at it and to see if with the current data, we have enough evidence to show that using the vaccine, the benefits will outweigh the risk and that it might be useful in the fight against COVID.
Will it be, meron po bang scenario na you will be giving them an authorization but the clinical trials, itong phase 3 clinical trials will yield to a different result?
Yes, sir. In fact, all of the emergency use authorizations now are based on information to date. Meaning, kung ano po yung nalalaman natin, nasa kalagitnaan po sila ng kanilang phase 3 clinical trials. Pero nakikita naman po natin na useful at maganda ang efficacy at safety ng isang bakuna. Pero ang requirement po nun, i-complete nila yung kanilang phase 3 until they are able to register the product. So it is possible that we will unmask some more things that we have to watch out for, and possible din po talaga na merong makita na in the end na maaaring maging dahilan para i-revoke ang kanyang EUA. Talaga pong continuing process po talaga, ginagamit lang natin siya kasi may emergency.
Ito po ang I'm trying to understand, Director. Kung mabibigyan na ho siya ng EUA, pero nagtutuloy pa rin po yung clinical trials niya, tapos nakikita ho natin na paiba-iba po yung lumalabas sa news report, hindi ba mas maayos kung antayin na lang ho natin yung clinical trials?
Well, yun nga po, titinan po ng experts natin. Pero kasi po, kung hihintayin po natin matapos lahat ng clinical trials at baka register po ang mga kumpanya ng bakuna bago natin gamitin, baka 2023, 2024 pa po tayo makakapagbakuna. Kaya po tayo nagbibigay ngayon ng emergency authority para lang po may magamit na tayo ngayon dahil kahit nasa kalagitnaan pa, as long as the data supports efficacy and safety.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, can I, with your permission, if I can just add, to broaden the understanding po of efficacy. Yung efficacy po ng bakuna, apat po ang atin layunin. Number 1 is to reduce or prevent mortality or deaths. Reduction in the symptomatic cases. Ibig sabihin yung symptoms ng ubo, respiratory distress, fever, cough. Yung isa po is reduction of asymptomatic cases. And finally, yung isa po, para po mapigilan o maiwasan ang pagiging grabe ng mga sintomas into a severe case and prevent also hospitalization. I'll give you an example, nung akin po mga ibinigay na ito po yung panukatan kung ano ba yung clinical efficacy. I'm getting this from our technical advisory group member, Dr. Edsel Salvania, when he presented this to us. Halimbawa, sa bakuna laban sa COVID-19, ang AstraZeneca, Sinovac, Moderna, prevent 100% of severe disease occurrence. So maganda ho yung kanyang epekto pagdating sa preventing the severity of the disease. Yung Sinovac din po, lumalabas, but this is subject to a validation. Perhaps the vaccine expert panel, if there is a member on board, can confirm this. Para 78%, it can also prevent mild clinical disease. However, yung kanya pong overall efficacy, meron nga po nakalagay 50 to 91%, depending on kung may mga variables, saan po ginawa, may ibang clinical trial sa Brazil, may ginawa sa Indonesia, kung di po ako nagkakamali, at yung cohorts, kung halimbawa ang clinical trial cohort nila, mga healthcare workers, eh syempre yung exposure doon iba than yung exposure in a general population. Ano po? Pero suffice it to say na yung pong mga bakunang ito, they have been ranked in terms of the four effects measuring or reflecting efficacy of a particular vaccine. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary. Anyways, I'm just asking this from a layman point of view because I am trying to understand also the process. And what will make FDA decide that Sinovac is safe for use here in our country? Just explain it as simple as possible. No? Considering again, I'm trying to go back and forth to that news reports because those are the ones being highlighted internationally. So, what will make FDA decide that Sinovac is safe for use?
So, Mr. Senator, yun po ang pag-emergency use, ang mga sinusundan natin na criteria. Number one, habang wala pa pong rehistradong produkto. Pangalawa, pag napakita na maaari siyang mag-prevent ng sakit. Pangatlo, if the benefits outweigh the risk. So number one, dapat po walang severe adverse events. Wala pong namamatay, wala pong nagkakasakit na nalulumpo. Yung po mga severe na kailangan pong mababago ang buhay. Pangalawa po, yun nga pong efficacy. Ang pamantayan po ng WHO, at least 50% efficacy might be an acceptable vaccine kung maganda po ang safety profile. Pag naman po tayo naglabas ng EUA, may mga conditions po yon, Mr. Senator, no? Katulad po halimbawa ng Pfizer, nakalagay po sa product information na kailangan mag-iingat tayo sa mga may allergy. Pagkatapos ngayon po, madadagdag na rin yung mga very elderly, tsaka frail or maraming sakit. So halimbawa po, yung Sinovac, kung sakali man po, na makita sa health workers ay 50% lang ang efficacy niya, pero sa community, 70 to 90%. Then possible na may mga ganun din pong kondisyon na maaring gamitin ito sa mga community na mababa ang transmission, pero hindi siya para sa mga health worker na very high risk. So ganun po ang ating mga nagiging pag-aaral. Pero yun nga po, hinihintay ko pa rin po talaga yung evaluation ng experts natin kasi kabibigay ko lang po sa kanila ng studies kahapon.
Ilan araw ho bago lumabas yung desisyon?
Ang ano ko po unang-una kasi ang problema po natin sa Sinovac at yung ibang mga aplikante natin, wala pa po silang EUA galing sa mga stringent regulatory authority katulad po ng America, US FDA or UK na nasala na sila usually at may question and answer na pong binibigay sa amin. So ito po parang first, talagang parang tayo pa lang ang nakakakita. So binibigyan ko po talaga sila muna ng 1 week to take a look at the data and then we will meet and then collate all of the questions and clarifications that we want to ask the proponent. Ngayon, depende po sa bilis ng aplikante na sumagot sa mga katanungan na maibalik po sa ating mga expert para makita po nila kung na-clarify na po yung kanilang mga katanungan. And then based on that, they can make a decision.
Typically ho, for in this type of case, gaano ko katagal yan, Director?
Kapag po sa mga stringent regulatory authority, katulad po ng mga meron ng US FDA, UK FDA, kaya po ng mga 2 weeks yan 1 week and then interim question and answer, then another week. Pag po ganitong medyo mas mabusisi tayo, of course, it might extend a little longer kung may additional questions pa po na darating.
The reason why I asked, because in the previous hearings, looking at the transcript, we were made to understand that by February 20, padating na ho yung Sinovac, or at least it's part of the package na dadating ho dito. Kung 2 weeks to 3 weeks po approval, hindi ho aabot yung authorization. Ibig sabihin, dadating na ho dito yung vaccine, pero wala pa ho yung authorization. So, paano ho natin gagawin to, no? Because obviously, andito na ho yung vaccine. If we're talking about millions of vaccines, because ang target is 25 million, but I think 50,000 yata initially, no? How do we reconcile this? And I also throw that to General Galvez, no?
Sir, Your Honors, we have made a presentation that in case that the application of a certain vaccine is not yet approved, we will not administer. Meaning our policy is that all vaccines that we will procure will be selected by our panel expert, and all of those vaccines that will be administered, it should apply. It should have at least the pathway of the FDA. So yun po, yung lahat po ng vaccine na pupunta po dito sa bansa, kailangan po selected po ng ating vaccine expert. At the same time, it is approved by the FDA. So kung meron pong tayong delivery na February 20, it will be delayed until such time that the FDA approval has been cleared.
General Secretary, what you're saying is Sinovac will not be delivered until the authorization will come out.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. My other question is on Pfizer, and I know that Pfizer's representative is here. And again, another big news report that came out was that incident in Norway, wherein 29 elderly people died after taking the vaccine. And I know that Pfizer was just approved or given the authorization. So I just want to ask again, Director, from your expert opinion, and your experience, is this something to fear among us ordinary citizens who don't understand vaccination and complicated medicine? Ano ho ang pwede ho nating sabihin to our constituents? Because of course, I know Pfizer is part of the COVAX package, and if that will be rolled out initially, then these questions will be thrown at us. No? So what do we answer to our constituents?
Yes, Mr. Senator. Well, ito naman po yung maganda sa flexibility po ng EUA, since we know that the product is still under development and ongoing po yung kanyang pag-aaral. As we get information, then we get to adjust and change the product information and the use indications for use of the product. Kamukha po nung Pfizer, nung nag-umpisa po ito, hindi naman po kasama yung severe allergies and anaphylaxis things to watch out for. Pero ngayon na na-inject na siya sa mahigit 5 milyong tao sa buong mundo, kasama na po ngayon siya. Pag nag-roll out po tayo dito sa Pilipinas, kasama po iyon na kailangan mag-ingat tayo for allergies, and that sa site ng ating injection sites, kailangan may capability tayo to manage possible anaphylaxis. Ngayon po ito nangyari sa Norway, nanghingi na rin po tayo ng report from Pfizer. And the Norway Medicines Agency said that ang nangyari po kasi sa Norway, doon po sa mga homes for the elderly nila, na very, very elderly po talaga, no? Marami pong namamatay. Linggo-linggo, 400 ang namamatay. Dahil mga iba po dito, end of life, terminally ill, and then marami pong mga sakit. So ang naging strategy po ng gobyerno, pinag-i-iniksyonan po nila lahat, no? Kahit matanda, kahit marami ng sakit. So nabawasan po yung deaths nila, pero meron nga po silang nakitang more than 23 deaths na malapit po dun sa actual injection. So ang kanila pong tingin ay baka yung mga mild, no? Mga mild na symptoms like mga lagnat at saka ubo at saka yung pagkahilo na kaya ng malusog na tao, baka kung talagang marami kang sakit at matanda ka na, it's enough to to cause you more illness and die. So ngayon po kasama hindi po dito tumigil ang Norwegian government sa pagbabakuna sa matanda, pero meron na pong dagdag ngayon na caution lamang in the very elderly and those who have a lot of diseases and who are very frail. So magiging ganun din po sa atin kapag po tayo nagbakuna na, ang Department of Health mag-iingat na po doon sa matatanda talaga at saka may sakit. Sila po ay i-exclude na po natin sa pagbabakuna.
Director, patanong po ni Senator Lacson also on this topic is the case of overdose. Because obviously mga matatanda ho to, and I would assume there's only so much that they can take. Now, I'm not an expert again, but is that a possibility that they were given excess amounts of vaccine that led to their deaths?
Hindi naman po. Yung dosing po nasiset yun sa phase 2 trial pa lamang. So before it even goes to the phase 3 trial, nafi-fix na po yung dose at nahanap na po yung effective dose na walang ano no, without the risk of going to adverse events because of the too high na dose. So mukhang hindi po siya dose related, it's really related to the age and frailty of the patients.
President, with the permission of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, ano po yung effect, yung worst effect ng overdose? Say sa halip na pang 1 dose, di ba 2 doses yan eh, na may pagitan ng mga 14 to 21 days. So kung halimbawa sa first dose, sa halip na 1 dose lang, 1 dosage lang yung naiturok, na nagkadoble, human error. Ano po yung pinaka-worst na pwede mangyari doon sa recipient tong inoculation?
Bibigay ko po kay Dr. Montoya, siya po infectious disease specialist.
Education,
eh.
ano?
Opo.
Kasi these things can happen, di ba? Kasi pag inaantok yung nurse o yung technician, pwede mangyari yon. So malaman lang natin ano yung pinaka-worst na pwede mangyari doon sa tao.
Your Honor, if I may answer the question, as was already mentioned by Director General Domingo, once the vaccine has already finished phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial, they've already established the limits of safety. And usually, pag sinabi po natin safety, they usually multiply the dose 100 times until they see toxicity. And then they stop. So they know the toxicity level. So makakalusot po yan kapag yung toxicity level is parang cannot happen in real life. Kumbaga thousands of times the recommended dose. So ito po ay unlikely na mangyari. Salamat po.
Wait, Dr. Montoya. What Senator Lacson is asking is the layman's question of ang dose, papalagyan natin ganitong karami 1 dose. Ano, ang naibigay sa iyo mahigit 1 dose. 1.5. Kasi like for example, there are vaccines that in one vial there are 5 doses. Di ba? There are many doses in other, depende kung anong vaccine eh. So meron na 5 doses, kukuha ngayon yung nurse o yung doktor doon. Pagkuha ng hiringgilya, sobra. Sobra. Kasi pitik-pitik pa yun, alisin yung hangin. Pero sobra yung nailagay. Sobra ngayon ang naisaksak sa'yo. Anong effect? Yan ang tanong.
Your Honor, as far as safety is concerned, the theoretical possibility is that kung ikaw ay walang allergy doon sa particular vaccine, kapag po masyadong tinaasan ng dose, maaaring lumabas yung allergy nyo. That's a possibility. Pero yung epekto po sa antibody production, wala po. Because napag-alaman na rin base sa mga phase 1 and phase 2 studies, kahit i-increase nyo pa yung dose ng bakuna, ang epekto po ay ganun pa rin. Kaya they actually identified kung ano po yung tamang dose talaga na ibibigay, na walang added benefit kung tataasan mo pa. So kung sa side effect po is baka allergy, pwede po yun. Baka lumabas po yung allergy nyo kapag masyadong mataas na yung dose. Pero bukod po doon ay wala po tayong nalalaman na iba pang epekto sa ngayon.
So safe naman kung let's say sobra ng konti or kulang ng konti yung dose na binigay sa'yo. Technically, wala kayong alam na problema.
Opo.
Alright. Pero iba na talaga yung exact dose.
Yung po tinatawag na optimum dose. Dahil yung po yung sinasabi natin na looking at the safety at saka yung efficacy po na ability to produce antibodies, yun po yung na-identify nila na optimum o yung pinakamagandang dose to produce the desired effect.
Mr. President,
Senator Gatchalian.
just a brief interjection with the
Go ahead,
indulgence of...
with the permission of Senator Gatchalian, Senator Ontiveros. Go ahead.
Salamat, Mr. President, and salamat sa good gentleman from Valenzuela. I think yung isa pang important issue na ina-underline nung tanong ni Senator Ping ay na magkakaroon tayo ng sapat na bilang ng mga qualified na vaccinators. I think wala tayong problema dun sa core of vaccinators ng Department of Health dahil sa long-standing established capacity nila sa expanded program on immunization. Pero ang iba dito ngayon ay yung dami ng mga Pilipino na mababakunahan. First time ever na tens of millions ang ita-target nating mabakunahan natin. So yung importansya ng training ng mas marami pang mag-assist sa core of vaccinators ng DOH para isagawa ng maayos with less human error nitong vaccination program natin. Salamat, Mr. President, at salamat, Senator Sherwin.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Just to end my question on the efficacy, Director, it's just my point here is it's very hard to explain, no, to our constituents when they see all these news reports coming out. And ang hirap po talaga, especially, for example, if you have the case of Sinovac, may 50%, may 60%, may 90%. So a lot of the will be trusting FDA to do its job and its mandate of making sure that this has been reviewed and it will not be pressured because the stocks will be coming in soon. No? Yun po yung ating punto. And again, I'm with you in raising the confidence to vaccination, but all these news reports are not helping that confidence. And the only way we can allay the fears, sasabihin na lang ho namin sa constituents namin, just to trust FDA and it will do its job. No? But that's why I'm asking all of these very simple questions, and I'm trying to get simple answers also so that our constituents can understand the process.
Yes, Mr. Senator, makakaasa naman po kayo, kami datos lamang at saka scientific evidence lamang ang aming sinusunod sa pag-evaluate. Hindi po kung saan nanggaling, kung magkano, at yun ating po mga experts talaga pong bihasa dyan. And once we come up naman po with a decision, we explain it to the public and nakikipagtrabaho naman po kami kasama ng DOH to be able to communicate para po maintindihan nila kung ano pong ibig sabihin ng desisyon na binigay natin at yung mga efficacy rates po na iyon.
Thank you, Director. To General Galvez, General Secretary, I know for a fact that the private sector now is taking orders, no, or taking bookings for vaccines. And I'm quite confused because sa local government po, meron din ho silang bookings. Like for example, sa Valenzuela ho, meron ho kaming close to about 400,000 doses. But then again, yung business sector ho namin, kumukuha ho rin sila, no, nung vaccines or bumibili ho sila. How do you reconcile this? Because at the end of the day, or at the end of this exercise, bumibili ho kami sa mga manggagawa ho namin. Sila rin ho bumibili sa manggagawa ho nila. Bakit magsobra-sobra ho tayo at the end? Because dalawa hong organisasyon bumibili ho ng vaccine. So how do you reconcile this, General?
Sir, Your Honor, sir, during our last meeting, nag-usap-usap po ang mga mayors, League of Mayors at saka League of Provincial Governors. Yung nga po ang sinabi po namin na dapat integrate po sa LGU yung lahat ng mga orders, considering that in the end, it is the LGU that will implement with the DOH the inoculation program. So ang ano po namin, ang recommendation po namin sa kanila is they should have some sort of public-private partnership at the local level, and then they will have an integrated orders through the provincial governor para po isahan lang po yung kakausapin, at the same time hindi po maguguluhan yung manufacturer. And they agreed na parang ang mangyayari po, sir, is instead of tripartite, parang quadripartite na with the agreement with the private sector, the LGU, the vaccine maker, and the national government.
General, will you release any circular to that effect? Because I suggest that we should make the local government as the gatekeeper for just to count, no, not to come up with funds, but just to make sure that we're not double counting or buying in excess. Dahil sa experience ko lang ho, no, because I can, to be honest about it, yung mga private sector ho namin, alam ko dami yung bumibili eh. In the private sector, they'll also buy for their families, they'll also buy for their friends. So hindi lang ho sa manggagawa ho nila, kung hindi sa mga kamag-anak at mahal sa buhay. At nakita ho namin, kasi binilang ho namin yung kanilang employees eh, kasama ho sa count. So nagkaka-double counting. So my fear is, baka magkaroon tayo ng sobra-sobra at the end, no? And ang tanong ko, pwede ba natin isoli ho itong sobra kung nagkaroon ho ng sobra?
Sir, may we have the representative from the DILG?
Yeah, Mr. President,
your
Mr.
secretary.
Senator. We already issued out an advisory 3 or 4 days ago to all local government units that for all municipalities and component cities who intend to set aside funds, for purposes of acquiring or procuring the vaccines, they have to coordinate with the provincial government for purposes of consolidation. So for component cities and municipalities, it's the provincial government who will consolidate the procurement. For highly urbanized cities and independent component cities, they are allowed to enter already and negotiate and enter into a tripartite agreement with the supplier, but with the presence of the national government. So all tripartite agreements will still involve the national government. And in that advisory, as agreed with the Department of Health and our vaccine czar, they are only, at least initially, required to procure only 50% of their requirement for the local government unit, particularly so that some of the funds may continue to be used for other anti-COVID-19 activities. And that, yun po, yung binabanggit natin, at the end of the day, it's really the responsibility of the national government to procure all the vaccines para hindi rin nila ma-solo yung ibang requirements. So instead na mapunta sa ibang mga local government na walang kapabilidad na bumili, hindi masolo ng mga may pera. And again, doon naman sa may pera at makaka-procure, we agreed that some of those vaccines allotted for the highly urbanized cities who are able to procure will be reallocated to the smaller LGUs who are not capable of procuring the vaccines.
You sex the private sector, how do you reconcile? No? For example, again, at Valenzuela, we have a lot of factories. I know the factories are already buying or booking vaccines. And we're also booking vaccines for the same constituent. So how do you reconcile that?
Mr. President, Mr. Senator, this is the reason why we also issued a memorandum circular where we already directed all local government units to generate their master list, including the names based on the priority sectors we've identified. Again, frontline healthcare workers, senior citizens, indigents, uniformed personnel, and essential workers. So with that listing, we can now reconcile together with the listing that we have with the Department of Health, including that of the private sector, para hindi ho magkadoble-doble. Ang iniiwasan po natin dito ay yung inabanggit at ito'y occurring in other countries na merong mga bumili at nasayang po yung bakuna. In fact, I read an article that in France, more or less 30% of their estimated procured vaccines were turned into waste kasi po hindi nagamit. And gusto nating iwasan din po yan.
Kasi parang nagkakaroon ng panic buying and everyone want to book or secure their vaccines, but at the end, baka nagkakadoble-doble. So I just want to flag the good secretary about our experience, and this is experience in Valenzuela and also in the private sector, and just to make sure that we have a mechanism to reconcile all of these volumes. Kasi laki yung allocation allocate natin, 82 billion for that matter, and baka sobra-sobra na yung nabili natin.
Sir, actually, sir, yung sinasabi namin sa mga local government units during our information drive is really they have to coordinate with the private sector also, and also to provide private hospitals so that they can reconcile their priority sectors. If in case that the LGU will not be able to cover essential workers from the private sector, now the private sector that can come in. So yun po ang ginagawa po namin. At saka sinasabi po namin sa lahat ng mga LGUs that the President has already ordered us to procure the vaccines for all Filipinos. And they told them that if we have already ordered or more or less 148 dosage for the different 7 companies. And for them, I told them that those municipalities, we call it level 4, up to yung tinatawag nating mga categories na mga municipalities na talagang wala pong pondo, wag na po silang mag-aksaya po ng pondo nila na gamitin po nila yun sa kanilang mga kanilang mga importanteng mga pangangailangan. So yung mga nag-volunteer lang po ay yung mga tinatawag nating highly urbanized cities with larger population. Kasi nakita po nila na in order to have yung volumes, additional volumes, yung time element on their inoculation will be shortened. That's our intention, that we can have a bigger volume available at the soonest possible time. But for all intention purposes, we told them that the LGU should just wait for baka mauna po sir yung procurement na ng national government actually. So yung inano po namin, sinasabi po namin sa kanila na hina-hina lang sa kanilang mga pondo, na talagang at least yung bilhin lang nila is yung sa mga essential and priority sector lang po ang ano po nila. Because the government will provide all the vaccines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Senator Tolentino. You have 10 minutes, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Siguro naman po si Director Domingo, Secretary Duque, alam niyo po yung contents ng privilege speech ko nung isang araw. Kung wala po, may I request, Mr. President, that the two gentlemen be given copies of my privilege speech. Hindi po yung paninira sa inyo. Ang gusto ko pong palabasin doon, naguluhan talaga. Wala naman po sa batas na nakalagay na emergency use authorization, not even in your implementing rules. Wala rin po yung DEU. Noong una, ginagamit nyo DEU, naging EUA na. So, kalimutan na po natin yun. I read something positive from Secretary Duque. You are encouraging the Senate to pass an amendment to the FDA law, incorporating therein a provision for emergency use authorization. I have a draft with me. I'll provide you a copy. I'll file this either today or Monday. So, ayusin na lang natin yan. Tanong ko na lang po sa World Health Organization, naguluhan na rin po ako. Meron naman bagong huli ngayon. EUL naman, Emergency Use Listing. Can a representative of WHO clarify what EUL is? Wala pong nakakala kung ano yung
Kung
EUL.
wala po sila, pwede ko naman pong sagutin, Mr. President. Ang WHO po kasi hindi siya regulatory agency. Hindi naman po siya nagla-license or nag-authorize ng produkto. So ang mga FDA, katulad po natin, US FDA, yung mga NMPA ng China, ng Japan, tayo po ang nagbibigay ng authorization or registration. Kaya tawag po natin EUA. Ang WHO, since hindi naman po sila regulator, titignan po nila yung produkto, pag sumunod sa standards, sinasama po nila doon sa emergency use list nila. Yun po ang listahan ng mga produkto na maaari pong i-consider ng mga iba-ibang pamahalaan para gamitin.
You, Director General Domingo, pero I have here a copy of a very thick EUL document coming from World Health Organization dated December 13, 2020. Lumabas po ngayon sa Philippine Star. Yun daw pong mga bansa na hindi maganda ang regulatory regime, hindi alam pa kung paano mag-process, ang mag-i-issue na raw po ng authorization is WHO. Tama po ba yan?
Ang ano po kasi meron po tayo tinatawag na
Read the Philippine Star today.
na recognition, no? So ang mga bansa po na kasapi sa WHO, they may opt na kapag po sinama na sa emergency use list ng WHO, automatically tatanggapin na rin po nila.
So wala kayong pinaplanong ganon?
Tayo po sa ngayon wala. Nagre-recognize po tayo ng kanilang decisions. Ginagamit po nila natin ito sa evaluation natin, but we don't automatically recognize at this time.
Kasi si Bangladesh, marami nang tatanggapin bakuna, EUL ata ang gagamitin. Pero lipat na tayo sa ibang kwento na General. Secretary Galvez, yung COVAX Gavi natin, yung darating donation.
Sa ngayon pa sir, wala pong definite na rollout. Ang ano po lang nila is first quarter po ang ano po nila. But they already accepted yung
But that's free.
Yes sir.
Si Secretary Duque, on the other hand, the other day was quoted, ito yung ibahagi rin ng privilege speech ko tungkol doon sa donation ng Sinovac. It would now appear that aside from procurement, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, donation is another vehicle. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Tama po kayo.
Yung i-donate ay yung meron ng EUA.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
And we are now referring to Pfizer and probably Sinovac.
Yes, Your Honor. Pero yung Sinovac, wala pa ho tayong EUA niyan. Nag-submit pa lang. ng kanilang mga datos for para suriin naman ang ating mga vaccine expert panel.
Our job here is to reconcile all existing laws and regulations and flash on the screen provisions of the Civil Code of the Philippines relating to donations, a provision coming from the National Internal Revenue Code relating to donations. And I'd like to congratulate the Senate, Senate office, hindi ko kilala to Mr. President, pero napakagaling nila. Senate Tax Study and Research Office, they gave me a report. I'd like, Mr. President, to have all our colleagues have a copy of this. Napakaganda po nung sinabi nila. So ganito po yung punto ko ngayon. Allowed ang donation, Secretary Duque? Allowed because you just
Ang
mentioned.
donation po, yes sir.
So kung nakikinig si Secretary Locsin, we have hundreds of bilateral treaties. Perhaps one shining treaty is with India, and they have a Serum Institute. Am I correct na naglalabas na ng vaccine? Kung maglalabas po kung magdodonate po ang isang bansa, sana mag-respond si Secretary Locsin, at ito po ay may EUA, tatanggapin po natin?
Well, maaari po siyang tanggapin at maaari pong gamitin dito sa Pilipinas. Opo.
Maraming. I have here several laws in front of me, including the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, Republic Act 10863. I have here latest circulars coming from the DSWD. You can check on this. Bilis kasi ng oras, Mr. Oh, hindi na ako nagsasalita, gumagal. I have here latest circulars from the NDRIMC, OCD. I have here pertinent provisions of the EDCA, Visiting Forces Agreement. I have here pertinent provisions of the Customs and Tariff Code. Iisa-isahin ko. Pinayagan na natin ang donation. Pero ang tingin ko, Secretary Duque, you should now craft your circular relative to the minimum number of vials or doses that can enter the country. We have that.
Wala pa pong volume thresholds, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Po sinasabi yan, sa Cavite po, meron kaming Cavite Association of California. What would prevent the Cavite Association of California from donating a big bulk of doses of Pfizer, for instance, to the municipality of Naik, Cavite? Tax-free. What would prevent the Rotary Club of Oakland, California from donating a big bulk of vaccines likewise to the Rotary Club of Makati?
Yes, Your Honor. Unang-una po, lilinawin lang po natin na wala pong commercial use authorization itong mga ito. That po ito lahat dadaan ng emergency use authorization.
It's not commercial.
So,
It's
yung
not for
mga-
sale. It's for the utilization of the donee, which is allowed under the customs, the modern customs and tariff code, and even the National Internal Revenue Code, and DSWD circulars, which I mentioned a while ago.
Mr. Chairman, can I just defer to the FDA DG?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, pag po kasi dumating siya sa customs, paggamot siya, hahanapan po siya ng customs ng clearance. Kung may CPR siya, kung may EUA siya. Hindi po siya papapasukin dito kung wala. Ang mangyayari po pag ganoon, i-refer po sa Department of Health, yung Bureau of International Health Cooperation. Tapos ang Department of Health po ngayon ang maaaring tumanggap ng donation, no, para po dun sa LGU, and the DOH will then apply for a permit from FDA for an emergency
Pero
use.
ang alam ko po, yung EUA, isang beses lang i-issue yan. Pag na-issuehan mo na ng EUA yan, Pfizer for instance, continuing na yan. Hindi lahat ng donation, EUA ka ng EUA. Isang application, isang approval. Tama po ba yan?
Kaya since meron na po siyang EUA, yung EUA po kasi na halimbawa inilabas ko po sa Pfizer, very specific po yon, no? Kung sa factory sa Kalamazoo siya galing, itong batch number, itong lot number. Ngayon, since alam naman po natin yung ng produkto may EUA na, idadaan lamang naman po sa DOH.
Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Yan po kasi ang factory ng ng Pfizer.
Ano ibig sabihin? Isang beses ka lang mag-EUA and I can expand broadly. I can have an international agreement between the city of Valenzuela and the city of Detroit in Michigan. Ganon din yon. I can have an international agreement nung MMDA ako between MMDA and Gyeonggi province in South Korea. Meron ding vaccine ng South Korea. So, ang ibig ko po sabihin, bawat donation may EUA. Hindi naman siguro ganun.
Pero kukunan po kasi, Mr. Senator, ng clearance from FDA, titingnan natin yung papeles kung totoo po bang yung bakuna na yun. Yun pong gawa talaga ng Pfizer yon, galing talaga doon sa factory yon, at na-handle po siya properly. So, basta po, hindi po, kahit po hindi siya commercial, kung medyo marami po yan, talaga po hihingan ng clearance po ng customs.
To craft the regulations. Ganitong kaaga pa lang. Because I foresee an event, returning resident coming in, for instance, from the United States, bringing with her or with him a box load of vaccines. Moderna, for instance, kung nagka-EUA na, naka-dry ice yun, tatagal ng 30 days. So mapasok sa Pilipinas, anong gagawin? Uhulihin ng customs, itatapon, kailangan ng mga kamag-anak nila. At this early stage, you should craft the regulations.
Senate, with the permission of Senator Tolentino, pursuing the subject, Senator Lacson.
On the same topic, because this is a very good point, ano? Ang understanding ko po, and correct me if I'm wrong, pagka ito may EUA sa isang bansa na merong stringent regulatory agency na nag-issue, pasado na sa atin. That's the protocol. Now, a case in point, Pfizer, meron ng EUA sa Amerika. Yung example ni Senator Francis, nag-donate yung Association ng Caviteños sa California doon sa Cavite. Pfizer, may EUA. Kailan pa rin dumaan sa Department of Health? Kailan pa rin dumaan sa FDA?
Hinihingan pa rin po ng clearance ng customs kasi
Yes, customs kasi tax-free . Pero I understand na meron kailangan mga documents pa na mga requirements even for donated items. But dito lang muna sa aspeto ng health, yung protocol. Ang sabi niyo po kanina, and you just confirmed it, na pag may EUA na na-issue, yung bansa na pinanggalingan at nag-manufacture, carried na para bang tanggap na natin. Iba-validate natin, of course.
Hindi po, Mr. Senator. Ibig sabihin, pag may EUA na po dito sa atin.
Pero di ba pagka may EUA doon sa tinatawag yung merong stringent regulatory agencies na nagbigay ng EUA, parang sabihin na natin para sa anti-terror law, yung tinatawag na designation, pag designated na ng United Nations Security Council based on the Resolution 1317, parang automatic na sa ATC, Anti-Terrorism Council, na mag-issue na ng designation.
Well, sa atin po, Mr. Senator, hindi po siya automatic. No? We
Hindi
take
automatic.
into consideration the EUA na
Standard
binigay
ninyo.
po. Opo, tas
I'm sorry. Ano po standard ninyo kung meron ng EUL or EUA from a country na pasado yung regulatory agency dahil stringent?
So, ang dagdag lang po na hinihingi natin na requirements, number one, may country-specific po sila.
Yun nga.
Na risk management plan, kailangan po yung may stability study sila showing na pag dinala galing Kalamazoo o Belgium at dumating dito, stable pa rin siya.
Hindi po, US na nga . Specific na siya.
Meron pa rin, kasi nga po kukuha siya ng EUA sa Pilipinas, kailangan ma-prove niya na stable din pag nakarating dito sa Pilipinas yung produkto. Pagkatapos po yung Asian data, hinihingi po natin pinapahiwa.
Okay.
Kasi sa US po, syempre, tiningnan nila pang kalahatan. So we just ask for a little more details before we give our own EUA.
Pero okay yung donation. Private to private, NGO to NGO.
Yun nga po, pero usually po hinihingan po talaga ng clearance yan, no, ng FDA clearance. And ang DOH po ang nanghihingi ng clearance sa FDA. Dahil health products po siya.
Question, again, with the indulgence of Senator Tolentino, kasi importante po ito dahil marami mga associations na mga sisterhood, cityhood, di ba? Yung sister cities, di ba? Mga ganon. Nag-donate, hindi ba impractical na idadaan yung goods sa DOH sa magdidistribute? Hindi ba mas impractical yung kaysa may EUA na naman na bayaan na lang gamitin diretso noong mapakinabang kagad. Wala na maraming storage kasi magdo-double handling pa tayo. Kung meron namang storage facility na pasado yung, like Baguio City for example, when we were meeting last Wednesday, nag-procure na sila ng cold storage, good for -70. Inunahan niya na kasi alam niya raw magmamahalan. And ito yung magandang foresight ng mga local government units. Umuna na sila, bumili na sila. Alam nila baka abutin pa ng yung demand, masyado mataas yung demand. Mamahalan pa sila. So, kung gano'n na situation, magdo-double handling tayo kasi dadaan tayo sa logistical requirements ng DOH, ng NTF, tapos itatransport na naman papunta sa LGU na pwede naman directly napunta yung donation. Please, Secretary Galvez.
Sir, may we have Yusek Marcovet to answer some the issues, and also we will
Mr. Chair, so just to clarify, yung SRA, one SRA requirement, that's a requirement for financing. Basically, that's imposed by the ADB. And 3 SRA for the World Bank. So that's separate from...
There's no longer financial donation
donation. Okay.
Donation.
Yung donation, on the sole issue of donation, we have to comply with the CMTA. So other than the EUA po, as you know, there's an import permit process for the importation of regulated goods. So in this case, this is a regulated good. So each importation should require...
Pero emergency ito eh. Ang palagay ko naman, hindi ito dadaan sa dating bureaucratic procedure or process na ordinary donated goods like ukay-ukay.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Actually, the DOF is...
Ang tanong ko lang, ba't kailangan i-circuitous pa yung daan?
Yes, sir.
Dadali sa DOH, i-store, tapos saka i-redistribute pa sa LGUs. Samantalang donation niya ng Association ng Caviteños sa US, dinonate sa Cavite. Sige.
Sir, Your Honor, thank you very much for the recommendation, and we saw some of the gaps. Sir, we will make the simplest flow chart, considering that also that we will have our supply agreement with the manufacturer. Just in case we have already that kind of document, we can simplify and we can submit it to you, sir.
Ang purpose lang ng mga tanong ko, baka sakali may paraan naman tayo na ayusin natin yung sa halip na iikot pa, diretso na.
Yes, sir. Tama po kayo, sir. At tama po kayo dahil kasi yun din po ang gagawin po namin na kaya po na magkakaroon po kami ng time and motion na rehearsal para kung just in case na capable po yung LGU, pwede na po i-diretso ron para walang double handling.
Salamat. Ang point lang natin, wag sarado masyado yung utak natin, di ba? Pag may mga suggestions na lumalabas, sabihin lang natin, pag-aralan natin kung paano. Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Thank you, Mr. President. Good.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Lacson. Maganda yung mga itatanong ko rin yun. So, pinahaba mo yung oras ko. And another hypothetical question to Secretary Duque or Director Domingo. Kanina pinag-usapan yung donations coming from abroad going to LGUs. Hospital to hospital. Hypothetical. Number 1 hospital in New York, Presbyterian New York Hospital in Manhattan, donates a bulk of vaccines to the Sanitarium Hospital in Pasay. Okay yan?
Maaari naman po yun. So pag i-import lang, kukuha lamang naman po ng
Meron na kayong guidelines, no?
Meron naman po tayong guidelines for donation.
Can you provide?
Sige po. We will send you po the DOH and then the FDA guidelines po.
Kaya po ito, Secretary Duque, and expanding the VFA, expanding the our military agreement with the United States. For instance, Walter Reed Military Hospital in Maryland donates a bulk of vaccines to the Viluna Hospital in Quezon City. Meron tayong military agreement. Pwede ba yan? Daanin niyo pa ba sa customs? Eh kung pinasok ng balikatan exercises dito, iiwan na lang nila. Nasa balikatan provisions, pwede sila mag-iwan ng items. Alam ni General Galvez yun. Paano na yan? Tulungan ko kayo at paano na yan?
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat ho. At kailangan ho talagang makita po ito, gaya po na nabanggit kanina. Bukas naman po ang amin isip para mapalawig yung ating mga existing guidelines dahil po syempre kakaiba po ang panahon ngayon. So we will have to be nimble and flexible para lamang ho hindi masayang yung mga bakuna kung dadaan sa bureaucratic red tape, ayaw po natin ng mga spoilers. So bukas po kami Salamat po kung meron po
So
kayo.
ganitong kaaga pa lang, ayusin na siguro yung guidelines dito. Marami pa to. Binuksan kanina nung kahapon nung inaano ko si Mayor Olivares ng Parañaque. I-roll out na sa Metro Manila. Lahat sabay-sabay sila. Nakalimutan banggitin, merong isang hindi financially capable, no, modesty aside na munisipyo kaysa isang munisipyo ng Metro Manila, Pateros. Pwede ba mag-donate ang Parañaque sa Pateros? Dadaan pa ba sa mga proseso na pampatagal na red tape? Nandito na sa Pilipinas.
Wala na po, pwede na po yun.
Donate kay Pateros, hindi galing sa abroad, dito na lang.
Pag nandito na po yung produkto tas authorized na po yun, maaari na po yung arrangements ng LGU to LGU.
Hindi na naman kailangan ng bagong EUA.
Hindi po.
Ako dun sa sinabi ko kanina, isang balikbayan, nag-uwi ng isang balikbayan box na vaccine para ibigay dun sa mga kamag-anak niya na kailangan na, nakapasok na rito.
Sa ngayon po kasi may threshold volume po tayo. Alam, hindi po ako nagkakamali. Halimbawa, ang gamot for 1 month supply o kaya 10 kilo. Parang ganun po. Meron po tayong ganun ng mga limits sa
Can
ngayon.
you be clear with that? Kasi para sa isang pamilya lang, ang galing halimbawa ng Michigan, may isang kahong balikbayang box na Pfizer na dala para sa kanyang mga kamag-anak. Pwede yan? Hulihin nyo, itatapon nyo na lang.
Yun nga po yung thresholds. Padala ko na lang po sa office yung listahan natin ng thresholds po ng inaalaw po ng customs.
And again, I suggest to the FDA, take a look at the previous years incorporation movements within the Securities and Exchange Commission. Sana po naimbitahan natin dito ang SEC. Ano-ano yung mga nagtayo ngayon? Itong buong pandemic, napakarami po nagtayo ng Vaccine Corporation, Pharmaceutical Distribution Corporation. We're not stifling the entrepreneurial capabilities of Filipinos. Ang iniiwasan natin dito is scam. Halimbawa po, may nagtayo halimbawa, kasi ngayon pwede na lang isang tao magtayo ng corporation. Pfizer, Swiss, Philippines, Vaccine Corporation. Na-accredit ninyo. Ano nang gagawin natin? How do you check all of this?
Pag po kukuha naman po kasi sila ng license to operate, no, after they incorporate, they get a license to operate from FDA. Pagkatapos po meron silang mga requirements na isasubmit, lalo na po kung mga manufacturing yan, meron po tayong mga site visit dyan, may factory inspection po bago natin issue yung kanilang LTO. Pero totoo po, dumami po ang, for example, manufacturer po ng alcohol, ng mga gamot na mga kinakailangan, dumami po ang importer ng mga medical devices like mga mask. Talaga pong yan, nito pong last year po talaga pong dumami po talaga sila ng gusto.
So isang magaling-galing na estapador, huwag naman mangyari, naka-register dito, humingi, nakatanggap ngayon ng donation na isang may EUA approved vaccine. Paano nyo tatapatan ito?
Well, kailangan po may license to operate siya sa pharmaceutical, no, bago po niya maipasok.
Kalusot sa inyo, paano ngayon to? Binanggit ko sa privilege speech ko, hinihigpitan natin lahat pero napakatagal ng panahon, walang permit pala yung renal liver spread. Di ba? Nakita niyo yun? Walang permit pala yung tiger balm for the last several decades. Hanggang ngayon, habang nagsasalita ako, walang permit yung Pantene shampoo. Di ba? So, nahigpit tayo rito, maluwag tayo rito. Paano nyo matatakluban yung butas dito?
Well, yung pong mga Pantene naman po, tsaka yung tiger balm, certain variants lang naman po yung hindi nila registered. So, nagpa-register na po sila pati rino. So, pag po nahuli natin sila na they're going beyond their license or they're selling products na hindi po kasama sa kanilang license to operate, na po prosecute po natin yan at tatatanggalan po natin sila ng lisensya.
So again, Mr. Chairman, yung mga binanggit ko at marami pa sana ito, lahat po ito ay nagbibigay nakakabahala sa mga mangyayari na baka hindi natin napaghandaan pa, na may panahon pa tayong paghandaan ngayon. Craft the necessary guidelines to prevent additional red tape, bureaucratic red tape, when donors would have to receive foreign donations. Sa batas, maliwanag lahat ito. Sa Customs and Tariff Code, National Internal Revenue Code, maging yung sa pag-solemnize ng mga dokumento sa mga Philippine Consular Offices. So dapat kakampi nyo rito yung baliktarin mo yung FDA, DFA na, yung Department of Foreign Affairs, kung paano nyo mababalangkas ito. It's a very tough role for you, Director General Domingo, but what we're trying to attempt here is to really have a very positive regulatory regime which would aid the Filipinos. Hindi yun nangangapa tayo. Dati ang tawag nyo DEU, ngayon EUA. We're filing a bill establishing, institutionalizing the EUA. So sana sa mga darating na panahon, maayos lahat ito. Wala po akong masyadong tanong na, Mr. Chairman. Gusto kong pasalamatan yung mga personalities here present, Secretary Dizon, Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque, Secretary Director General Domingo. You've been here physically for the last several hearings, and we've been trying to cull from you important documents and important matters, some of whom are you recognize as confidential. We thank you for that. And again, my thesis here is just to help you, to aid all of us. Dapat po magtama-tama lahat ito. Napakahirap. We're not dealing here with just a pandemic. This is now a contagion, Secretary Duque. So, salamat, Mr. President. Hindi ko inubos yung oras ko. I still have 1 minute to go. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataong ito, matanong ko ito mga gentlemen na ito. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. We go to the officers who are virtually present, but would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Lapid virtually and Senator Recto, the President Pro Tem. Senator Ralph Recto is next. Senator Recto, you're recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, can I give the balance of my 1 minute to the next senator?
Yes, but I might not agree. Depends. He's online. Senator Ralph Recto is online, but there's no video. So let's jump to the next one before that, so that we can save time. Senator Subiri, the Majority Leader. It seems that most of the senators are satisfied with your explanations. Next is Senator Frank Drilon, the Minority Leader. You know, I'm tempted to follow the procedure of General Galvez. Pagka it's time for you to get your vaccine and you do not want it, you stay in the back of the line.
Mr. President, you
The President Pro Tem is here. Senator Recto, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Sorry for that. Sorry for being late. Mr. President, just a few questions I'd like to ask Secretary Galvez or Secretary Duque. First is, ilan ho na ba ang naturukan sa buong mundo? Secretary?
Sir, approximately more than 7 million, sir.
More than 7 million na ang naturukan. Okay. Ano yung which vaccine is the most widely used?
Sir, Pfizer.
Pfizer. Okay. Ano yung pangalawa?
We don't have the data, sir, but as we have heard, Moderna, sir.
Moderna. Meron ba tayong numero kung ilan sa 7 milyon, ilan yung sa Pfizer, ilan yung sa Moderna? Would we have that data?
We don't have the data yet, sir, but we can submit on Monday.
Yes. I'm sure our expert mga vaccine natin, panel natin, dapat meron silang data niyan, di ba? Okay. What about yung pangatlo? Which is the third most popularly used?
Sir, we don't have the data yet, sir.
You don't have
We will
the
find out immediately.
Okay. What about Sinopharm? Ilan na ba ang Sinovac? Ilan na ba ang nagamit na Sinovac ang naiturok na sa buong mundo?
Sir, based on the data that we have also from the newspaper, we have Turkey, also in
Hindi,
Indonesia.
alam ko ginamit doon. Pero the point is, dapat may data na siguro tayo niyan doon sa 7 milyon na naturukan, ilan yung Pfizer, ilan yung AstraZeneca, ilan yung Moderna. Dahil importante yan para makita natin yung safety at yung efficacy, di ho ba, ng mga vaccine? Okay, now, etong
Yes, sir, we will find the data, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Etong vaccine na ba to, meron na bang scientific na pag-aaral kung ilang buwan ka na may body armor, halimbawa, pagka naturukan ka ng vaccine? Ibig sabihin, lifetime ka na bang immune sa COVID pagka naturukan ka ng vaccine? O 6 na buwan, 3 buwan, meron na bang pag-aaral tungkol dito?
Sa ngayon po, wala po tayong malinaw na datos mula po sa mga
Wala pa rin.
eksperto kung gaano po katagal ang proteksyon
Correct.
na ibibigay ng bawat bakuna dahil una-una bago po itong bakuna na ito. So kinakailangan po talagang tutukan, pag-aralan, monitor po ang kanilang antibody titers. Siguro magkaroon po ng mga representative
Yes.
samples na pag-aaralan
Yes.
kung yung protection ay lampas 6 months or 1 year and
Yes.
beyond.
At yan, malalaman lang naman natin yan habang tumatagal, di ho ba? Kasi ngayon, 2 buwan pa lang naman na ginagamit yung bakuna Is that correct? Ibig
Yes,
sabihin,
sir. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
so kailangan paghandaan din natin yan. Posibleng taon-taon kailangan tayo magbakuna, di ho ba? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Senator, posible po yun. Kasi ang mga pinakaunang naturukan po ngayon, from the earliest clinical trials, mga 6 months to 9 months.
Yes.
So we know that effective siya until 9 months, pero hindi pa po natin alam yung after 1 year.
Okay. Yung mga iba't ibang, ang tao ba, iba-iba yung naturalesa niyan? Halimbawa, pag Pilipino ka, posibleng mas malakas yung immune system mo laban sa COVID. Pagka halimbawa, Amerikana ka, pwedeng mas mahina yung immune system mo. May ganun pag-aaral ba? O pare-pareho lang lahat?
Your Honors, if I may answer the question.
Yes.
The current evidence show that for some of the vaccines, there is actually difference po in terms of response depending on the genetic background or as in this case, yung racial lineage. So, but the differences are not that significant. Pero meron pong pagkakaiba. Depende po sa bakuna.
Okay. Would that also possibly explain halimbawa bakit halimbawa sa Pilipinas kalahating milyon lang ang tinamaan, 10,000 ang namatay, kumpara natin halimbawa sa Europa o sa Amerika? Pwede ba natin sabihin na posible mas matibay yung naturalesa ng Pilipino?
Tama po kayo kasi pag po when we talk about infections and protection against infections, there are 3 factors involved po. One of those factors is the host, yung tao po. Second is the characteristic of the virus or the one causing the disease. And the third one is the environment. So it's what we call the 3 factors involved in the infection process po.
Thank you very much for your response. Now, etong February, di ba may darating na tayong bakuna? Is that correct? May bakuna na tayong darating o dumating na?
Sir, that's our estimation that we will have the vaccination in February, sir.
Okay. So, tawag dito, ano to? Sinovac ang darating sa February?
Most likely, sir, COVAX and also Sinovac, sir.
Okay.
If they were able to have the EUA.
Hindi ho ba para maganda ang rollout natin ng vaccine program? Di ba ang uunahin natin yung mga health workers natin?
Agree po, sir.
Okay? Now, hindi ho ba dapat ang ibigay natin sa health workers natin yung pinaka-safe at pinaka-effective dapat?
Agree, sir.
Okay? Meron ba tayong halimbawa sa FDA o di kaya sa expert panel natin na listahan na sa tingin nila, sa kanilang pagsisiyasat, ang pinakamabisa? Halimbawa lang, Moderna o Pfizer o Sinovac, do we have a list halimbawa of the best possible vaccine?
Yes, sir, Mr. Senator. So, ang FDA po, pag naglabas ng EUA, linalabas din po natin yung kanyang description, including safety and efficacy. Pagkatapos po yung Health Technology Assessment Council po natin, i-assess din po at pipiliin nila kung kanino rin ang bagay sa kung aling grupo ng mga tao.
Correct. So, posible yan sasabihin nila, preferably, ang pinakamaganda na dapat natin bilhin ay, halimbawa, example lang it could be Sinovac o di kaya, halimbawa, Pfizer. Ang pangalawang best, Moderna. Ang pangatlo, AstraZeneca. Di ba? May ganun yun di ba? You will recommend So, shouldn't we give our health workers the best possible vaccine?
Agree, sir. Sir, may I interject, sir?
Yes.
Sir, actually, sir, during our negotiation, that's our requirement that they can have an early delivery. But in some cases, those vaccines that we prefer to be delivered early, they have some limitations on the supply. So considering that they are the most sought.
Yes. Hindi, kasi, yes, nababahala ako, sinabi na spokesperson natin, kung ano yung nandyan, yan ang ituturok sa inyo. Nababahala ako doon.
Sir, actually, sir, we are still negotiating right now. Even we are negotiating with Moderna, and even we are negotiating diplomatically that those vaccine that we have considered very safe and have been used widely globally, we are trying to negotiate that they have an early rollout delivery.
Yes.
For our health workers. That's
Yes.
also the reason why
So we have,
our Gavi
yes,
Gavi request that the Pfizer that normally the EUA has been given to us already, that we recommended in our letter to Gavi that we be given that that assurance for the participation, considering that the priority for our first rollout will be the healthcare workers. So we are
Correct.
recommending
Okay.
that they will give at least 3.7 million.
Okay. So, the bottom line is this. We are in agreement na yung pinaka-safe, pinaka-effective, the best possible vaccine ang ibibigay natin sa ating mga health workers. We are in agreement. You
Tama
agree
po kayo,
Tama,
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Kung with your permission, Mr. Chairman, yun lang
Yes.
po kasing nabanggit ko kanina, yung pong apat na pangunahing layunin ng bakuna and their efficacy is insofar as the efficacy is involved. Number one po is to maiwasan o mabawasan ang mortality o yung pagkamatay.
Yes,
Pangalawa
we
po,
understand all of that.
mabawasan,
Yes.
maiwasan po ang symptomatic cases.
Yes, we
Kasi-
understand that. Yes.
Yung pangatlo po, yung maiwasan, mabawasan
Yes. Yes. Ang
asymptomatic cases.
Yes, okay. Now, think about it this way, no? Halimbawa, hindi natin ibigay yung pinakamabisa, pinaka-safe na vaccine sa ating mga health workers at ayaw nilang tanggapin yung vaccine. Eh di, mas mahirap i-roll out yung programa. Di ba? Yung taong bayan mas maniniwala kasi mababang kumpiyansa ng taong bayan sa vaccine eh. So, ang taong bayan maniniwala pagka nakita nila that our nurses and our doctors nagpapaturok mismo. Now, yung mga nurses and doctors natin, hindi magpapaturok yan kung ibibigay natin kung ano na lang vaccine. Kailangan yung pinaka-mabisa, pinaka-effective, at pinaka-safe. Di ho ba? Kaya ako binabanggit yan because we're rolling out the program. Okay? You don't want to start in the wrong footing. Di ba? Okay? So let's give them the best. In fact, we should give all the Filipinos the best possible vaccine. Isn't it? Okay? So, makikita ng FDA, malalaman ng HTAC, base sa data sa buong mundo. Sa ngayon, alam natin 7 milyon na ang naturukan. Di ba? So, napakaraming data na. Halimbawa, kung Pfizer ang ginamit, kung AstraZeneca, kung Moderna, at like I said, doon sa 7 milyon, maganda kung may numero tayo niya, pang ilan ba yung halimbawa Sinovac? Di ba? Ang Sinovac meron ng approval sa Amerika o sa Europa?
Mr. President, if I may,
Yeah.
just one.
Let's get the answer first to the question of Senator Recto, then we'll allow Senator Villanueva to give the figures that Senator Recto is asking because he
Yes.
just got it from Bloomberg. May we have the answer to Senator Recto, the FDA, please?
Well, sa data po namin, Mr. President, wala pa po siyang EUA from a stringent regulatory agency.
Okay. Now, one last question on this issue. No? Ang China ba bumibili ng Pfizer, ng Moderna, at saka ng AstraZeneca?
Secretary Galvez.
Sir, to answer the question of the senator, how many have been administered already globally? We have a number here, sir. On the Vaccine Global Tracker, we have a total.
What was the last question of Senator Recto?
Yes, the last question, Mr. President, is ang China ba bumibili ng Pfizer?
I also encountered that in an internet post pero mukhang mukhang fake news But anyway, you answer Secretary Galvez, can you answer that? Or perhaps Secretary Dizon, would you know if it's true that China is importing vaccines?
Just consulting with the DOH, but we don't have any information to that effect. So we don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Mr.
President,
President,
if I may.
Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of Senator Joel. Similar to Senator Joel, there's also news, December 15th, 2020, also on Bloomberg, that China secures 100 million doses of BioNTech vaccine, co-developed by Pfizer. So this is in the December 20 news, Mr. President.
No, it's a different news from Senator Villanueva. It's the number of vaccines already. Yes, go ahead, Secretary Galvez.
Sir, most of the countries, based on the study of the Boston Consulting Group, most of the countries have adopted a portfolio strategy, considering that their current capacity right now, they cannot do it. Considering the population of China, more or less 1.2 billion and above, the three companies, the CanSino, the Sinopharm and Sinovac, cannot produce all the capacity of those companies are ranging only 400 million. So with the need of really inoculating the whole 1.2 billion, they also apply the portfolio approach, wherein they will gather all their national volumes from other suppliers.
All right.
Yes, Mr.
With the permission of Senator Recto, go ahead, Senator Villanueva.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just to give additional information being asked by our Senate President pro tempore, I have here with me data that says as of January 22, 2021, roughly 56.7 million COVID-19 doses have been administered in 52 countries. The source is Bloomberg, Your Honor, Mr. President, and perhaps the 7 million is as an estimate, and I think it's underestimated, Mr. President.
Yes.
Just to
Of
put
the
that on record,
56 million, yes.
56.7 million doses. So if you
Okay.
divide it by 2,
Yes.
at least it's definitely more than 7 million, Mr. President.
Okay.
28
Yes.
million,
Of the 50,
approximately.
yes.
Right.
So I would expect that our expert panel should have this data. No? Halimbawa, yung 56, ilan dyan yung Pfizer? Ha? Ilan dyan? Yan, ang mga actual clinical trial na rin yan. Okay? Ilan dyan yung Moderna, ilan dyan yung AstraZeneca, pang ilan yung Sinovac dyan? Would they have the data?
Would HTAC be able to answer those questions?
Sir, we will find out the answer and we will submit it on Monday, sir.
All right, yeah, that'll be okay. Senator Recto, are you going to wrap up, or Senator Marcos wants to interject?
Sure. I mean, yes, Senator Marcos can intervene. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, I just wanted to add, I had information, and I've read in several journals from the UK that the coverage is only 4 to 5 months following the vaccination. So I don't know how accurate that is. As our medical experts say, it's very, very preliminary, but 4 to 5 months doesn't seem like a very good deal. Secondly, Global Times of China, the People's Daily, has repeatedly criticized Pfizer and the other Western vaccines. So palagay ko fake news nga yung namimili sila. Kasi panay-banat nila dun sa Pfizer at saka sa Western vaccines. Sabi nga nila yung Norwegian deaths, they are quoting the German deaths, and so on. This occurs in the China dailies regularly. So I believe it's unlikely that they're in fact procuring from the West. Thank you.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Senate President, so I think what is most important is that we all agree here, and maybe the HTAC will be the one to recommend, no, that we give the best, the safest, the most effective vaccine to our frontliners to begin with. And then finally, Mr. President, yung mga it would be difficult to open the economy if you cannot even open our schools to begin with. Okay? So, we know that education is essential. Education cannot be non-essential. Okay? Now, in the order of things, pang ilan yung teacher naman sa priority na babakunahan?
Mr.
Yes.
President,
Yes.
may I just quickly respond? Thank you very much, Senator, Senate President Pro Tempore. The teachers are part of the essential workers under the education sector po. So they are part of the prioritization.
Yes. I understand.
Thank you, sir.
But maraming essential workers. But isn't it that they should be on top of the list? I mean, you cannot open the economy if you cannot even open your schools to begin with. In fact, mas mauuna nga dapat yun kaysa sa restaurant eh. Diba? Oh.
Mr. President,
Should there be a commitment, halimbawa, sige, let's do our health workers. Next is our teachers. So that you can have normalcy in the education sector, hopefully. Makabalik yung mga bata sa eskwela. Oh.
Mr. President, we've been informed that the technical working group is still working on the order of prioritization, but we will very seriously consider the very valid points raised by the Senate
I'd like to
President Pro
recommend that.
Tempore. Thank you, sir.
Yes. And in the last hearing that we had, I also recommended by age. It is simpler to do it that way. Because you can have all the vaccines, but if we don't have a plan on how to do it, how to inoculate, how to jab 70 million Filipinos twice, so that's 140 million. I recommended after the teachers, the health workers, teachers, and just to reiterate, or maybe senior citizens 16 above. Unahin natin, let's say, female and then male. Mas simple yun eh. And then 40 to 60, halimbawa, female and then male. And then 20 to 40, female and then male. It will be simpler to do it that way.
President.
Rather than say, okay, how many workers do we have? Sa dami niyan. And then, ito garbage collector muna. Tapos ito, ha? Think about it, ha? In terms of practicality. I think they've changed already the way they're doing it in many countries. Because masama yung rollout nila. Di ba? Okay. And then,
Mr. President, just very quickly on the point of Senator Recto, just a quick manifestation.
All right, good. Senator Tino wanted to manifest also. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you. We would like to confirm that we have been in contact with some of our relatives in Guam, and precisely the rollout includes age stages, but age. Nauna na yung mga senior citizens, and then those below 60 were the next batch. So I'm confirming that with respect to at least the rollout in Guam. For the record, Mr. President.
Yes, and then they are now reprogramming, di ba? Sabi niyo, Senator Recto.
Yes,
Reprogramming
that's correct.
because medyo may mali.
Correct.
Parang blessing in disguise na nahuli tayo. Dahil
Totoo rin
tayo sa mali
totoo
nila.
rin yan.
Ano?
You know, it's fine with me na sa tingin natin February, March, April to a certain degree, because we will have more data. There will be more information available. No? And finally, Mr. President, so we have the commitment naman, no, of our vaccine czar and the DOH that under the law, let me again reiterate this, HTAC plays an important role. They will recommend how to spend public resources, public money, isn't it? After na-approve ng FDA, pag pera ng gobyerno ang pinag-uusapan, HTAC will recommend which vaccines to buy. And that's why the last hearing we had, do we have a representative from HTAC here?
Yes,
Yes.
they were invited and they confirmed.
Oh, thank you. So last question. Yes, Mr. Senate President. Can the HTAC, whoever the representative is, who is the representative of HTAC in our hearing today?
I think, Mr. Chair, we have Dr. Marita Reyes, the
Yes.
chair of the HTAC.
Yes.
Dr. Tolentino Reyes, Marita Tolentino Reyes, are you online?
Yes po.
Will you please,
Yes po.
Yes, good afternoon.
please reply to the question of Senator Recto.
Yes, good afternoon, Doctor. Thank you for being here.
After questioning ni Senator Tolentino.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Tanong lang ako, kasi hindi po ba, since EUA pa lang siya, for example, sa Amerika, yung mga private companies, for example, NGOs, hindi naman po sila makaka-access ng vaccine, di ba? Dahil government lang yung pwedeng mag-procure nito. So, I mean, the scenario that we are talking about is not possible because it is an EUA and it's not for commercial use yung
Tama rin.
bakuna.
Tama rin. It's
Hindi ba,
possible, pero
hindi ba
fake.
po ba? Baka fake nga ho yung makuha.
Possible, pero fake yung padadala.
Because I don't think yung Rotary ho from, let's say, Los Angeles can procure Pfizer or Moderna dahil it's only the federal government, I think, who can procure. Hindi ho ba ganun yung scenario?
Pwede. Anyway, we'll ask the IATF to submit
Yan lang po. Thank you, Mr.
a
President.
study on that. All right. The possibilities are all there. The minority leader is recognized.
Mr. President,
Senator Drilon, I understand your...
point of parliamentary point of order, Mr. President. Just very quickly, may we request, with the permission of the thank you. With the permission of the minority leader, very quickly, Mr. President, may we request that when the resource persons are made to answer, that a nodding of the head is confusing. The stenographers may not know whether it is a yes or no, and we cannot see it also online, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll do that. Earlier, the smile of Secretary Duque means yes. All right. The minority leader is recognized.
Just, okay, is Senator Recto still around? Because I'm willing to give way to him if he has still have more questions. If he has none, wala na. Anyway, sige. Just a point, a manifestation. It is my understanding that the reason why the manufacturing companies require a tripartite agreement is that since this is just an EUA, they do not want to be held liable in case anything happens to the medicine being administered or the vaccine being administered. So yes, from that statement that we have heard before, you know, the good Secretary of Health can say yes, the donation or the local governments can be authorized to accept donations as they are authorized under the law today, except that if the manufacturer would not want to enter into that agreement without the national government, all those questions will just be academic and not realistic as it is going to happen. In any case, Mr. President, I no have further questions. I am willing to yield the floor to either Senator Binay or Senator Marcos, whoever would need my time. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator Drilon, the Minority Leader, and thank you for that. We were expecting 9 hours today. Anyway, thank you for that. Senator Pangilinan is next. Senator Francis Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few questions for the IATF as well as the Department of Health. On the issue of the rollout, is Feb 20 still the targeted rollout date, Mr. Secretary Galvez?
Sir, our target rollout will be fourth week of February, and also on the middle of first quarter po. So our rollout, as expected, will be coming from COVAX and also from Sinovac po.
And the date you said in the previous hearing was Feb 20. So is that still a go, Feb 20?
Yeah, the definitive date of February 20 is our target. But in case that the EUA will not be issued on that date, we can move it forward to last week of February or March.
Of the 24.6 million, frontliners will be 1.76 million. Do we have a list already, or is that still by end of January? Yung sino itong 1.76 million frontliners, nasaan sila at paano ang magiging rollout sa kanila?
In the NCR, we have already the whole list of the frontliners, but we're still collecting the other regions.
Is there also a timetable? I recall in the previous hearing, one of the experts said that the rollout should be as quick as possible if we are to achieve herd immunity. Therefore, do we have specific targets as to how long are you planning, how many days needed to inoculate the 1.76 million frontliners?
Sir, this is depending on the quantity of the first tranches of the supply. But if we have more than enough, we will finish that in a 1 month time or less. Considering also that the timings of the second shot will be either 14 days or 21 days or even 28 days.
So you are saying, subject to supply, we will be able to cover all our health frontliners within a period of 1 month?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And maybe we can have this indicative timetable, for lack of a better term, for all the 24.6 million. Again, of course, you will have to qualify, as you said earlier, that this will depend on the supply. But we would like to see a specific set of deliverables in terms of target dates, similar to what you said earlier, Secretary Galvez, that we can, subject to supply, inoculate all health frontliners, or at least that is the target rollout within a month. Can we then break that down to the other priority, those in the priority list?
Sir, considering that we are still finalizing the supply agreement of the different suppliers and also vaccine manufacturers, we cannot give you the definitive date as of this moment, considering that it is included in the supply agreement, the definitive time of delivery. So
As soon as that,
we will recommend that we will submit it as soon as possible time, soon as the supply agreement has been signed.
yes, thank you. We'd like to see that when the supply agreements have been signed, so that we have clear-cut benchmarks and indicators as to the pace within which the vaccine is taking place, the targets that are set out, so that we know. And there is, of course, and I'm sure you too would agree, Secretary Galvez, that there is accountability.
Yes, sir. And for general planning only, considering that the indicative date is only given to different quarter, majority of the volumes will be coming in at third quarter and fourth quarter. So we are expecting the massive inoculation will be done on those dates, and we are assuming that also that we will finish all the inoculations by first quarter of 2022.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, if I may just add to the rejoinder of Secretary Galvez.
Please go ahead, Secretary.
We will give you a indicative timelines, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. But there are certain assumptions that we have adopted. For example, doon po sa non-Pfizer vaccine, for the first and second dose administration, at 24.6 million Filipinos, and with a vaccination sites numbering about 4,504, with 3 vaccination teams per hospital, and also with about sa vaccination teams per rural health unit. This will be the smaller implementing units. Dalawa po ang vaccination teams, and then the number of persons that can be vaccinated per team, assuming ang schedule po is 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., number of doses per person, dalawa, kakailanganin po natin ng 4 na po at 5 araw para po maisakatuparan ito pong pagbabakuna gamit po non-Pfizer. Ngayon, bakit po may distinction between non-Pfizer and Pfizer? Sa Pfizer po kasi, alam po natin medyo komplikado at masalimuot po yung storage management po nito. Kanya dito po kailangan mas mabilis. Tama po kayo kanina nung sinabi ninyo na kailangan mabilisan po ito dahil nga very sensitive po ito sa temperature fluctuation, on top of the fact na kinakailangan po nito -70 to -80 degrees centigrade. Now, assuming the assumptions are the same for the non-Pfizer vaccines, ang kakailanganin pong araw ay 25 araw for 24.6 million, assuming yan po ang target population. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Thank you. Just on the matter still of the vaccine rollout, do we have information from the World Health Organization as to the timetable as to when or how quick or what is the period within which 50 to 70% of the population should be vaccinated so that herd immunity is achieved? Because we ask this because previously, and I understand nagbago na ito, but previously the IATF was quoted as saying, based on the projections, that it might take us 5 years to do the vaccine rollout. But of course, that has been changed now, and we're looking at the earliest by the end of the year 2021, or at the latest 70% herd immunity vaccination will be first quarter of 2022. Meron bang does the World Health Organization have a recommended timetable within which to achieve the vaccination and of 60 to 70% of the population?
Sir, we don't have the specific. Yes, I agree with Your Honor that we have targeted only initially 5 years because of the acute supply of the vaccine. But right now, considering that we were able to produce 148 vaccine for this year, we will accelerate the rollout. And based on our initial estimate, and based on our available vaccinators and also vaccine administration sites, we might able to accelerate the vaccination and reduce the time into more or less
Yes.
3 to 4 quarters po.
Yes, and I raised that, and I'd like to know if the World Health Organization is still around, because precisely if for example, yung visa ng bakuna is only 6 months, obviously a 5-year rollout or a 3-year or a 2-year rollout might prove to be ineffective up to a certain degree because you will now have to vaccinate again those you vaccinated. No? So kaya nga, yung tanong, if the World Health Organization, or perhaps if they're not here, maybe we can request a written response. What is the ideal period within which you are to vaccinate the significant number of your population to achieve herd immunity? Does the DOH have the information if the World Health Organization is not around?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we don't have that information, but the goal is to vaccinate 50 to 70 million using about 148 million doses combined, portfolio of vaccines within 4 quarters.
Yes.
At the earliest
Yes,
and at the latest,
yes.
hanggang 2022 po.
Yes, but my question is, does the World Health Organization, if they don't, then they do not, because maybe there is still not enough information out there, ika nga. But in other cases or other epidemics, etc., ano ba ang role, ano ba yung herd immunity? Kailan ba dapat mangyari yung vaccination? Para alam natin na effective yung rollout. Mukhang wala pa sigurong sagot doon, so we will just have to move on to another question. Ang point lang is if we have that data na ideally, kasi sabi nila ideally dapat ganitong number of population. Ano yung ideal period to vaccinate and achieve that? So that we ask that question because Citigroup has already mentioned that due to the delay in our accessing vaccines and therefore the consequent delay in the vaccine rollout, it will also impact on our recovery, and most likely our own recovery will be also delayed compared to others in ASEAN. Kaya nga, ano yung timetable, effective timetable of the rollout? Yes, we have that as 4 quarters, but is there a World Health Organization recommendation? I can go on to the next question, Mr. President. Doon sa previous hearings, nabanggit ni Senator Angara, that the DOH price, the DOH ang source ng presyo ng 3,600 ng Sinovac. I assume that hindi naman nag-deny yung DOH. So can we confirm this? DOH nga, no, nanggaling. Ang tanong ko, saan nakuha ng DOH yung presyong 3,600 pesos?
Galing po for the record, Mr. Chairman, ito po yung published or Google price ng Sinovac at $60. And in November po ito. So indicative lang po ito for budget planning purposes. Yan po yung ginamit. And that was very transparent kasi yan naman po ay I think sa financial straits sa mga ibang publication po lumabas po ito. Tapos nagdagdag lang po ng VAT na 12%, kaya nagtaas po ito. Plus an inflation rate, I don't recall the exact inflation rate that was considered. So lumaso 3,629.50.
Which
Noong
office?
November po.
Which office in the DOH submitted this figure?
This is the Public Health Services Office or team of the DOH, Your Honor, together with the Supply Chain Management Office.
Can we have the publication, as you said, in November submitted so for the record, so that the committee of the whole is guided accordingly?
We will do promptly, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you. And on my last point, because other points have already been raised, last December 2020, the Deputy Minister of Russia announced that their COVID deaths were understated by as much as 80%, because they compared the death rates in 2019 and the death rates in 2020, regardless of what death, whether it's by natural causes, whether it's by another disease, cancer, heart attack, and not COVID. Sinuma total nila at lumalabas, napakalaki ng understatement ng COVID deaths. My question is this: can we request the IATF to submit to us the death rates of 2019 based on our National Statistics Office, as well as the death rates of 2020? And if we can have a breakdown in terms of municipalities or regions, so that we can get a better sense, because it may not appear, the unreported COVID deaths may not appear in the national data, but it might be clearer in the provincial, regional, especially in urban centers.
Yes, Your Honor, but there is a law that the Congress passed. This is the Disease Notifiable Act, where all LGUs need to log in the deaths in their respective municipalities. But yes, we will comply for both the COVID and non-COVID deaths and the rates as well. But we'll need a little more time, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, because we need to coordinate with the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Yes.
Because I think they are the repository
Yes.
ng mga bilang po ng mga pumanaw.
Yes, mahalaga itong datos na ito dahil maraming yung deaths because of COVID, if I'm not mistaken, is based on those who have been tested. Hindi po ba?
Yung pong deaths sa COVID, unang-una, they are tested.
Yes.
In
Yes.
fact, the metric for measuring death as a percentage of the total number of infected with COVID is known as the case fatality rate. And right now, our case fatality rate, which means the number of deaths over the total number of infected persons, is at 1.9%.
Yes, yes.
However,
But that is based on those who were tested. In other
you
words,
are right. Yes, sir.
yung mga namatay na walang test ng COVID, hindi sinasama dun sa death, total number of deaths. Which
Yung iba po na, Your Honor, yung iba po na isasama kasi may protocol na pagka halimbawa namatay bigla nagkaroon ng severe pneumonia at pumanaw, nasa swab pa rin ho yan. Hindi ko lang maalala yung exact period within which you do swab on somebody who dies in the ER.
Yes,
so,
yes.
ganun po.
So let's get that data because we want to know, no, if indeed the underreporting of the death rates, is significant, di ba, in a number of areas. Ang ginawa kasi ng Russia, nakita nila ang laki ang daming namatay noong 2020 kumpara sa 2019. I guess the statistical the data show that statistically it was unprecedented, and therefore they assume that these were unreported, untested COVID deaths. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, are they comparing, and this is with regard to Russia's statement, ano po, Are they comparing yung COVID deaths in 2020 compared to 2019, or are they talking about non-COVID deaths? Because ostensibly, all the COVID deaths occurred in 2020.
Yes,
Wala
that's
naman
right.
pong COVID deaths sa 2019 kasi nag-umpisa lang yung pandemya, ito na pong 2020. Baka
That's
po
right.
dun sa non-COVID deaths po.
That is right. That's why, let me quote the article. No? Russia's true death toll from the COVID pandemic is not about 57,000, as official figures claim, but more than 180,000. The country's deputy prime minister conceded in a press conference. And they said deaths from all causes recorded from January to November was 229,700, higher than 2019. More than 81%, and this was their data, of this increase in mortality over this period is due to COVID. So it was 229,700 higher than the previous year. And then they say 81% of this increase in mortality is due to COVID. That would mean that more than 186,000 Russians, rather than 57,000 as reported, because they compared precisely the death tolls of 2019 and 2020. That's why I'm requesting the death toll or the death rate, not just of the entire country, but also of the municipalities, because I am certain the COVID cases are precisely, and this is on record, are greater, diba, in these hotspot areas, and therefore deaths would also be greater.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Yes, we will provide you the data. We will collate the data together with the Epidemiology Bureau of the DOH and also the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Yes, and just to inform, and one last point, just to inform Secretary Duque, this is an article, I think, in March or April, May, ABS-CBN report. And this is Quezon City and Makati, so maybe Senator Binay might also be interested. In Makati, for example, from March 14 to April 18, 2020, they recorded in that period, just a month, 59 COVID-related cases because they were not tested, diba? And COVID-positive cases was 27. These were all deaths, no? So COVID-related, kasi hindi na-test, 59. COVID-positive, kasi na-test, 27. So halos doble yung mga namatay ng COVID-related pero hindi na-test. That is Makati. In the same period, for Quezon City, yung COVID-related, kasi hindi na-test, namatay, 308. Pero yung COVID-positive na test, 90. So ibig sabihin, yung 308 na COVID-related, hindi na-test yan. And in this case, 90, it's almost 3 times more. Diba? And that's why we want to see yung death rates in these areas, lalo na sa Metro Manila, so that we can figure out, malaki ba ang bump ng mga deaths, diba? Statistically improbable ba year on year? And then maybe we can assume up to a certain degree that because it's statistically improbable, if these are the results, no, na most likely yung mga hindi na test, COVID yun, hindi po ba?
Tama po kayo, Senator. Yung po kasing datos ng March, April, yung panahon po na yan ay nagpapalawig pa po tayo nung bilang ng yung testing capacity natin. During that time, parang mga few thousands lang, 1 or 2,000 tests per day lang tayo. Ngayon, as of mga September, October, tumaas na po na tayo na tumaas ng at least mga 30 to about 35,000 tests per day. Kaya yung siguro, tama po kayo, yung datos na yon, medyo malaki po yung non-COVID deaths or suspected COVID deaths versus deaths among the tested COVID patients. So if we could have the data, we would certainly appreciate it, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and that's why, and if that data is made available after it's being secured by the DOH, can it be submitted also to the Senate so that we can also be guided accordingly?
We will do that, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and one last question. Nabanggit kasi kanina nung DOF ba na trade secrets in terms of price is exempted. Does this now apply to all bidding, all public biddings in the country? Na pag sinabing hindi pwedeng ilabas yung presyo kasi trade secret, hindi naman siguro, no?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I answer? Yeah, just to clarify, so there's this decision called Chavez versus Pea Amari.
Yes, yes.
By Justice Carpio, former Justice Antonio Carpio. Now, says that we're required to, for bidding purposes, of course, all the parameters of bidding needs to be disclosed. This is necessary in a bidding, and it's basically part of the right of the public to information. But then, in cases where it is not required, such as in this case, because this is not a public bidding, this will go through the procurement guidelines of either the ADB or the World Bank, and hence it's an exception. Let me read a subsequent decision.
So it does not apply to public biddings. Neither will it apply to negotiated contracts under our procurement laws.
Yeah, so basically, that yung decision na yun, yung Chavez versus Pea Amari also states that this is any right to information excludes privilege information, which now privileged information includes a trade secret. In a subsequent case, a trade secret is defined as a process or device intended for the continuous use in the operation of the business, for example, a machine or formula, but can be a price list or catalog or specialized customers list. Which means that, yeah.
I'm worried with that kind of interpretation in a sense that then local governments, then government agencies may wrongly conclude that because price list can be exempted, then therefore negotiated contracts, we don't have to divulge the price. I don't think that's the intent.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree with you, sir. So hence, actually, notwithstanding what is stated by any jurisprudence, we commit to, once the supply agreement is signed, we will disclose the appropriate figures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Resource Person. Are you undersecretary or secretary? Anyway, maraming salamat for the clarification. And I have no other questions, Mr. President. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Next.
Mr. President.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Baseball, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few questions. To Secretary Galvez and also Secretary Duque, we filed Senate Bill number 1994, which is basically for us to have a vaccine passport. It's like a vaccine certificate. And I know I asked you this earlier in the last hearing, but I would like to again get some clarification points from you with regards to, is this something you are considering, and in what capacity will you do it? Have you already devised some sort of method or guidelines on how this will be implemented, if ever?
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chairman, Madam Senator, pinag-aaralan pa po ito kasi yung wala pa po kasing malinaw na ebidensya na nagpapakita na ang mga bakunang ito ay makakaiwas po ang tinatawag natin transmission or hawaan. Based on the clinical trials, lumalabas po, they can prevent or reduce deaths, symptomatic.
Mr. Secretary, if I may interrupt you.
Yes.
The point of this is so that we can keep track who has been given the vaccine, whether or not the vaccine is a long-term prevention or whether it's effective or not, we have to be able to know what was administered to a person. I don't
Yes,
think
ma'am.
I don't think
Yeah.
further study is necessary because this
It's
has
already
been
My apologies, Madam Senator. Kasama na po sa vaccine administration natin, bibigyan po natin ng card bawat vaccinee para nakalagay po doon lahat ng detalye nung pong kanyang pagbabakuna at kung meron adverse events following immunization, nakalagay din po doon, and the next schedule of vaccination.
okay
Salamat.
because you said that there will be an initial rollout of Sinovac, if I'm not mistaken, sometime mid-February. Am I correct?
I defer to Secretary Galvez. I think that information came from him. Thank
Okay,
you.
Secretary Galvez, please clarify.
Yes, that is our target that we will have the rollout on third week or fourth week of
Third quarter, and how many are you planning to inoculate and where again?
Initially, we have the 50,000 is intended for us to have some sort of mini rollout.
I'm sorry, can you speak louder, sir?
The target that we had this February is 50,000 so that we can have some sort of mini rollout rehearsal.
So that's 50,000. Did you say 50,000, sir?
Affirmative, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What areas have you chosen the areas to be prioritized?
It will be designated on the different areas, particularly the priority sector, ma'am.
Okay. My question is this: do they already have FDA approval?
Ma'am, we have said earlier that the rollout will only start when we have the EUA approval of the vaccine. So the tentative date is only for planning purposes so that we can have some sort of target date for the preparation.
Okay, but how come you were able to plan ahead? This is already assuming that you will be getting the approval. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. Kasi po para po lahat po ng preparation namin, we will have a targeted rollout so that all the preparation will be anchored on that. So
Okay.
we made it earlier on February 20 so that everybody will take note and our preparation should be finished by the second week of February or maybe earliest is the end of January.
Okay, so Secretary, with that in mind, as I was already talking to Secretary Duque, would you have some sort of a certificate? And how are you going to be able to record those that received it? What database? Can you walk us through this?
Ma'am, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, meron po tayo sa vaccine administration plan, meron po tayong master listing ng lahat po ng mga vaccinees that will be generated at the LGU level. And kasama din po ito sa atin micro-planning, a bottom-up type of planning together with the LGUs. So we will validate all this list of vaccinees coming from the priority groups or sectors. So ito pong 50,000 na pinag-uusapan kanina, ang pagkakaintindi ko po, ibibigay muna ito doon sa atin pong mga COVID referral hospitals para ito po nasasakupan ang atin pong mga healthcare workers.
Okay,
Doon po-
Secretary, so paano, kunyari, ako nagpabakuna o kung sino man, may ibibigay ba sa akin parang resibo na pwede kong itago bilang pruweba ng bakuna?
Tama po kayo, Madam Senator. Meron pong card na iaabot sa inyo at doon po ay nakalagay po yung kailan kayo first dose at saka kailan yung next dose, usually between 21 and 28 days.
Okay,
At may
Secretary,
data entry po tayo.
Secretary, ganito din po. Yan bang resibo na yan ay standardized sa buong Pilipinas? DOH ba ang may format or free for all ang mga LGUs?
Hindi po. Prescribed form po ito, Your Honor.
Okay,
Mr.
can you give
Chairman.
us, Mr. Secretary, before you roll out this trial 50,000 doses, can you give us a copy of that certificate that you will issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, that
We
would
will
be
do promptly.
reassuring. Another question that I have is with regards to the non-disclosure agreement. I understand that there are certain contracts that would specify this. I would like to ask Secretary Galvez, yun bang NDA, sinong humingi nun? Tayo ba o yung mga kumpanya na magsusupply ng bakuna?
Ma'am, sa kumpanya po yan, pagka hindi po tayo pumirma ng CDA, mawawalan po tayo ng access. So yung CDA po niyan is required po ng kumpanya, ng
So sila yung
vaccine maker.
So sila po yung nag-issue.
Yes po,
So
sila po ang
bakit po, kung meron nga tayong NDA, bakit dun sa Sinovac, nasabi natin na 3,000 something ang presyo? Tapos, biglang binabaan naman, nabanggit ng spokesperson ng Malacanang na 600. So, kung meron tayong NDA talaga, bakit nabanggit yung mga yun?
Actually po ma'am, para lang to correct yung impression ng mga public na 3,000 po yun, binigyan lang po natin ng indicative. But yung actual price po, we cannot tell it to the public.
So sinasabi ninyo na hindi talaga ninyo sinasabi sa publiko yung tunay na presyo?
Yes po, because we will be charged of the violation of the NDA, and once we are proven that we have specifically stated the exact price, the volumes or the contract can be terminated.
But Mr. Secretary, I think I'll be more insistent on this. So basically, you don't want to divulge the real price, so you're lying to the public.
Yes, ma'am. Ang ano po talaga ma'am doon, these are the tinatawag nating special price is included in the NDA, considering that the company, the vaccine company, is also negotiating with simultaneously with other companies, because if the other countries will know the price, and there are also some instances that poor countries like us, we are being given special prices. So they don't want to compromise the prices along the negotiating table of different negotiating companies and negotiating countries.
Okay, so Mr. Secretary, you're saying that the reason why there's an NDA is so that the other companies will also not feel violated with their agreements, kaya wala kayong binabanggit. Pero, di ba, paulit-ulit na itong tinatanong, di ba sa ibang bansa, sinasabi naman nila kung magkano?
Sir, ma'am, hindi po. Lumalabas lang po sa newspaper, but there is no confirmatory that it's been the negotiated price. Normally, lumalabas po na price sa newspaper are only the indicative price or the market prices, not the negotiated prices.
Okay, so you're saying that's probably the market price. I just find it a little discomforting that you openly admitted that you're lying to the public. Although I know that maybe you can justify it by saying it's for the greater good, so that we don't lose our contracts.
Ma'am, I'm not lying to the public, considering that I'm saying that in order to correct the impression of the public that we are doing an overpricing, we just say indicative price of not more than 700.
Okay, sir, but with all due respect, I thought I asked you that. So you basically lied to the public and you said yes.
No, ma'am. I just say that the prices that had been published in the newspaper is incorrect, considering that it is not the real negotiated price.
Okay,
It's a market price.
All right.
It's a market price, not ma'am, there is a difference between the published market price in the internet and the negotiated price. The negotiated price are being kept in secret, considering that it might compromise the negotiations of the other companies, because we are negotiating different companies simultaneously.
Okay, so Mr. Secretary, eventually, will you be open to showing those negotiated prices to at least the senators?
Yes, ma'am. For as long as the supply agreement and all the conditions have been signed, we will rebuild it on due time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My next question would be with regards to the local governments, because we were actually delighted to hear that many local governments are doing their own procurement for the vaccines. So we've heard from Makati. We also heard certain places like Taguig, I think even Iloilo. Many different LGUs are already doing their own procurement. Now, I also found out from one of the suppliers of the vaccine that yes, they are making their own negotiations, but they actually have to go through the IATF and get the IATF approval before they can get those vaccines. And am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. They have to go to the IATF to myself so that we can see the tripartite negotiation.
So, Mr. Secretary, can you give us an example of what LGU has approached you, and when is the soonest possible time that they will get the vaccine and be able to administer it to their constituents?
Many mayors of the different NCR, and also the mayor of Region 6, and also the governors of Region 6, and the different mayors of Visayas po. Talagang they called me up in order for them to allow to procure. And with that, I recommended to the president in our meeting that the LGU be allowed to procure through the tripartite agreement.
So you already allowed them?
Yes, with approval of the president po.
Okay, so Mr. Secretary, alam pa po ba ninyo kung ano yung syudad na mauunang magkaroon ng vaccine?
Based dun sa ano po natin sa prioritization, which is not yet final, ang mauna pong mababaksinatan are those areas with most affected in terms of infections, and also yung attack rate po. So that's why we requested the IATF to finalize the prioritization geographically, so that we will implement, so that the different considerations, like for example economic risk and social risk, and also the affectation, will be considered.
So basically wala pa kayong timeline, hindi pa rin. Kailan ba sa tingin niyo mag-uumpisa yung mga local government na mag-roll out ng vaccine?
Yung first rollout po natin this coming February, we will have a mini rollout from COVAX and also from our vaccine companies. The delivery of the other companies is not yet final, considering that we will have the supply agreement yet. And we have an indication that they will have also mini rollout this coming February. So most likely, there are more or less 3 to 4 brands that we will be rolling out this coming first quarter, considering that some companies have already accepted our appeal, that because we are appealing to them that we don't have much vaccine for the first and second quarter. So we are requesting that they can give even a few thousands of vaccines during the first quarter. So it's not yet final, considering that the supply agreement is not yet been signed.
May I request from your office, Secretary, the timeline of the rollout, at least at this point, para pag tinanong kami saan ba talaga, alam namin kung kailan at anong mga lugar.
Yes, ma'am, I will submit it to you, ma'am.
And then lastly, just the point that I made earlier, Mr. President, I would just like to get an assurance that before they roll out second week of February, third week of February, the first tranche of the vaccines, if they, Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque, please coordinate with regards to record keeping, the database of who already were administered, and also a certificate that they can issue at no cost to the recipient of indicating what dose, and as Secretary Duque mentioned earlier, may mga barcode. Mag-uumpisa na ba yan, Secretary Duque, yung barcode na yan?
Yes, ma'am. Mag-umpisa na po tayo dyan, and we will give you a copy of the form and the card that will be issued to the vaccinees in the master list.
Yes, that I think that would be very effective. At least pag maghanap sila ng trabaho at pinakita nila yon, medyo advantage na yan sa kanila. Eh alam naman natin yun ang kulang sa atin ngayon na kailangan talagang mas dumami uli yung mga nagtatrabaho. So that's all, Mr. President. Thank you for your time to our resource persons. Thank you also for allowing me time to question.
Thank you, Senator Pond. The next is Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Marcos, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. And may I just relay very simple questions that have been sent to me by the public. So napakasimple mga tanong, hindi nauunawaan ng ating taong bayan kung anong mangyayari. Unang-una, ang tanong nila, kailan ba, kailangan pa ba mag-apply para maturukan? May listahan na ba yung mga barangay kung sino matuturukan? Kahit walang ID ba, pwedeng magpabakuna? Ang problema kasi, pag tinanong mo naman sa mga barangay at sa mga munisipyo, pati sa probinsya, wala pa silang kaide-ideya sa sinasabi ninyo. Although, ang sabi ni Secretary Duque kanina, nasa LGU, ang sabi ni Secretary Galvez last mga walkthrough. Pero sa taong bayan, gusto kasi nila malaman kung mag-a-apply pa ba sila o paano ba sila makakapagpalista sa pagtuturok. Anybody can answer po.
Sir, ma'am, we already directed all the LGUs through our DILG, and we will ask Yusek Epi to answer this.
Good afternoon again, Mr. President, Madam Chair.
Kausap ko kasi, with all due respect, sa DILG, kausap ko na kasi, palibasa nga tinatanong ng tao, tinatanong ko rin sa mga governor, mga mayor, pati yung ibang barangay officials sa ABC nila, tinatanong ko, parang wala pa silang kaalam-alam tungkol dito. Yung walkthrough alam nila, pero yung tungkol sa listahan ng mga prioridad, litong-lito talaga.
Madam Senator, nagpalabas na po kami ng direktiba ilang araw na po nakakaraan na ang gagawa na po na listahan ng mga lokal na gobyerno base po sa priority sectors na pinalabas namin sa National Vaccination Program. Pagkatapos mailagay yung mga pangalan na yon, magkakaroon na po na tayo ng listahan dun sa labas ng sektor. Pero unahin po natin yung mga priority list na yon, ilalagay po yung mga pangalan at ito po i-guide po ng ating local government operations officer.
Ang tinatanong naman kasi ng simpleng tao na nagtatanong talaga at hindi namin masagot-sagot, kapag yung pangalan nila, limbawa, hindi naman lumalabas doon sa RHU na may diabetes, kasi hindi naman kompleto rin ang records ng RHU, pati ng MHO, hindi naman kompleto yon. Kung gusto nila magpasali doon at talaga naman sila ay nasa highly vulnerable, halimbawa, hindi sila nakalista kasi hindi naman sila nakatanggap ng medisina sa diabetes, saan ba sila pupunta?
Ang mangyayari po nito, Madam Senator, is pag meron na tayong listahan, magkakaroon pa naman po ng second phase ng paglilista. So ito yung mga kasama natin sa baba.
Nasa level ng munisipyo o barangay yung lista?
Magkakala po ng listahan sa munisipyo po, pero uutusan po nila ang mga barangay para magkalap ng lista. So in other words, ang magko-consolidate po na listahan yun nasa
so wala pang maliwanag kung saan tatakbo yung tao?
Sa barangay po, mangyayari po nito ang mga ngalap po ng listahan ay sa barangay po, lowest form o lowest political unit kasi sila po nakakakilala ng profile ng kanilang nasasakupan. Tapos pataas po, bottom up po yung ating pamamaraan ng pagkuha ng mga pangalan at lista.
So are you saying that the responsibility for side effects or any untoward incidents deriving from the vaccine would then be directed against the barangay, and it is not the DOH that's responsible.
No, ma'am.
Kasi
It's
kanina,
just the-
DOH naman yung responsible, yung
It's just the
final
master listing,
arbiter.
Madam Senator, but all the responsibilities and monitoring will be done by the Department of Health. In fact, there are QR codes that will be issued later on, including the cards, where they will be monitored by the Department of Health and down to the barangay. And if there will be side effects later on, this will be reported with the Department of Health so that they can make the necessary response to any side effects that may come about after the vaccination.
Okay, Mr. President, if we could be provided with a copy of said directive from the DILG, as well as the dates during which we can expect these lists to be completed. I'd like to support also the queries of my colleagues, Senator Recto and Senator Pangilinan, that medyo nalilito kasi hindi lang kami, kundi yung tao, doon sa sinasabing essential workers, pakidefine ng essential workers kasi nagkakatawanan sa barangay level po kung bakit nauna pa yung tourism, yung mga tindera, yung mga naggugupit, bakit nauna pa yan kesa sa mga transport? Napaka-essential niyan. Kalabas lang ng economic reports ng Ateneo Graduate School. Kitang-kita doon, transportation is one of the reasons hindi makabukas yung ekonomiya. Talaga bang ganito yung priority? Napakalabo naman kasi.
Mr. President, Madam Senator, una-una po, i-reiterate lang po namin, kasalukuyan pa pong fina-finalize po ng TWG ng vaccine cluster ng NTF, ang prioritization ng essential, kasama na rin po ang prioritization ng essential workers. Pero kagaya po nung nasabi nung nakaraan, kasama po ang transportation sa priorities under essential workers. Ulitin ko lang po, ma'am.
That's right. I saw it. I took notes, but you have them as a very distant number 5. So, nauna pa yung health, ganon yung frontliners, agriculture, food, fish. Napakalayo kasi nila dun sa kinakailangan. Yung agri, food, and fish, maniwala po kayo sa akin, pati yung health workers, hindi yan makakapunta sa ospital o sa gateway o di kaya sa bukid kapag wala yung transport. Kaya siguro, suriin ninyong maigi itong transport. Lagi siyang problema sa lahat ng effort natin na magbukas at magsimula ng ekonomiya.
Very valid point po, ma'am. We will definitely consider po, sasabihan po namin ngayon ng TWG na kung maaari iangat po ang priority ng transport workers, ma'am.
Okay, at eto nga, pwede ba akong pumili ng vaccine na gusto ko? Ito naman yung tinak sa akin ngayon. Paano kung naunahan na at naubusan na yung choice ko? At ayoko talaga ng Chinese and Russian.
Yung pong mga aayaw sa mga bakuna na nabanggit ninyo ay mapupunta po sila sa bandang huli ng listahan.
Go to the back of the line sila.
Oh, yes ma'am. Sa huli po sila.
Pero makakapili sila. Even if they go to the back of the line, Secretary Duque, will they still be able to choose?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you please repeat the question?
So we will send them to the back of the line so they will lose their place in the queue. They'll start from the very end na naman. But once they get to the end and they finally have their turn, will they be able to choose at the second round or kung ano na naman ang meron sa second round?
Kung ano ang meron sa second round, kasi ito naman ho, ang we assume that all the vaccines that have passed through the review and go approval.
So tama po yung
vaccine expert panel and the FDA
Okay.
issuing the EUA. They're supposed to be all safe and good, effective,
Correct.
etc.
Pero kung nasa isip niya, talagang ayaw niya nung ibang vaccine, tama po ba yung kay Secretary Roque na sinabi na sa madaling sabi, wala kayong choice kasi kung ano yung available, yun na yun.
Yes, ma'am. ganun na nga po mangyayari kasi ayaw naman natin na mahuli. Pag-iisipan ho maigi ng taong bayan na kung hindi naman sila magpapaturok kaagad sa unang pagkakataon ay mahuli sila, hindi rin tayo nakakasiguro sa supply, ano? Kung hanggang gaano ba kadami ang darating sa atin dahil nga buong mundo ang nangangailangan nito.
Kanina nabanggit natin na bagong-bago pa yung bakuna at hindi tayo sigurado kung magkakaroon ng side effect. Talaga naman lahat ng gamot, kung tutuusin, may side effect sa ibang sektor. Ngayon, ang pinangangambahan nila, ano daw yung sinasabi na dapat muna pipirmahan yung waiver bago magpabakuna. Ano daw ang nakalagay doon at ano daw ang iwe-waive nila?
Informed consent lang po yun, ma'am. That's a prescribed form.
The usual one in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am. It is a consent form na
So they
alam po
don't-
nila.
Yes, so they don't waive any rights to treatment and payment and so on in the event that there are untoward effects?
Wala po mang ganon. Basta consent form lang at tayo yung sistema na babantayan sila for the adverse events following immunization and also adverse events of special interest. So nakatalaga po yung sistema natin at tutugunan po natin itong mga side effects na ito.
Anong maaasahan na tulong kapag nagkaroon ng adverse events nga? Sabi ni Secretary Galvez kanina na kinakailangan pa ng budget para sa mga pasyente na nagkaka-side effects. Ang nabanggit naman ninyo, Secretary Duque kanina, na yung DOH may referral system at higit sa lahat yung PhilHealth magbibigay rin ng tulong. Anong maaasahan ng tao po dito sa indemnification?
Well, unang-una, yung aming pong pinakiusapan, baka pwedeng sa batas yung pong indemnification fund.
Okay.
Pero kahit na wala pa naman po yan, ay meron na po tayong sistema na asikasuhin yung po magkakaroon ng mga adverse side effects, no? Or adverse effects following immunization. At kung ito
Siguro
naman po
may
ay,
duda rin yung tao kasi yung mga public hospital po natin punong-puno at napakahirap ngayon na pumila. Paano kaya yon? Kasi inaasahan rin yung PhilHealth. Ano bang makukuha sa PhilHealth na tulong?
Depende po sa sakit at meron naman pong nakalista mga case rates kung saan po papasok yung kanilang serious side effects ng bakuna ay babayaran po ng PhilHealth yan, lalo na kapag gobyerno po na
Magkano
ospital.
yung babayaran?
Meron pong no balance billing policy po tayo.
Yung the usual no balance billing, there's no special window po, Secretary Duque.
Well, pag-aaralan po natin.
Yes, I think these are the details that need to be worked out because they're great reason for the anxiety and the refusal of over half of our population to have the vaccine. At yun nga, can we go back again to what I asked the DILG? Sinong pwedeng lapitan kapag may reklamo o kailangan ng tulong o hindi nasali sa listahan? Yung DOH ba? Yung barangay ba? City Hall ba? May hotline ba yan para pwede kami makipag-usap?
Lahat po ng mga taong dapat bakunahan at hindi nasama sa listahan o hindi nasabihan, automatic kailangan pong mapagbigay alam ito sa barangay. Ang barangay na po ang maglalagay nito sa listahan at iaangat po ito sa municipal and city level so that our Department of Health can take note of their names. And from there on, makikita na ho natin kung sino pa ang dapat bakunahan base sa mga priority sectors.
Basta puntahan na lang nila yung barangay. So kung sa bagay, yung BHW, ganyan, pwede nilang lapitan, halimbawa.
Tama po yun. At kasama po ang BHW sa mga taong kailangan mag-assist sa ating vaccination team. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali po, kasama sa aming direktiba na inilabas ng isang araw ay identify ng ating mga local governments ang mga taong kailangan mag-assist sa ating vaccination team. And part of this is also to reorganize the Emergency Operation Center of each LGU, this time to address and assist in all the
in the implementation of the national vaccination program.
Isa pang tanong, kapag nabakunahan na ako, pwede na ba na wala ng swab test, babalik ako sa trabaho at pwede na ako mag-ikot-ikot na wala ng quarantine at iba pa?
Ang protocol po natin, ma'am, kasi wala pa hong ebidensya na nagpapakita na ang bakuna ay makakapagpigil ng hawaan. Ang malinaw lang po sa bakuna ay makakapagpigil ng mga sintomas, at alam naman po natin na mga may sintomas, sila po yung pinakamadalas na makapanghawa. At ang bakuna din po, batay po sa mga technical data mula po sa mga iba't ibang mga clinical trial studies,
Yes.
yung pong severe ay pwede rin pong maiwasan o ma-prevent ang severe disease. Pero yung pong protocol natin ng minimum public health standards, dapat pa din pong sundin ito, yung pong
Secretary
face
Duque,
shield, face mask, etc.
yung simpleng tanong ng tao, kapag na-vaccinate ka na, you no longer need to undergo a swab test to enter public areas, to go back to work, to return to your home province, for example. Do you need a swab test or not? If you can present your QR code with the card that you say you will issue, o di kompleto ka na nun, to what degree are you free to move around?
Wala kung wala naman indication for the testing, they can go about to do what they need to do, provided that they still maintain the minimum public health standards.
Wala nang magsasubmit sa test nun. Okay na siya, I can go na. At saka hindi na siya pwedeng i-quarantine.
Hindi na ho kailangan kung meron po silang nabakunahan na po sila, pero dahil nga bago naman itong atin na bakuna, yung transmission nga, hindi natin wala hong malinaw dito kung makakapigil ba ng hawaan nito. So we don't have the evidence as of
What's the
now.
protocol? Sa madaling sabi, nabakunahan na, uuwi sa kanyang probinsya, magpapatest ba siya para mag-board ng plane at magpakita ng travel record? Pagdating ba niya sa probinsya, nabakunahan na siya, ika-quarantine pa rin ba siya ng 14 days?
Ito po ay pag-uusapan pa namin sa technical working group.
Yes,
para maging malinaw po ang guidelines and panibagong protocols.
Yes, so I know that we're all in the trial stage, and Secretary Duque, these questions, well taken naman na hindi pa napaplano, pero I think it will go towards assuaging all the anxieties and nervousness of our people if we can come out and publicize these details quickly para sulit naman yung effort magpabakuna. At least meron kang posibilidad na umikot, makauwi, makapagtrabaho, at bumisita sa kailangan bisitahin. Kasi apakahirap naman ito, magpapavaccinate ka, tapos ang sinasabi, baka problematic ka pa rin at makahawa ka pa, papat-swab test ulit, ika-quarantine ulit, anong silbi ng vaccine? Tama rin yung mga ayaw. And then lastly, we've listened in. President has already signed 20 new executive orders, half of which have put front and center the fight against the pandemic on warlike footing. Ang sabi nila, FEMA, or the emergency agency, will put up all the vaccination centers, and even the National Guard are being recruited to learn how to inoculate. Ngayon, tayo ba dito sa Pilipinas, warlike status rin ba? At ire-recruit rin po ba natin ang NDRRMC, yung professional regulatory, pati CHED para sa mga medtech at yung mga NARS at iba pang kayang magturok? At yung mga BHW ba, tuturuan ba yan? Warlike footing rin ba tayo dito sa Pilipinas? At wala pa akong naririnig na nautusan yung NDRRMC po.
Ma'am, ang ano po natin.
Before you respond, Secretary Galvez, your time is almost up. You have 4 seconds left, so kindly wrap up.
Thank you very much, Senator Lacson. That's my last question. I'd just like to hear their comments.
Ma'am, for the information of Madam Senator, we had a command and control war room at GHQ. It is being manned by all the agencies and also with the AP and the PNP included and other service personnel so that we can maximize interagency mobilization for us to really mobilize all available assets and train them so that we can maximize the vaccination nationwide. Sa nakita
Kasama po dyan yung NDRRMC, yung PRC boards,
Yes, ma'am.
yung CHED, lahat yan.
Yes,
So,
ma'am, po.
So ang sinasabi ninyo, nauna pa tayo kesa sa Amerika sa warlike status.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, ma'am, yun ang nirecommend nga sa atin because of our lessons learned from the different countries. They recommended a war footing, like a war room, so that we can have
When
some
did
sort
you
of
start po?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. When did you start with the war room and the integration of all these services?
We started as early as last year, ma'am. We have already
What part
organized
of last year, just to put a timeline on it?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, the national NTRIMC being headed by the National Task Force Chair, which is the DND, he mobilizes the whole NTRIMC structure since day one of the COVID-19, and it's not been disorganized. It's still been integrated, and we created a vaccine cluster inside the National Task Force under the NTRIMC component po, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much, Secretary Galvez. Given that this is war after all, I hope you appreciate our interest. Somebody long ago said that war is too important to be left solely to the generals. Kaya pasensya na lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Manay Amy. Amanan. Senator Dick Gordon is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. Just a quick question. Kailangan bang bakunahan muna yung, kailangan bang i-test yung person for COVID?
Hindi na po kailangan i-test bago magbakuna, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Basta meron lang assessment na gagawin.
So it is dangerous, hindi kaya dangerous yun na kunyari infected na siya on the 7th day, pumunta siya doon, makakahawa pa siya ng ating mga magbabakuna.
Meron pong assessment na yung symptoms nila, pagka may sakit, hindi po sila pwedeng bakunahan. Kailangan
the disease because you'll have mass vaccination. Di ba? Tama yun?
yung po mga
Okay, I will
healthcare
require a
workers,
test. If you test, at least he can come in later. And know
we
that he's
assume,
not gone.
Your Honor, yung mga healthcare workers have already been vaccinated bago sila...
Yung mga healthcare workers, walang problema yan eh. But just consider my question, please, and give us an answer later on, all right? While your people are discussing it. I will now go to
yes,
the
Your
next
Honor.
question, if I may. Now, ang sasabihin ko lang sa inyo, it became a law. Ang tatanungin ko lang sa inyo, nakalagay dyan, tanong ko na ito last time, lahat ng Pilipino ay dapat irehistro sa public or private primary care provider of choice. Doktor yon, makakapamili siya ng doktor. The DOH shall promulgate the guidelines on the licensing of primary care providers and the regulation of every Filipino to a primary care provider. Ang rason niyan ay nakasalansan na ang bawat Pilipino sa isang provider, health provider, para madaling malaman kung may namatay, madaling malaman kung may sakit at diarrhea, at para silang naging municipal health officer. Kaya lang ang hawak nila, yun lang mga pasyente nila. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po kayo, essentially, Your Honor.
Tama ako, hindi essentially. Tama ako.
Yes, sir.
Ang pagkaalam ko, nag-issue lang kayo ng guidelines. January 5, 2021. Tama po ba yan? Kung paano sasalansan ng mga primary healthcare provider.
Yes, if I may, Mr. President and Senator Gordon, I just got a message from
With
the
the permission of
local.
the Senator Gordon, Senator Amy.
Sorry, Senator Lacson. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sorry, with the permission of Senator Gordon, I have the same information. January 20, unofficial receipt of mayors, governors, and others in charge.
Yan yung guidelines para
Yes, that's right po.
Did you get the question?
mahirap yung trabaho niyo.
Uh,
I just wanna be
Senator
sure.
Senator Gordon, kindly repeat your question kasi nawala po kayo kanina. Nag-garbled kayo. Hindi, nawala talaga kayo.
Sorry. Ang sabi ko, meron tayong provision in law na mandatory na mag-register lahat ang publiko at private sa isang primary care provider of choice. Pero lumabas lang yung guidelines January 5 at sabi nga ni Senator Amy, natanggap ng mga mayor January 20. So hindi bale, at least gumagalaw na, pero nagtagal. Ang tanong ko ngayon, we should kill several birds with one stone. Papasok tayo ngayon, magandang, hindi pa naman dumarating yung vaccine between now and February 20, ikanyo, as many as possible. Huwag na yung mga doktor, yung munang mga nasa barangay, pwede.
We lost you again, Senator Gordon.
Huh?
We lost you again. Naputol.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear now.
All right, I'm sorry. I think it's we can kill 3 birds with 1 stone here. Magagawa natin yan ngayon, makakapag-organize tayo dahil February 20 pa ang dating ng mga vaccine. At hindi naman tatakbo yan. So in the meantime, between now and the dates that we start, mag-umpisa na tayo na i-organize yung mga tao na meron na silang kanya-kanyang primary healthcare provider. Pwede po ba yun?
Yes, of course, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
I would like to have targets established and presented to the committee with all due respect, Secretary Duque, para alam na natin na meron ng primary healthcare provider ang bawat Pilipino in accordance with law.
Yes, Your Honor. We will be doing this, by the way, Your Honor, with PhilHealth, as they will be the financier of these primary care facilities.
No, my experience has always been sasabihin nyo yes, pero tumatagal. I think you should give this priority. It must be given priority. We need it.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we have already formulated yung pong assumptions. We have right now 4,501 immunization sites all over the country, but this will not be enough. We understand, Your Honor, that we need to augment this by identifying the primary care providers to which we will start the registration of the potential vaccinees.
Hindi po problema sa akin yung site. Madali po yan sa mga eskwela pwedeng gawin. Di po ba? Pero ang problema natin, dadating ba? At ang magdadala niyan yung primary healthcare provider. Kaya ngayon pa lang, umpisahan na natin, kunin yung mga doktor na magiging primary healthcare provider ng bawat bayan. And I would start with Metro Manila because yan ang talagang deadly. Yan ang prevalent area. Would that be correct?
You're right, sir. NCR is epicenter.
That's correct. So we can start there right away. Di ba? Lapit-lapit ang mga tao dyan, di na tayo mag-aeroplano. Yung mga tao nyo, pwede na sabihin sa mga mayor, umpisahan nyo na, ito yung mga healthcare provider. You can even map where the doctors are to the nearest barangay. Would that be correct?
You're right, Your Honor. We will have an inventory and we will look at the assignments of physicians to manage the primary care facilities.
Sir, my suggestion is dapat meron na tayo nakaakdang registration day, parang election registration day, at dadalhin na ng mga primary healthcare provider para na ring dry run na dadalhin nila yung mga tao doon para ma-register na. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po kayo, kasama po dun sa atin 5 proseso sa ating pong vaccination plan. Yung pong registration, bibigyan ng QR codes yung mga tao na babakunahan. Meron po silang, mag-umpisa po tayo ng mga master listing from the local government units at validate po yung listahan at i-register po natin sila to the actual vaccination sites.
That is the point of my question. Meron na tayo. Now, I'm looking at your flowchart on vaccine administration policies. May mga empty chairs. Uupo doon yung mga tao. Tapos susunod, magkakaroon sila ng registration pa. At pagkatapos susunod, meron pang interview sa kanilang education and final consent. Tapos screening. Tapos vaccination. Hindi mo po pwedeng gawin ng primary healthcare provider na yan. Ilagay na yung kanilang CIF para pagdating nila nakalagay na kaagad yung kanilang QR code, hindi magsisiksikan doon sa eskwela?
Yes, sir. Gagawin po yan ng primary, ilalagay po itong sistemang ito doon sa mga primary care facilities din po.
So dapat ngayon pa lang, tinatawag na yung primary healthcare provider sa Maynila at mag-seminar na kayo dyan para sasabihin itong kailangan punuan ng tao, yung kanilang CIF, yung kanilang mga allergies, yung kanilang para pagdating nila, pag binakunahan sila, ilalabas sila yung CR code, pagpasok nila, paglabas sila, yung CR code sasabihin na bakunahan na ngayong araw na ito. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Sa madaling sabi, pag ginawa natin itong pinopropose ko, bibilis tayo sa kailangan natin matalo ang COVID right away. Kaya kung mabilis tayo, hindi na maraming silya, ginawa na ng primary care provider bago dumating, naka QR code na yan, madali makapasok agad. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo at we welcome po all your suggestions to streamline the process kasi kailangan po talaga mas mabilis po tayo dahil yung din mga bakuna natin, hindi naman pwedeng magtagal sila ng lampas sa panahon at baka mabulok. So kailangan
So,
talaga.
hindi na naman po sabay-sabay darating yung bakuna, di ba? So bawat dumating.
Hindi po sabay-sabay. So naka-schedule po yung dating nito. Kanya lahat po ay lilinya o magkakaroon po ng alignment doon po
That's
sa
correct.
schedules.
Now, going to the frontliner, sir, para mabilis tayo. Yung mga frontliner, ang suggestion ko, sa ospital na lang natin puntahan. Dahil andun na lahat ang doktor. Araw-gabi, andun tayo. Sila na mismo ang siyang nakahanda na yung QR code nila doon at madaling gagawin yan. At ginagawa namin sa Red Cross yan, lahat ng 15 hospital sa Maynila na public Department of Health ay binibigyan namin ng test kaagad every 2 weeks. Alam naman po ninyo yan. Ang suggestion ko po, doon na po gawin sa mga hospital. Madali kaagad ang chunk na mawawala. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo at yun po ang ating gagawin, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you po. Thank you. Pangatlo po, yung tanong kanina ni Amy Marcos, tama po yun. Dapat makabangon tayo kagad sa trabaho. Yung mga senior citizens, hindi pupunta sa ospital yan. Hindi basta pupunta sa mga eskwela yan. I-secure muna natin sila sa pamamahay nila at isunod na kaagad po natin yung mga sundalo, yung mga frontliner at isunod at sabay na natin. Halimbawa, sa Metro Manila, lahat ng mga mall, lahat ng mga bus companies, lahat ng jeepney driver, meron na rin mga healthcare provider yan, alam na rin kung saan pupunta, at papunta na tayo sa Laguna, sa mga pabrika, nagsara na yung Nissan, pero may Toyota pa, pwede natin ilagay lahat yon sa mga pabrika para mabilis po tayo makatapos. Tama po ba yun?
Makakatulong po yung sistema na yan, for sure.
Well, tutulong po sa inyo ang Red Cross kung mamarapati ninyo at yan sinasanay na po namin yung mga vaccinator natin, no? Nagtataka lang ako, bakit 6 ang vaccination nyo? Does that mean 3 shifts yun a day? Dalawa ng dalawa?
Bawat vaccination site po, meron tayong 3 vaccination teams with 6 members per team. At ito po ay from 8 to 5 p.m. This will take about 18 days, assuming there will be 4,500 plus vaccination sites. So multiplied by 3 and by 6, then we will get the number of the healthcare workers constituting the teams, mga 81,702 po yan. The assumption there is we will vaccinate 24.6 million.
Hindi ba pwedeng
people.
24/7 gawin natin para lalo mabilis? Makabangon lahat ng tao. 24/7, may schedule naman yan eh.
Sa hospitals po, 3 shifts po tayo, tama po kayo. 24/7.
Pero even sa mga tao, pag nagsimula na tayo dyan, 24/7, tapusin natin kagad hanggat maaari para sa ganun. Mas marami tayong mabakunahan, mas bababa ang incidence ng sakit. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po kayo.
So I strongly suggest 24/7 tayo mag-operate para sa lalong madaling panahon matapos natin ang problema. Lalo na pagka dumating na ng sunod-sunod yung mga bakuna, dapat hindi nagtatagal sa refrigerator yan. Labas na labas yan, tusok tayo ng tusok. Sa umpisa, pwede pa yung siguro twice a day, pero pagkadating na sa maramihan na yan, 3 times a day. At sa probinsya, pwede naman doon siguro hindi na kailangan 24 hours doon. Pero sa mga prevalent area like Metro Manila, Southern Luzon, Central Luzon, Cebu, yung mga malalaking area na siksikan, pwede natin gawin 24/7. Mamarapatin po ba na yung tanggapin yon?
Okay po yan dahil mas iiksi po ang bilang ng araw para tapusin ang ating pong bakunahan. So halimbawa, yung 18, kung halimbawa non-Pfizer, first and second dose, based on the assumptions that I have mentioned, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, ay 45 araw. So kung magdadalawang shifts po tayo rito, magiging 22 days, 22.5 days na lang po. At kung 3 shifts yan, iiksi pa ng mga 7 days na lang. So,
napakalaking bagay po ng QR code na ginawa ng mga bata dito sa Red Cross na galing pa sa Switzerland. Alam ni Yusek Dizon yan, mga batang nag-aaral sa Canada at sa University of the Philippines at ibang lugar. Kaya sinasabi ko, yung QR code ang focal point na malalaman natin kagad, pero kailangan talaga natin yung primary healthcare provider. So, na masiguro natin yan. Now, ang inaalala ko pa isa, once the vaccine is out of the ref, gaano katagal?
Depende po sa bakuna, halimbawa ang Pfizer, sa positive 2 to positive 8 degrees centigrade, 5 araw lang po itatagal yan. Kanya kailangan po talaga mabilisan.
Kaya nga po,
Opo.
Kaya nga ako po sinasabi na dapat 24 hours ang bakunahan natin. Ano po? And let us natin ito, kaya-kaya natin, bilisan yan at makakabangon. At unahin na natin, halimbawa, nababakunahan yung mga sa Boracay, yung sa Siargao, yung sa Bohol, yung sa Palawan. Pag nabakunahan yan, nagbabakuna na yung ibang bansa, nakabakunahan na natin dito, pwede na natin buksan ang ating mga trabaho para sa tao. Hindi na sila magiging palaasa sa gobyerno. Makakikita na sila under ng ating mga hanap buhay. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor. Tama po.
Sir? Hello?
Yes, the answer was in the affirmative. Napuputol yung
Thank
signal.
you. If you look at the slide that thank you, sir. Ang tinasabi ko, the case of Israel, fastest deployment due to a tightly orchestrated effort. Kaya pinag-aralan po namin ito ng 3 gabi. Nung makita ko yung inyong flow, nagsasuggest ako, and alam ko naman magaling kayo dyan, and I respect all of you, sa IATF, Siguro gusto naman yun na talaga mabilis tayo para talaga makabalik tayo dahil lumalaki ang utang natin. Kaya kung mabilis tayo, makakapagtrabaho kaagad ang ating mga mamamayan. At pati mga eskwela natin, safe na silang pumasok sa eskwela at dudunong uli ang ating mga kababayan. Israel's COVID vaccine rollout is the fastest in the world at meron silang mga lessons habang nag-a-attempt pa ang US at Europe na mag-ramp up ng kanilang COVID, ay ang Israel was outpacing them, nakahanda na. Yung kanilang drive on December 19, nauna si Netanyahu at pagtapos priority is being given to people age over 60. Pero tayo hindi yon. Ang priority natin, yung mga doktor natin at pagtapos yung ating mga nagtatrabaho para makapagtrabaho na sila. At pag nagawa yan, palagi ko, sasaya na ang bayan natin. Yan ang
Yes,
aking
Your
gusto
Honor.
sabihin. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Basically, sundin lang po natin yung Universal Healthcare Law na pinaghirapan namin dito sa Senado. At pagkatapos, gamitin natin ang mga eskwela para pagdating doon, pasok na lang ng pasok sa eskwela. Hindi na harapin. Ando na sa barangay yung primary healthcare provider at dinadala niya doon sa eskwela at tuloy-tuloy na ang bakuna doon sa eskwela. At mabilis. Yun lang ang aking pakiusap kung pwede. Pero kung meron kayong mas magaling, syempre kayo susundin. Pero kung pupunta pa sa mga municipal health officer, baka siksikan pa, mahihirapan. Pagpasok sa eskwela, mayroon ng mga teacher na magtuturo kung saan sila pupunta. Andun na lahat yung mga tao natin. Andun na yung kanilang QR code. Napakabilis tayong makakatapos. Pwede po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And please be assured that the Red Cross would always support and help the DOH. We're your auxiliary. And we're not doing that para sabihin magaling kami. Mas magaling po ang DOH. Kayong siga dyan, kami ay sakristan nyo lang. Tumutulong lang po kami. Okay po?
Maraming salamat po.
At lahat po ng kailangan ninyo, ambulances, pick-ups, isasama po natin ang Red Cross dyan. Gamitin ko po lahat ang gamit, motorsiklo, para magamit at madala ang mga tao kung kinakailangan sa bakunahan para mabilis tayo matapos.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong offer, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Pag-usapan nyo lang yung PhilHealth na magbayad na on time para mas mabilis tayo. At kung minsan kinakapos kami, katulad na yan, kakapusin na kami. Kakapusin na kami ng bakuna, ng testing dahil marami.
I was about to say that your time is up, pero naniningil ka pa. Sige muna. Go ahead. Go ahead, Senator Gordon. I wanted to ask publicly the internet provider of Senator Gordon, but baka magalit kaya hindi ko natatanungin. Mamaya ako natatanungin in private. You're in and out again, Senator Gordon. Anyway, your time is up. Senator Gordon, I hope you don't mind. Nawala na eh. Well, we gave it a few seconds. Anyway, wala talaga. So anyway, the next one is Senator Bong Revilla. Senator Revilla, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer propound questions since most of the issues I wanted clarified have been covered in 2 hearings we already had. This is just a short manifestation, Mr. President. Una ay pasasalamat sa ating mga resource persons for graciously attending and candidly answering all our questions. I greatly appreciate the information shared and the discussions we had. Pangalawa po ay pakiusap po at pagsusumamo sa ating mga opisyal ng pamahalaan lalong-lalo na kina Secretary Galvez at Secretary Duque sa pamunuan ng FDA na padaliin na ang proseso at ipatupad ng maayos ang ating National COVID Vaccination Plan upang makahaon na ng muli ang ating ekonomiya sa lalong madaling panahon at magkaroon ng kapanatagan ng loob ang ating mga kababayan. Panghuli ay panawagan na tayong magkaisa, magtulungan sa pagtugon at paglutas sa mga problemang dala ng pandemya. Again, thank you, Mr. President. Salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Revilla. Senator Nancy Binay is next. You have 10 minutes, Senator Binay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Para po kay Secretary Duque, alam naman ho natin yung existing na vaccination program natin, meron din tayong problema dito. And base ho dun sa mga sagot nyo during this hearing and the previous hearing, mag-all out ho ang DOH for the COVID-19 vaccination program. Hindi ho kaya mapabayaan naman natin yung ibang programa ng DOH when it comes to vaccination?
Hindi po natin pababayaan. In fact, tuloy-tuloy po ang ating immunization program, ang pagsasagawa po nito. Ngayon yata, meron kaming polio or next week, MROP, by February, week after next, ma'am. In fact, nagpunta rin kami ni Secretary Galvez sa ITM. Nakita nga po namin doon, kahit na talagang nangangailangan tayo ng mga cold storage facilities para sa mga darating na bakuna, sinabihan po kami na may mga hindi na po kami pwedeng gamitin dahil po naka-assign na po yon sa ating pong existing vaccines na tuloy-tuloy po ang ating pong implementasyon.
Okay, that is good to hear, Secretary, dahil alam naman ho natin na mahalaga din yung vaccination program natin, aside from the COVID-19 vaccination program.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and then base ho dun sa sinabit niyong mga supplies, for example, yung syringes ho natin, at the moment, available is 30 million, but kung babasihin ho natin dun sa target, di ba ang target ho natin is to vaccinate 70 million Filipinos. So technically ho, ang kakailanganin natin is 140 million syringes. Tama po ba? More or less.
Tama po kayo. Tama po kayo, ma'am.
And when do we start procuring this 140 million syringes?
Ongoing na po, ma'am, ang ating procurement ng mga iringgilya. Lahat po ng mga peripherals ay ongoing po ang procurement.
Okay. Siguro, Secretary, can you just submit to the committee itong procurement nyo for the procurement plan for the ancillary supplies? And kung kaya lang po, baka pwedeng ilagay nyo na rin ho yung price range na tina-target nyo.
Meron na po, ma'am. We will submit it to you promptly.
Okay. Thank you. And then, pagdating naman ho din sa information campaign nyo, Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, parang it's good to know. I have friends po sa PGH at base ho sa storya nila, nag-uumpisa na ho yung pag-reach out nyo, lalong-lalo na dun sa ating mga frontliners. Meron ho ba tayong effort na pagdating naman ho dun sa mga private hospitals? Kung kailan sila at bahagi ho ba sila doon sa initial na frontliners na tuturukan ng bakuna?
Kasama po ang lahat ng ating mga pribadong facilities, mga ospital at mga ibang implementing units in the private sector. So, nakikipag-ugnayan po tayo sa kanila at kasama din po ang mga malalaking mga organisasyon na mga doktor, nurses, mga medtechs, mga administrators. So lahat po ito kinakailangan natin na makipag-ugnayan para po masiguro natin na ang rollout natin maging tagumpay.
And it's good to know, Secretary, na talaga nag-uumpisa na yung information campaign nyo. I mean, for
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
Congratulations. Kasi at least nag-uumpisa na, di ba? Minsan yun ang pinakamahirap, how to start it. And it's
Salamat
good
po,
to
ma'am.
know that you're already starting. bahagi din ho kasi ng rollout, alam naman ho natin na per an island country. May kinokontak na din ho ba kayo na ano ho ba yan, i-charter nyo ho ba itong mga bakuna na ito, or are we gonna use yung mga carriers like Philippine Airlines to transport the vaccine dun sa mga probinsya? For example, Cebu, Bohol, or Siquijor. Meron na ho bang ganong ugnayan?
Nakikipag-ugnayan na po, ma'am, ang Supply Chain Management Office ng DOH sa mga natukoy na mga third-party logistics provider na sila na po ang mga ngasiwa mula sa pagdating ng bakuna, yung from brokerage to storage to warehousing, hauling, and actual distribution to the vaccination site. So tama po kayo, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, na meron na po tayong mga napuntahan. In fact, kasama ko po si Secretary Galvez noong isang araw. Napuntahan namin yung dalawang pinakamalaking mga storage facilities. Yung isa po may kakayahan na mag-store ng mga bakuna from +2, +8, -20 and -70 to -80 degrees centigrade storage, cold storage facilities. At yung nga pong isang pinakamalaking napuntahan namin, binisita namin, for +2, +8, 640 million doses ang kaya po niyang makarga. Tapos 40 million naman po para sa mga bakuna na kinakailangan ng -20 degrees centigrade, at 6.4 million naman para naman po sa mga bakunang kinakailangan ng -70 to -80 degrees centigrade. At meron po silang mga regional hubs, meron po sa Cebu and sa Davao, at mula doon ay meron din po silang kakayahan yung strategic reach nung pong distribution system nila hanggang po sa mga kasuluk-sulukan na lugar.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. Punta naman ho tayo dun sa usapin dun sa mga iba't ibang vaccines na we are trying to procure. But in general po, Secretary Duque, di ba ho yung bakuna, ang silbi niya talaga is to prevent severe attack of COVID. Tama po ba?
Isa po yan sa 4 na kadahilanan kinakailangan magbakuna.
Okay, ano yung 3 pang dahilanan? Because para lumalabas mo dun sa mga statements nyo, yung vaccine will not prevent the transmission. Tama po ba?
Yan po, wala pa pong ebidensya matibay na nagsasabi makakapagpigil po ito ng hawaan. Although sa mga safety and other technical data po ay lumalabas, it can prevent or reduce deaths or mortality. It can reduce symptomatic cases or prevent. It can also reduce asymptomatic cases. And also equally important po ay it can prevent progression to severe disease and hospitalization.
But at the end of the day, Secretary, since hindi pa nga proven yung kung hindi siya nakaka-prevent ng transmission, we still have to practice the new normal, which is social distancing, wearing of mask, and di ba parang tuloy-tuloy na. Parang that will be the new normal whether we get vaccinated or not.
Tama po kayo, ma'am. Pero habang dumadami po ang bilang ng mababakunahan, palagi ko baka magkaroon po ng karagdagan datos na pwedeng magpakita na itong mga bakunang ito ay baka naman ho nakakapagpigil din ng hawaan. And therefore, the goal of herd immunity will be realized sooner rather than later.
Okay, at least that's good to know, Secretary. Secretary Galvez, I think na may good news po kayo about the COVAX facility.
Yes, ma'am. Yung ating pong application ay nagkaroon po ng confirmation, and kami po ay pinag-prepare na possible deployment po ng mga COVAX vaccine this coming first quarter.
And ano lang ho ba ito? Isang klaseng bakuna lang or iba-iba ho yung ibibigay nila sa atin?
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po tayong definite, pero nung last meeting po nung Monday ng Senate hearing, ang indicative na ano po is Pfizer, sabi po ng ating WHO.
Okay. And then, can we procure using this facility?
Ma'am, hindi ko po na...
Pwede ho ba tayong bumili using this facility? Kasi para nababanggit niyo ho noon na may presyo pag COVAX facility eh. So pwede ho ba tayong bumili using COVAX?
Dun sa COVAX, alam po natin, pwede po tayong bumili. Pero pagka sa ngayon po, yung priority muna po na bibigay na free para sa ating mga tinatawag nating mga developing at saka mga poor countries, yun po ang priority nila. And then pwede po tayong bumili pagka meron pong sobra sa naka-pulled in po nila at ang COVAX price mababa po.
Okay. And then, ano na ho yung status sa Moderna?
Yung Moderna po, ongoing pa rin po yung ano po natin at naghihintay lang po tayo ng kanilang counter proposal sa term sheet. Na ano po natin yung term sheet na meron po kaming pinabago na maging ano po, general lang muna yung provisions and later na po yung tinatawag natin yung payments and also yung mga details ng ano po natin, ng ating support agreement. At yun po ang nire-recommend ng GAPO namin kasi meron po kaming option A to D. Kasi ang ano po, pagka po mapaaga ang delivery, magbabago po yung ano yung tinatawag nating prices. Kasi pagka po may nagpaaga, it will include na yung early delivery will also add up another cost. Pero po yung magagandahan po na ano po namin sa aming negotiation, yung indicative na delivery before is fourth quarter. Dahil po gusto po namin na maibigay din po yung mga ibang maganda sa mga ating mga healthcare workers. We are requesting na mapadali po yung delivery this first quarter. Pero ang ano po nila, ang may papangako lang po nila is May.
And for Moderna ho, ilang shots ho yung target natin?
Yung ano po, yung volume po na nire-request po natin is 20 million po.
20 million. And ano ho to? All through national government? Wala hong private? Walang LGU?
Meron po tayong tripartite agreement din po dito. Kasama po ang private at saka LGU. Kasi po medyo ang ano po namin is yung comparative price po medyo mataas po. So ang ginawa po namin is nag-usap po kami ni Ambassador Romualdez na yun po magkaroon po ng tinatawag na partnership yung private at saka yung LGU, considering that also there are some LGUs that wanted to buy the Moderna. So nagkaroon po ng agreement and as of this moment, very positive po na sa ngayon more or less 8 million na po nakuha po ng LGU at saka ng private sector.
But gagamit din ho tayo ng national funds for Moderna.
Ang ano po natin, ang Moderna at saka po yung ano po, yung Moderna at saka yung Pfizer, considering that they can pass the stringent qualification for 3 kasi ang World Bank po kailangan po is 3 stringent qualification. Meaning kailangan po pumasa pa sila sa US, EU, UK or Canada. So ang nakita po namin sa $500 million po na allocation ng World Bank, ang Pfizer po at saka Moderna po ang naghahati po.
Okay. And then pagdating naman ho dun sa AstraZeneca, meron ho bang plano yung national government for additional procurement? Kasi, di ba so far ho, yung 17 million, ano ho yan, di ba? 2.5 initially from the private sector and then nadagdagan ho ng mga LGUs and other companies. But on the part of national government, wala pa ho kayong pinoprocure, tama po ba?
Tinitingnan po namin dahil kasi po dalawa po ang manufacturing company ng AstraZeneca. Ang AstraZeneca, ang manufacturing company po nila is Thailand at saka Serum Institute of India. We are working kung pwede po yung doon may makakuha sa Serum Institute considering that meron na po tayo contract doon for Novavax.
So, nasa pipeline din ho is to procure AstraZeneca. Tama.
Yes, ma'am.
Tama po.
As of this moment, ma'am, yung I was informed by the regional director of AstraZeneca that they already full on their volume. So wala pong available po as of this moment. So we are negotiating to through SII po, Serum Institute of India.
Ano na ho ba status ng, baka si DG Domingo Wado, ano na ho yung status ng EUA ng AstraZeneca?
Yes, Madam Senator. Noong pong Monday, yung mga experts natin may mga questions na pinadala sa kanila for clarification do sa mga trials nila, and they promised to submit the ibinigyan ko po sana sila hanggang Wednesday ng deadline pero nagpa-extend. Today daw po sila babalik ng mga sagot nila para po maibalik natin sa mga expert panel natin. And hopefully po by next week ma-complete po yung evaluation niya.
Okay. And DG Domingo, moving on to another vaccine, yung Sinovac. Ang target delivery kasi is Feb 20. Aabot ba yung EUA natin by Feb 20 for Sinovac?
Well, hindi po natin masigurado yung date, no? Nung Wednesday lang po sila nagbigay ng kanilang phase 3 clinical trial reports, and we sent this to the expert reviewers yesterday. So mga at least 1 week po yun, tas question and answer, another week after that. Depending po kung gaano sila kabilis sumagot at kung very clear at madaling ma-address po ma-address po nila agad yung mga katanungan.
Pero doable. Doable yung Feb 20.
Parang best case scenario po yun. Talaga po ibig sabihin napakagaling ng mga sagot at napaka well documented. Pero maaari po, pero maaari rin po talagang mas mahaba ng kaunti.
Okay. Kasi di ba yung AstraZeneca nga ho, it passed through yung mga stringent na regulatory board, but I think hindi na siya pasok dun sa 21 days na, di ba?
Nag-apply po sila nung January 6 eh. So actually within the 21 days pa rin naman.
Papasok din.
Oo, kaya lang kasi talagang siya po one stringent regulatory authority like UK, unlike yung Pfizer. Like 6 or 7 regulatory plus WHO, kaya napakarami po agad report na binigay sa amin.
Okay. Sige, balikan ko lang yung sa Sinovac. Secretary Galvez, di ba at the moment, term sheet pa lang yung napipirmahan? When do you plan to sign the supply agreement? Considering na may target date na kayo ng delivery for Feb 20.
Ma'am, within ang plano po namin, lahat ng supply agreement and term sheet will be finished within this month or first week of February.
But for Sinovac, kasi di ba may padating na by February na 50,000 doses ba?
Before the end of the month, ma'am.
Before the end of... so papayag ko si Sinovac na mag-deliver without the supply agreement?
Ma'am, yung supply agreement, yun ang tatapusin po namin before the end of the month. But the delivery will be dependent on the approval of the EUA. Once the approval of the EUA has already been signed and released, we will now request for
delivery. Okay.
Delivery.
Okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, with the indulgence of Senator Nancy.
Please go ahead, Secretary Risa. Senator
Thank
Risa.
you, Sen. Nancy, Mr. President. Just in connection po, Secretary, Mr. President, with the supply agreement, can you confirm that the supply agreement itself will be made public in due time?
Yes, ma'am. With the permission of the manufacturer, we will request that it will be published in due time.
Salamat, Secretary, Mr. President. Salamat, Senator Nancy.
Okay. Sige, Secretary, kasi di ba last hearing ko kino-compute, I think it was Senator Ping Lacson who said na more or less 30 billion na lang yung shots, 30 million doses na lang ba yung kailangan? Or 30 million Filipinos na lang yung kailangan bakunahan? Kasi nga, more or less na-cover na yung 30 through COVAX and through the private LGU. Sa tingin niyo ho ba at this point, kailangan pa rin ng tripartite as a policy? Kasi di ba yun yung pinag-uusapan nga kanina kung kailangan pa. Considering, I think funding-wise, meron naman. At kayo pa rin naman yung kakausap. So sa tingin niyo ba, kailangan pa rin mag-procure ng mga LGUs at ng mga private companies?
Nung na-sign na po natin yung 17 million ng AstraZeneca, we saw it that already a significant volume. And we were able to secure yung AstraZeneca volume that we are requesting more or less 20 million. For now, ang ano po namin is considering that all of our negotiation is now possibly improving, meaning nasa final stages na po tayo ng term sheet and also beginning for the supply agreement. We are recommending, even when we talk to them, that for those municipalities, for example, yung tinatawag nating class 2 and below, they should wait for for the government's procurement, considering all the procurement that we have is for all LGUs, whether they are they are capable of buying it or not. The intention is the procurement is intended really for all of us. So ang ano ko po, yung iba nga po dinidiscourage ko na dahil kasi meron naman po na available. That's why yung iba po they're buying even beyond
The need.
beyond yung yung 50%. So that's why we have a cap na hanggang 50% na lang po. Kasi po yung nakita po natin na the government can really have that volume already, the 148 million volume.
Okay, thank you. Balikan ko lang ho yung ni-raise ni Senate President during the previous hearing. Yung sinite ho niya na example na pag naturukan ka na, hindi ka na pwedeng turukan ulit ng ibang bakuna. Tama po ba yun, Secretary Duque or DG Domingo?
Oo, ma'am, ang protocol po natin, pagka nabakunahan na kayo ng isang klase, hindi pwedeng ihalo ng ibang bakuna dahil po sa hindi natin mahirapan tayong matukoy kung ano po naging sanhi ng adverse event following immunization, kung yung bang una o yung pangalawang bakuna. So, kailangan po pareho.
So siguro kunwari, alam naman ho natin na lahat na yung PSG ho na bakunahan na. Assuming ho, for example, yung binakuna nila, hindi siya pumasok dun sa required na 50% efficacy. Which means, technically, kailangan ho nila magpabakuna ulit. Tama po ba? And pwede ho ba silang magpabakuna ng ibang vaccine, considering na na-vaccinate na sila ng ibang brand?
Meron po akong naririnig ngayon na sinasabi nila baka pagka gano'n na nangyari, nagkasakit pa rin despite na bakunahan, ay posibleng may vaccine failure. But assuming na kompleto nila yung kanila pong dalawang doses ng bakuna.
Yeah. For example, Secretary, kasi well, at the moment, we don't know the brand nung tinurok sa kanila, pati doon sa mga POGO workers. Assuming ho na yung ginamit nila, hindi pasok doon sa pinapayagan na vaccine, pwede ho ba silang magpa-inject, let's say, ng Pfizer or ng Moderna, considering na na-injection na sila ng ibang bakuna?
Palagay ko
Kasi di ba, Secretary, well, at the end of the day, di ba, we want to protect the President. But since bakunahan na nga sila without us knowing kung ano yung efficacy nung in-inject sa kanila, and importante na protektahan pa rin natin ng Presidente, so pwede ba silang magpa-inject either na AstraZeneca, Sinovac, or Pfizer?
Theoretically, pwede ho, ma'am, kasi kung magpapabakuna sila ulit, pangatlo, pang-apat, hindi naman po yan lumalabas doon sa kanilang clinical trial studies. Kanina nga po nabanggit ni Director Montoya na nagbakuna na po sila ng marami at wala naman daw po talaga nakitang toxicity doon sa high dose administration ng mga bakuna, part of the clinical trials po. So, theoretically, pwede naman po.
So, pwede
kailangan bantayan pa rin for adverse events following immunization or mga serious side effects, no? At kailangan pong pangasiwaan din po itong mga ito.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, with the indulgence again of Senator Nancy.
Please, go ahead.
If I may, Mr. President, thank you, Senator Nancy. Clarification lang po, Sec. Duque, kasi I recall yung isa pa naming colleague, tinanong po yung tanong na iyan ni Sen. Nancy in a previous hearing. At kung tama po yung naalala ko, sabi noon ni Dr. Bravo na huwag daw paghaluin yung magkaibang brand ng vaccine. So, paano lang po, pa-update lang po sa amin at sa ating publiko, in those instances, ano po yung guidance? Of course, under the supervision of of the doctor or the medical person?
Ang protocol po natin nananatili na kung ano po yung itinurok natin na una, yung pangalawa, yun din po ang ituturok natin. So as a matter of policy, we will not allow a mixture of vaccines to be administered in an individual. But that was only my answer to the theoretical question is also a theoretical one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Salamat, Secretary at Mr. President and Sen. Nancy. It's always good to have a concrete answer po for the concrete situations na some of our kababayan might find ourselves in. Salamat po.
Okay. Secretary Duque, Secretary Galvez, alam naman ho natin, base dun sa lumabas na survey, marami ho tayong kababayan na nag-aalinlangan na magpabakuna. And just the other week, may pronouncement po si Secretary Harry Roque that the President would do yung vaccination niya in private. Are you willing po to convince the President na baka magandang kampanya para mahikayat yung ating mga kababayan na mabakunahan kung nakikita nila na ang presidente na natin mismo ay nagpapabakuna? Are you open to that, Secretary Galvez or Secretary Duque?
Yes, ma'am. We will try our best to convince the President to perhaps publicly allow himself to be vaccinated, but we will respect his ultimate decision, whatever it is. Thank you.
And may plano ho ba kayo to get parang celebrities or endorsers to show na safe magpabakuna at kailangan natin magpabakuna? Meron ho bang planong ganun?
Si Senator Nancy Binay po siguro ang aming aanyayahan po kung pwede magpabakuna. Senate President Vicente Soto, si Senator Ping Lacson, lahat po ng mga senador, ay sasabayan na po namin kayo. Salamat po.
Actually, Secretary Duque, baka pag ako matakot sila dahil takot ako sa karayo. Yun lang po, Mr. President, and thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Binay. Payag ako mauna. Mas long as walang aangal, baka may aangal na naman, ba't nagpapauna ako eh.
Mr. Chairman, tama po kayo, baka sabihin VIP na naman.
Oo nga eh. Hindi, huli na ako. Wala sila reklamo. Senator Villar is next.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Villar,
Senate President. Yeah. Thank you, Senate President. Thank you also to our resource persons. Gusto ko po yung first question ko sa FDA. Gusto ko lang pong malaman that Filipinos cannot use vaccine without EUA from FDA. So I just want to have an idea, ano ba ang ma-approve na EUA ng FDA in the near future, which is about first and second quarter of 2021? Ano yung tingin nyo ma-approve nyo for use?
Yes, Madam Senator, so far po ang nag-apply sa atin, nag-launch ng application po 5, no? Unang-una po yung Pfizer na nabigyan na po natin ng emergency use authorization. Pangalawa po yung AstraZeneca, na katulad po ng nabanggit ko kanina. Naghihintay lang kami ng mga sagot nila at clarification sa
Pero
mga experts.
ano ang target nyo sa AstraZeneca? Anong date?
Basta po sumagot sila sa kanilang mga requirements, mga katanungan sa kanila, siguro po mga 10 days, kaya na po yan. 1 week, 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
Kaya lang di pa nga po dumarating yung kanilang sagot as of 5 minutes ago, no? Inihintay ko po. Ang next po na nag-apply ay yun pong Gamaleya, yun pong Sputnik. Ito po ay wala pong EUA ito from a stringent regulatory authority, no? So binubusisi po ng mga expert natin yung kanilang clinical trials at nag-submit po sila ng additional din today. So ito po baka a few weeks pa po talaga ito.
So anong target tingin mo?
Mga February
so
na
yung
po yan.
AstraZeneca end of January, no?
Yun po AstraZeneca end of January po ang target
yung
natin.
Gamaleya, kailan?
Siguro po mga February na yan, ano? Before the end of February ang Gamaleya at saka po ang decision natin sa Sinovac. Dahil si Sinovac nag-submit lang din po kahapon ng kanilang clinical trials. So yun po yung 4 na ini-evaluate na ngayon. Meron pa po isang nag-apply kahapon yung Bharat Biotechnology, kaya lang kulang pa po, wala pa silang trial results.
So yung India, no?
India po, pero wala pa po silang phase 3
Hindi ba
trial results.
manufacturer to ng AstraZeneca? Is this Bharat?
Hindi po, yun po yung Serum Institute of India. Hindi pa po sila nag-a-apply, pero
Nag-a-apply,
nagtanong
so.
na rin po sa atin.
Paano yung Moderna? Bumibili na tayo ng Moderna, hindi pa ba sila nag-a-apply?
Well, last week po, meron po silang email at may correspondence kami with them telling them the process and then the requirements, and they said that they will apply soon. Ang Moderna naman po, meron na siyang EUA sa more than one stringent regulatory authority. Pag ito po, medyo mas straightforward po ang ating evaluation.
Faster as soon as they apply.
Yeah, yun po. Hindi,
Oo.
ang sabi
So,
naman po
in
nila, baka
effect,
mag-apply.
tatlo po, dalawa yung sigurado na mas mukhang tapos dalawa yung pag-aaralan, Gamaleya and Sinovac, and then yung Moderna, you're awaiting application. Diba? So, 5.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yes,
5 ang nyo, wala na kayong ine-expect na iba.
Ma'am, meron pa rin po yung kabutabo ng Janssen, yung sa Johnson & Johnson.
Ayan, di ba meron yon?
Kaka-start pa lang po kasi ng phase 3 trials nila. So it might take baka 1 to 2 months pa po yan bago mag-apply.
1 to 2 months.
Yung pong sa Serum Institute of India, nagtanong na rin po sila sa amin at once daw po na magkaroon na sila ng enough data dun sa kanilang phase 3, yung Novavax, mag-apply na rin po sila. Pero ang target din po dyan ay baka 1 to 2 months pa from now.
Thank you. Gusto lang namin magka-idea kung ano yung mga available na pwedeng ma-approve in the near future sa ating FDA. Ngayon, ito naman kay Secretary Galvez, gusto ko itanong, di ba sinasabi mo yung COVAX ang darating sa atin early because ito yung donation ng WHO para sa mga poor and developing countries na bibigyan tayo ng 22% of our population. Tama ba yun?
Ma'am, more or less 20%, 16 to 20% of our population, considering
Oo.
that the target
So,
of the
20% of the population. How do you expect them to arrive to the Philippines? Yung 20% na yun, kasi parang 40 million yun doses, di ba?
Ma'am, yung mini rollout nila, yung more or less a few thousands of volume po nila will be coming this February or first.
February. Gaano karami yung February?
Ang ano po nila, mini rollout, meaning it will not be more than 200,000 po siguro. Yun po, pero wala po pong definite, ma'am, na
And then the others, how do you expect them to arrive? After this February rollout, what is your expectation on arrival?
Meron po tayong in-expect na I believe ang mga 4 brands na at least sa March meron po tayong initial few hundred thousands po. Yung contract po namin, in-negotiate po namin na magkaroon din po sila ng mini rollout for our healthcare workers.
Sabi mo itong February is Pfizer ang darating.
Most likely po, ma'am, dependent on the WHO.
Ano-ano pa ba yung ibang brand ng ng COVAX?
Ang brand pa ng COVAX na naka-enlist po sa kanila is AstraZeneca, Pfizer, I believe also the Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, and also Sinovac, and the other 2 Chinese vaccine.
Sinopharm
and CanSino also apply.
Sinopharm and CanSino. So, ito dadating to throughout the year, not earlier.
Ma'am, kung ano po ang available sa COVAX, but they said that some of those vaccine that will be approved by them will definitely be deployed on Q1.
Q1. Oo.
First quarter po.
First quarter. Ilang % ang first quarter?
Ma'am, still not definite considering that the communications that we received is just prepared for some volumes, particularly those who need yung tinatawag po natin ultra cold chain. And the ultra cold chain includes lang po yung Pfizer.
O ngayon, I just want to summarize yung ating dadating sa atin na idodonate natin, yung binili ng private sector, binili ng local government at bibili ng national government. So malaman natin kung ano talaga yung total na meron na tayo. Sabi mo, one is yung 40 million yung COVAX, di ba, na to be donated. That's 20%, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
40 million ang COVAX. And then sabi mo, bumili tayo yung tripartite ng 17 million AstraZeneca, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Yun yung order natin. Tapos, sabi mo, bumibili tayo ngayon ng yung Moderna, di ba? Na nag-order na yung private sector ng 8 million, tapos ine-expect mo 20 million, so ang government will buy 12 million. Tama ba yun?
Yes, ma'am.
And then yung bibili pa kayo ng additional na Pfizer, sabi mo 20M. Tama ba? Nagne-negotiate kayo?
Yes, it's still negotiating. We cannot.
Oo, pero if you can negotiate doon, bibili kayo ng 20 million Pfizer yung government?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, we are requesting for higher. And hopefully, ma-approvean po yan, ma'am.
So, pag inad mo to, this is 57, 6 plus 20, 77, 97 million doses.
Plus 30 to 40 million sa Novavax po, ma'am, sa Zero India.
30 million sa Novavax. And then, that's about 127, kulang pa. Saan manggagaling yung iba?
Another 25 for Sinovac.
Sinovac, okay. Okay, that's 127, 152, di ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Ang target mo is
148. 148, ma'am.
So, ito na yon. Ito yung planado mong bilhin. That if you can buy and the government can afford this.
Yes, ma'am. It's already programmed on our 72.5 billion, ma'am.
Okay. So, yun lang. And I just want to thank you for your answers. At least may idea kami na kung ano-ano yung mga brand na bibili nyo at pinagpaplano nyong bilhin. And I would like to support in the end, suggestion of Senator Recto. Mukhang nagkakagulo tayo kung sino ang mauunang i-vaccinate. May suggestion si Senator Recto na why not do it by age? From matanda pababa. Kasi alam naman natin na yung matatanda ang medyo high risk, yung mga bata hindi masyadong high risk. So kung magkahirapan kayo sa pag-decide kung sino ang, of course, ang priority would be the medical frontliners. But after that, alam ko senior citizen, so yun yung pinakamatanda. So ngayon, kung yung the next batch, kung hindi tayo magkasundo, ay okay rin sa akin. It's a suggestion na we do it by age pababa. So yun lang po. Marami pong salamat. Thank you kay Senate President and thank you din sa ating mga resource person. Maraming
Thank you,
salamat.
Senator Villar. Just to find out a little bit more about 148 in target
Yes, sir.
doses.
Yes, sir. 148.
Doses.
Excluding the COVAX. Kasi the COVAX.
Ilan ang Sinopharm dyan?
Sa Sinopharm, ongoing pa rin po, sir, yung ating negotiation.
So wala pa
po, sir, kasi we have also yung second wave procurement. We have a first wave procurement and second wave procurement po.
All right. Thank you. Next is Senator Pia Cayetano. Senator
Thank
Cayetano,
you. Thank
have
you,
10 minutes.
Mr. President. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I have a number of questions and also comments following up on questions of my colleagues who asked before me. Let me start with this one. Senate President Pro Tem Ralph Recto, in a series of questions, was asking about ensuring that the best vaccine is delivered to the frontliners. What I want to
Senator Cayetano, we lost you. Don't tell me you have the same internet provider as Senator Gordon, ha? Ayan, due to low bandwidth or local computer conditions. I hope you can listen, you can hear us, Senator Cayetano, or the staff of Senator Cayetano. Please inform her. Senator Cayetano, again. While Senator Cayetano is trying to get her signal back or connection, can we ask Senator Lito Lapid if he's still going to ask any questions? Ano? Online pa si Lito? Hindi na. Online but no video. Are you going to ask any questions, Senator Lito Lapid? What about Senator Bongo? Senator Bongo?
Sir, can I make manifestation, sir?
Go ahead, Secretary Galvez.
Sir, I will just make a correction. I have already the data of the number of people have been vaccinated worldwide, globally. So I have listed here, and maybe we can see the difference on the different countries. So the global total vaccination that have been administered is 56,740,891. This is topped by the US with 18,449,281 as of January 21. Followed by China with 15 million, and then EU 7,326,550. UK 5,437,284. Israel 3,208,198. EUA is 2,246,069. Germany 1,400,693. Italy 1,282,184. Turkey 1,127,480, and Spain 1,103,301. Based on our researcher, most of those countries in US, EU, UK, and Israel use Pfizer. That's all, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question of Senator
President.
Raprecto.
How about Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, those that have reported to have started their vaccination program?
Sir, the other countries here is France, 823,000.
Medyo negligible na yung...
Wala pa po kasi hanggang 265,000 lang po yung ano po dito. So nandito lang po ang India, Russia, Canada, Poland, Mexico, Romania, Saudi Arabia, and Argentina. Argentina po, ang ginamit po niya is yung Sputnik 5.
UAE.
UAE po sir, marami po sir. Basically sir, ang ginamit po nito sir, Chinese vaccine. Sinopharm, 2,246,069.
Can you give us a copy? Mr. Senate President, can we be given a copy of that report?
Yes, ma'am. I will provide, ma'am.
All right, okay. So Senator Pia Cayetano is now online. Go ahead, Senator Cayetano, 10 minutes. Go ahead, Senator Cayetano. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. The whole time even your photos are coming in and out, so request my staff. Mr. President, with your permission, can I turn off my video?
Oh, sure, as long as you have an audio.
Thank you. I will ask my staff to just message me if you cannot hear me, kasi otherwise magmo-monologue po ako. So let me proceed. I was saying, Mr. President, earlier that follow up to the Senate Pro Temp question on statement and concern about the best vaccine being given to the frontliners and the rest of the country. Is it not a conundrum that we are faced with? Because I noticed that countries all over the world, especially those who can afford, have purchased up to 3 times more than their population. Pinakamaliit na nga yung 1.3, 1.8, no? And I'm guessing that the reason for this is because naninigurado sila that they have supplies coming from different suppliers, and maybe in 3, 6 months or 9 months from now, when there is clearer information, they would also know if they would prefer one versus another. So are we not faced with a situation where technically you may be negotiating with all 3, but later on, it's possible that you might determine that only one is really good and maybe to the exclusion of the others. Or in the meantime, one may be preferred to the others in terms of the objectives that we have, that there are less deaths, there are less transmission, whatever it is. So that's my question to the experts. I think that should be explained properly so that my colleagues and myself will also understand that situation that you are in. So what if the one that you purchased that is the first to arrive, and at the moment it arrives, it turns out that the one that's coming 6 months later is better? Those are the situations you're faced with. So how do we settle this? How do you propose to address that situation so that we are clear, so that hindi tayo nangangamba, ninenervyos, people understand that things are flowing and it's work in progress.
Ma'am, I agree with you that we have to give the best for our health workers, but the situation is like that we are only grappling for the 18% of the supply chain, meaning most countries like Canada, they have bought more than 6 to 9 times of their population. And with that, those most sought brand like Pfizer and Moderna has been bought by these countries ever since that they had started their development. So most of this brand has been bought by rich countries since May and June. So we are now in a position that we are negotiating with the different vaccine, like for example with Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and other vaccines, which their expected delivery will be at the start of Q3 and Q4. So that's the problem right now is on how we could really explain that those countries like Turkey, Romania, UAE, Indonesia, and other countries like us, I mean Malaysia and Thailand, we have to rely on those only available vaccines that will be coming in, which have also the same efficacy as explained by our expert. So that's our problem right now. But what we are telling to the public is that these vaccines of portfolio that we will be having for as long as it is being approved by the vaccine of expert and also be approved by the FDA for emergency use, meaning these vaccines are already safe and effective. And maybe
And WHO siguro, idagdag natin, no, Secretary, WHO also, di ba, from an international perspective.
yes,
Tama.
ma'am. Anyway, ma'am, lahat po naman po nito nag-apply din po na sa COVAX, and maybe the WHO will also tinatawag nating validation list. And maybe we can ask Dr. Montoya on this aspect.
Your Honors, if I may answer the question. Yeah. I agree with the previous statements made by Secretary Galvez, but in addition to that, based on the current information that we have, and since we are basing it only on the available data, some of them are at the latest up to phase 2, and some of them partly phase 3 as part of the requirements for the EUA. Based on the available data, we can only work on the vaccine efficacy, which are just numbers, but we will not actually see whether they will behave the same way in the community, and we're talking now of vaccine effectivity. So based on that consideration, we consider them all as of the same benefit once they are approved by the FDA. But as more and more evidence comes out, for example, the phase 3 clinical trials, the complete data are actually released, we may be able to identify certain vaccines that are definitely better than the rest. And if that happens, then maybe we can just narrow down our choices to just 1 or 2. But as of now, we really have to look at the different technology platforms and their advantages and disadvantages. And once they're approved by the FDA, then we will be including them in the portfolio for now. Thank you po.
Okay, I agree with your statements, and I suggest that you communicate all of this better and paulit-ulit, no? Because so people can understand. Because once na may parating kayong vaccine, and then katulad nun, di ba si Pfizer, may lumabas na statement na how many people, elderly people died, no? You have to be able to communicate that the reality is people have made their decisions. Experts in other countries and even in our country will be making decisions based on limited data. Phase 3 trial is not even complete. Diba? So I will continue to suggest that you improve your communication on that so that people understand and hindi kayo sisisihin ng basta-basta na o bakit yan ang kinuha nyo, hindi pa pala kayo sigurado. Talagang wala pang sigurado ngayon, correct? Please correct me if I'm wrong. May sigurado na ba ngayon? Natapos na bang phase 4 clinical trials which is required?
Madam Senator, wala pa pong approved product na COVID-19 vaccine sa buong mundo at this time.
Exactly. My point. So please keep reiterating that this is work in progress in the whole world, and we are basing our decisions, the decisions you are making are based on the limited facts that you have. So there was a statement also made earlier na nauna na yung ibang bansa, and I said that in the last hearing na technically maybe for the first time in a long time, sila ngayon ang guinea pigs natin, no? So we might as well take advantage of the situation. They have money, they have the technology, they rolled it out earlier than us. So we can now learn from them. So there was figures thrown out, 7 million or even more have been vaccinated. But is that enough to come to a conclusion that one is better than the other? From my humble opinion, and I am not an expert, so I will ask the answer to come from you. It's not enough because you're looking at time. What happens after 3 months? What happens after 6 months? What happens after 1 year? It's not just a matter of how many million people were vaccinated. Is that correct?
Your Honor,
May I get a response from someone?
Yeah, you're only going to make an evaluation at point in time, but you have the benefit of long-term follow-ups. That's even better.
Exactly, and that is required. That is required under normal circumstances, diba? That's the point. That's the point that you have to continually communicate with everyone from decision makers like us, policy makers, to the average Filipino who will have to make their own personal judgment if they're willing to take that vaccine or not. Hindi yung parang pag na-question, o ba't may ganon, may nagkaroon ng adverse effect, o ba't ganon, vaccinated siya, biglang nahawa yung nanay niya. That's when you don't want na magulat sila. You have to tell them that is how science works. And we're in a situation where we could not wait for the normal 2-year process to push through because we all are in a hurry also to get on with our lives. So do I make my point clear that it's really a question of communicating better because you cannot improve your situation?
Yes, ma'am.
May I get a
ma'am.
response?
Very clear, ma'am. We understand.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator
Yeah, I'm trying.
Senator Pia.
Of course.
Good. Siguro kaya rin nag-uunahan kasi, di ba, a shot in the arm, shot din sa economy yun eh. Yun ang isang factor na kinoconsider ng authorities kasi it's not only health issue. It is also an economic issue. And when we dilly-dally, deliberately or not, maganda rin yung point ninyo na ginipig natin yung ibang bansang mayayaman pero mahuli naman tayo sa economic recovery. Yun naman ang downside. Anyway, that's just a comment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, and I thank the gentleman for that comment because I totally agree with him, no? And I appreciate that you pointed out because it was not my intention to say that let's wait. But definitely that's not my intention. My intention was simply to say, katulad ng sinabi nyo, number one, we shouldn't dilly-dally. But given na huli na rin lang naman tayo dun sa top 10 countries or more of the world that can procure easily, we might as well learn from them, but in the process, explain to our people what's happening. So kung yung unang na-procure natin, kasama naman yun sa nabigyan ng emergency use, and then pagdating dito, uy, siya pala yung maraming side effects, siya pala yung medyo hindi okay, then I'm saying, ngayon pa lang, pag-isipan nyo na. What do you do then, di ba? Are we willing to throw away 1 million vaccines if it turns out na hindi pala hiyang ang Pilipino sa ganon? I don't need an answer now. But what I want is the assurance that these are processes that you're thinking of and communicating. Para kung may mangyari, hindi rin kami yung babalik sa inyo na sabihin na, ba't di nyo naisip yun? Ba't kayo nag-order niyan? Then you can explain. We had to take a risk like all the other countries in the world to procure as many different kinds that are at least at a minimum level of efficacy for our people, di ba? So we can move around. Do I make myself clear, Secretary and our resource person?
Yes, ma'am. Very clear, ma'am. We really appreciated your comments. It's really true.
Thank you. And so then I go now to elaborate on the point that Senator Lacson mentioned about the opening of the economy. So actually yesterday I was messaging Secretary Mon Lopez and Secretary Carl Chua because I know that they were in meetings with Metro Manila mayors on the opening up of the economy to allow children to go out because sabi ni Secretary Carl, we have a very young economy and when the children cannot go out, our economy is also fizzled dahil hindi sila makaalis. So my question lang naman po is this, as we do that, as we roll that out, what is the clear guidelines that you also have to ensure that we do not end up like the countries now who have been more open than us, like in the United States, a lot of them have allowed universities to open, public schools to open. In Europe, bukas sara ang mga schools nila. So this is all a risk, and I don't expect you to have a crystal ball. I commiserate with the difficulty of these decisions. But in opening up, the LGU mayors are very concerned that sila rin, they will be the one to handle the brunt if the virus is not contained, if the children end up to be the spreaders of this disease. So I am simply expressing their concern that yes, they definitely also want the economy to open up dahil hands-on sila eh. Nagpapakain sila, nagsasubsidize sila ng mga walang makain sa walang trabaho ng mga constituents sila. But at the same time, mas takot din silang bumalik tayo sa lockdown. So those are, again, assurances that I think we can afford to give more to them because if that will be the case, I can only speak for my brother, si Mayor Lino Cayetano, because siya lang naman yung nakakakwentuhan ko, that in Taguig City, they were very willing because they had protocols in place to ensure that safe. So how do you also help the LGUs with this? To our resource persons, no? Kasi mag-open up tayo. And i-connect ko na rin yan para isang tanungan na lang dun sa concern naman ni Senator Gatchalian. I share that concern, no? Students. So, nabanggit Senator Gatchalian and I think Senator Villanueva. Students, teachers, no? And Senator Recto also said it, how can you move on if we don't support education? So we support education. You put the teachers, you vaccinate the teachers, but the students outnumber the teachers. So, paano yun? And they're at the last of the list. No? Those under 16 cannot be vaccinated, and obviously those college age, senior high to college, is at the very bottom of the list. And they make up more than the population of the teachers. And the same thing with the transport sector. There was an appeal to cover the transport sector. I agree with that too. But the population of those in the public vehicles are the passengers. And if they're in the age group of 20 to 40, then they're also at the bottom of the list. So I'm just pointing out these difficulties that I know you face, and any comment on your end is a welcome.
Thank you, Madam Senator and Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, the IATF had agreed to widen the age range to be allowed to enter the malls. From initially it was from 18 to 65, tapos naging in October there was a resolution widening the range to 15 to 65, and yesterday binabala po natin sa 10 to 65, but only in the MGCQ areas. The matter of applying the same age range of 10 to 65 for the NCR will be subject to an agreement if arrived at between the MMDA, the Metro Manila mayors, and the Economic Development Council. A meeting, I think, will happen on Monday. So if they agree, then that will be a policy that will be applied in the NCR as well for children 10 years up to 65 years will be allowed to go to the malls. Cognizant of what Secretary Mon Lopez and Secretary Carlo Chua had explained to us, no, why kailangan yung economy, yung mga pamilya, pagka kasama yung bata, mas gumaganda ang lagay ng ekonomiya, ang sales tumataas. Nagpakita po sila ng mga datos patungkol dito na kailangan talaga pahintulutan ang mga bata. Pero sabi nga namin, walang problema sa mga MGCQ areas and other low-risk areas. Pero sa NCR, kailangan mag-meeting muna. So yun po ang gagawin nila sa Lunes.
Yes, and what I'm saying, Secretary, is that the mayors are in a conundrum also, di ba? On the one hand, I already said it, and I'm basically repeating my point, is that, of course, they want their constituents to be able to earn money and move around, but on the other hand, they're scared of what they see in Europe and in the USA. And, you know, I mean, we know we can't, kung yung US nga, nagkakandara pa, trying to find room for those in need of intensive care. We don't want that to happen. So it's not a simple question as kung magka-agree. Yun nga, that's the dilemma that they face. They need assurance from the national government that whatever measures have to be put in place to support if there is an increase, it will be there. And I know that UP Octa, which has been regularly doling out data for us, has also expressed that concern, maybe not publicly yet. I just happen to have some conversations with some groups that if we go into that direction, it points to us going into a spike, and are we ready for that? That's what I'm raising to all of you. I'm not saying let's not open up. I'm not saying don't allow the kids out. I'm saying, are we prepared for the consequences? Are we ready to support the LGUs? Because they feel that the brunt is on them. Pagka nag-lockdown, magugutom lalo yung mga tao nila.
Yes, ma'am. I would say that over the past several months, we have been able to ramp up our health system's capacity. Our temporary treatment monitoring facilities have reached, I think, about a little over 11,000 with a consolidated bed count of about 160,000. Our hospitals are now allocating on the average, both for the public and private, about 26% of their total bed allocation for COVID. So far, the indication is, number one, we have not really seen a significant increase in our critical care utilization rate, at least sa mga hospitals, no? Yung, except for regions 11 and I think CAR, medyo as moderate to high risk na ang kanilang utilization rate. So, ang masasabi ko lang po na pagka ipagpatuloy po ng ating mga kababayan ang pagsunod sa minimum public health standards, ay napaganda po natin ang ating mga datos. Halimbawa, no October 11 last year, we were ranked number 18 among countries with the highest number of cases in absolute terms. So, yun lang bilang nung kaso. Yun lang nung pinagbabasihan, number 18. Today, we're number 32, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. At pagpapakita po ito na gumaganda po ang pagtugon ng ating mga local government units sa kanila pong response sa COVID-19 pandemic at katuwang po ang national government, of course. At dahil nga po dito na palawig po natin ang testing capacity natin, we're covering at least about 7% of the total population with on the average of a testing daily output reaching about 30 to 35,000 a day. So yung pong lahat ng aspeto ng ating pagtugon mula sa massive prevention measures to early detection na sa ilalim po nito kasama ang active case finding, aggressive contact tracing, testing at ang ating pong aggressive isolation and quarantine. Yan po ay pinalakas natin. Kanya gumanda din po yung per million cases natin. Nasa number 129 po tayo ang rank natin. So we belong to the bottom 50% of those countries with a much lower confirmed cases per million population. Ganun din po, yung case fatality rate natin, it's at 1.9%. We're also, I think, number 76, rank number 76. Tapos yung COVID cases per million, like I said, 130 na pala tayo as of January 17. We have 4,532 cases per million. Samantalang yung po nag-roll out ng kanilang immunization nitong Disyembre ay 5 to 10 times po ang kanilang cases per million population. Kaya sila po ang binigyan ng mga vaccine manufacturing companies ng unang mga bakuna. So yung active cases natin, pang 45 ho tayo, we have 28,674. Compared to Malaysia, 37,126. Indonesia, 143,000. So we rank number 45. And then we rank, as I've said, number 32, down from number 18 just last October, last year. No? So what do these data say? It of course says that people have really been more they're following, they're observing the minimum public health standards natin. Mas nasunod, wearing of face masks, face shields, physical distancing. And I'd like to thank all our local chief executives for their very effective implementation of the 5 strategic pillars underpinning our COVID-19 pandemic response. Salamat po.
Noted on that, Secretary. Thank you very much. But I think I'm glad that you had the opportunity to explain that. But I'd also like Secretary Galvez to take note of this and take this up. Sorry, my son's voice in the background. I'd like Secretary Galvez to take this up with the SWD because the concerned secretary, yes, they agree that now they were in a good place in terms of the transmission, the handling of the health sector. But if our COVID infection rate goes up, then what happens after that? And if there will be a lockdown, that's the biggest concern, I believe, especially since they see what's happening in other countries. So that becomes a issue that other sectors, other agencies have to handle. And that's why Secretary Galvez, I'm saying, can you please discuss this with the SWD, with DOF, because the last SAP took 9 months to release. This was after the LGUs were highly criticized on their ability to deliver it to their constituents, which took closely to 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. And then when the SDWG handled it, it took 9 months. So yun yung concerns nila. These are valid concerns which I feel should be addressed. And speaking, since I'm on the topic of children going out, I will also resonate the concern of, echo the concern of Senator Gatchalian on when do we talk about schooling, no? I mean, papayagan natin sila mag-Jollibee o parang mag-aral, di ba? Can't we even implement something na 1/3 of the class, 1/4 of the class goes to school para may face-to-face? I leave it up to the experts. I never take it upon myself to make these judgment calls because I'm not the expert. You have the experts. But if they can go out to Jollibee, why shouldn't they be going to school? Or, you know, even having a one-on-one session with their teacher? So these are things that have to be considered. We can't just think of the economy and not think of the future generation. Secretary Galvez, I just want to be sure that you note that and can discuss that with your team.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we are talking with DepEd and also CHED on how we could reconfigure schools so that we can have face-to-face, limited face-to-face. We are working on it, madam, and hopefully, with the coming of the vaccine, we will prioritize the education sector.
10 months na nawalang pasok eh. So it's really, Mr. Senate President.
Yes, ma'am. We will prioritize your concern, and we will coordinate with our IATF so that we will address your concern. Thank you very much, ma'am, for raising it.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Are you saying that my time is up?
Yes, 10 minutes is up.
Can I just pose my last question and then I
Yes.
will no longer respond?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. President, in terms of the, I'm still a little bit confused about the need for tripartite agreements. My understanding was from the President, nobody is being prohibited from purchasing on their own, but I also gather from this hearing now that it would still need to have IATF approval or coordination. I don't really know what. But my specific question on that is to just clarify that, because as we speak, I'll give you a real life example, no? Pwedeng a certain person is covered by their company because their company purchased. But that person also receives a notice from the village association where they live, because the village association was offered by a private company also na may available na vaccines. And then the LGU also offered directly to cover them. So tatlo na yan, no? So will we be in a situation nga na ×3 na nga yung in-order natin? I don't know. Just pointing it out. If wala yung coordination with the IATF, medyo magkakaroon tayo ng confusion. And what do we do with it? I think that's the thing. You have to have a backup plan. Like maybe you have a literally, figuratively, you have a donation box. Okay, my household effectively got 3 times because I was covered by my employer, by my LGU, and my village association. Maybe pwedeng i-donate yun. I think that's something you have to think about because it will happen. And on that point, the storage of the vaccine, what is circulating now is because 2 to 8 degrees lang ang requirement except for Pfizer, pwede lang daw ilagay sa freezer nila. How, please address that, because it scares me, because from my discussions with the experts, there are redundancies in cold storage facilities that ensure that at no point in time does it go below or above 2 to 8 as opposed to a regular freezer. And God forbid it's a freezer in a city or province that may fluctuation pa ng kuryente. So that really has to be addressed. And my last point, which I direct na lang to Secretary Vince Dizon because he answered the question on the list of sectors that will be covered. Parang na-cover lang ng other indigent Filipinos yung ating informal sector, yung sari-sari vendor, yung maggugulay. I think, with due respect to the sectors that have the ability to work outdoors na hindi dikit-dikit, I won't name them because ayoko naman sabihin na in-exclude ko sila, but you can imagine there are sectors that the nature of their work is they are outdoors, under the sun, hindi sila dikit-dikit na parang sardina sa MRT. paano naman yung ating mga vendors? Eh, everyday yan ang, sila yung, they probably nakikihalimuha sila sa mga 100 tao sa isang araw. So I just wanted to be sure because I didn't see them in the list. And so, and even like the tourists, the informal sectors in the tourists, yung nagbebenta ng kung ano-ano, and literally even massahistas, parang ang hirap naman na others lang sila because I think they're very vital to the stability and improvement of our economy. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to our resource person.
Thank you, Senator.
Can I just get a response?
Yes, response from Secretary Vince. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. On the second part of the question, Mr. President, Madam Senator, the workers that were mentioned, particularly the ambulance vendors and others, according to our technical working group, they are actually part of the indigent Filipinos sector, which actually has higher priority even above the essential workers. So they will definitely be covered, ma'am, in the priority sectors. As to the first question, ma'am, we've discussed with the vaccine cluster and with Secretary Galvez. We will look into the points given by Senator Cayetano and we will really look into that. But suffice it to say that everything must be centralized and coordinated through the vaccine cluster of the National Task Force. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you. Just before we go to the second round, and I'm glad that at least we will be finishing early. But just a question running in my mind, Secretary. Perhaps yes, Secretary Galvez, but Secretary Duque and the FDA and HTAC perhaps, or the representatives from Zuilig, Sinopharm, or whoever. The freezing, you've been talking about the freezing point, di ba, yung below zero, the cold storage of the vaccines. There is a time frame, di ba? Parang dapat certain time na dapat nandun siya. All right. My question is this. What happens if you are vaccinated by a vaccine that was not kept in a cold storage facility?
Pwedeng mabawasan ng epekto or mawalan ng epekto.
Pwedeng mawalan ng epekto, pwedeng
Mabawasan ng epekto.
mabawasan ng
Yes, sir.
epekto.
Opo.
Pero, hindi, when you say pwede, is there a study made already? Have you researched studies made by these companies that are...
Meron na po ito, sir, kasi that's why they're very stringent about their demands for strict cold storage temperature. Iba't mga bakuna po, iba't ibang kanilang mga temperature requirement. So yung iba +2, +8 degrees centigrade, yung iba naman -20. I think Moderna is -20 degrees centigrade, while Pfizer is -70 to -80 degrees centigrade. All the rest, the more traditional platforms of inactivated vaccines, no, ay mga +2, +8 degrees centigrade po.
You said pwedeng wala nang epekto, pwedeng may konting effect, no? Pero walang adverse effect?
Mr. President, yun po kasing pag po nag-submit sila ng application, kasama po yung stability study noon, no? Tinesting po nila yan sa oras at saka sa temperature kung kailan siya nawawalan ng visa. So, yun pong pag sinet po yun na 60 by 70, pag nabuksan siya doon, 1 week wala na. Ibig sabihin po na test talaga yon. Useless na po siya, hindi na siya magagamit. At maaari po talagang may adverse events dahil po yung incipient niya o kaya yung mga chemicals na kasama niya, pag na-store sa maling temperature, then maaari po siyang, it can be harmful. Hindi lang po sa nawawalan.
Okay, that's the question na lingering.
Mr. President, hindi lang nasagot yung tanong ko about for them to communicate clearly as to the 2 to 8 requirement, because since pasok yun sa regular freezer, may kumakalat na pwede na yun doon. So when you have these companies or subdivisions ordering, saan mapupunta yun? Mapupunta sa company freezer? Mapupunta ba yun dun sa personal freezer ng isang pamilya na bumili para sa sarili niya, sa mga driver niya? Because yun yung naririnig ko na, okay lang kasi 2 to 8 lang yan, pasok yan sa freezer. And that's why I personally support the need for IATF, NTF coordination in all of this because this information is going around.
Ms. Jacqueline.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer the question. You're right, ho. The manufacturers really specifies very strict temperature requirements. And if you deviate or you have excursions on those temperatures, the recommendation is the vaccine cannot be used anymore. And it's also already conferred by FDA. Now, talking about the misconception that any freezer can be used to handle the vaccine, our recommendation really is to use the pharma grade facilities. No, pharma grade, as Senator Cayetano mentioned, requires redundancy. So you cannot afford that your freezer will lose power because again that causes excursion. You cannot be storing the vaccine together with food because that can cause contamination on the vaccine, and then that will also affect the efficacy of the vaccine. Furthermore, it's not only the storage that needs to be considered. You need to make sure that you have processes in place. FDA Director Domingo earlier mentioned that as I guess a pharma company, you need to have the necessary LTOs. Ganon din ho as a warehouser or a warehouse facility for pharma, you actually need to go through the rigorous process of acquiring the LTO from FDA because they come, they audit, they check our processes, they check that our people comply with the process as we've written it, and our facilities are actually really compliant to a pharma standard. So it's not that easy to just convert a facility from agricultural to pharma grade. I hope I was able to answer.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Mr.
I
President?
think it's quite clear. Yeah.
Mr. President?
Senator Nancy Bino.
Hindi, just to add lang ho, Mr. President, kasi lumalabas na rin ho sa mga balita, maraming mga LGUs na bumibili na ng sarili nilang mga freezer. Nagko-coordinate mo sila with IATF or with FDA na tama nga itong mga binibili ho nila as part of their handling of the vaccines when it comes?
Ms. Jacqueline.
We are coordinating with some of the LGUs,
Some.
Mr. President. Some ho, hindi ho lahat. Those that have approached us, we actually help and offer training to make sure that their people will be able to handle the vaccine. But really the preference is they have to go through a pharma grade warehouse. We don't subscribe to LGUs opting to do the warehousing themselves. That's a bit worrisome. We spend so much money on the vaccine, baka masayang lang if it's not handled correctly.
Thank you. And siguro, Mr. President, baka maganda na IATF will set a standard pagdating
Yes, I was
dito sa
about-
ganitong procurement. Yun lang po,
I
Mr.
was about to
President.
ask Secretary Galvez, will you have some people check on these cold storage facilities that the local government units are putting up?
Sir, actually, sir, we are firming up the supply agreement with the pharma, companies and also with the vaccine companies, so that the supply agreement will ensure that the handover of vaccine from the airport will not break the chain of the required temperature that we had. That's why before the vaccine will be coming here, we will ensure that even on the LGUs that they have established, it should have been accredited as pharma grade. That's why meron po nag-o-offer po sa amin ng mga cold chain with the food. Ang ano po namin is they need accreditation from DOH and also accreditation from the pharma grade supplier po.
All right, thank you. So,
Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros, you are recognized for your Second round, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pero dagdag lang po dun sa recent issue, naalala ko rin po ay na previous hearing here, nagsalita po yung Cold Storage Association of the Philippines, and maybe the NTF could bring them together with the LGUs and the pharma companies para mag-join forces to provide that cold storage in every region where the LGUs may be procuring their own vaccine supplies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Yung DOH po nakikipag-usap na yung aming supply chain doon po sa association ng mga cold storage facility providers, and also direktamente din po nakikiusap doon sa mga bawat mga pharma grade third-party logistics provider. Kasi hindi naman ho pwedeng basta-basta lang na cold storage facility, may standards po. So nakaset na po yung standards ng aming po supply chain management office. So nag-uusap na po.
Salamat po para doon, Secretary. Salamat, Mr. President. So just some follow-up questions kay Sec Galvez from the first round bago ko balikan yung dalawang huling issue na pinark ko for the second round. So Sec Galvez, just a clarification po. Sabi nyo kanina, and indeed, the countries around the world are rallying to help one another toward that common global interest of ending the pandemic. And this is why nabanggit niyo po na we should set aside our differences for now while we consider the vaccines on offer from China. Gusto ko lang pong i-confirm kung yung Sinovac and the other Chinese vaccine manufacturers have also applied for emergency use authorization in Western developed countries like the US, UK, the EU. In which other countries has Sinovac in particular applied for EUA? And is finally Sinovac part of the WHO's COVAX program?
Sinovac is part of the WHO COVAX. I believe Sir Jimmy Montoya has much information on that. Sinovac.
Yes, Your Honor, Sinovac is actually part of the vaccines that have initially been chosen to be part of the COVAX facility of WHO. Thank you.
As for the EUA, Madam Senator, yung pong submission nila sa amin, ang EUA nila is from China, Argentina, and Indonesia.
Thank you, Dr. Jimmy at saka Director General. Kaya ko po naitanong yan kay Sec kasi sabi mismo ng General Manager ng Sinovac sa isang media interview, hindi na daw sila nag-apply para sa EUA doon sa mga US, UK, EU dahil daw first world countries na daw yung mga yon na kayang gumawa ng sariling vaccine. And strangely, she said na hindi na daw sila sumali sa COVAX. So, di ko alam kung alin ang mas updated news, yung sinabi niyang hindi sila sumali or sinabi naman ni Dr. Jimmy kasali sila. Na ang goal ng COVAX ay magkaroon ng bakuna ang mga mahihirap na bansa. So the reason I bring up this follow-up question, Mr. President, Secretary, it seems that the reality is that countries are still prioritizing their national interest. And this is just as it should be. Well, and in the examples kasi ang Sinovac is being marketed towards developing countries like the Philippines, which China wants to include within the orbit of her influence. And China has the right to advance her national interests. Every country does. At tayo din. Kaya ko sinasabing hindi po quid pro quo yung partnering in a COVAX initiative and still equally upholding our interests in the West Philippine Sea. So that's just one follow-up, Sec Galvez. And then a quick follow-up po, have Sinovac and Sinopharm released their test data to the public for peer review?
Madam Senator, they submitted to us non-peer-reviewed and unpublished papers at this time. Kaya sunulatan ko na rin po sila asking them kung ano yung kanilang publication plans, no? What is the strategy, but they haven't replied. So yun pong dalawang nag-submit sa amin ng unpublished data, Gamaleya and Sinovac, we asked them for their publication plans for their data, pero wala pa pong sagot.
Salamat, Director General. Abangan din po namin iyan in order to help raise the vaccine confidence here in
Ma'am,
our
can I answer
country.
on the West Philippines
Yes,
issue?
Sec. Mr. President.
The IETF focus and our focus is more on saving lives. The political direction on the West Philippine Sea, it is distinct from our effort on health. So maybe we can have the DFA answering the issue, considering they're also the one receiving also the diplomatic arrangement with China.
Thank you, Sec.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Senators. Allow me to convey the assurances that our transactions on vaccine supply with global partners at the bilateral and multilateral levels do not have strings attached or bearing any quid pro quo of any sovereign territorial consideration. We can assure that in the particular case of the donation from China, at no time did the China side even hint at tying the vaccine donation to any consideration. Vaccine diplomacy would at best be an expression of goodwill and solidarity with the Philippines during this time of the pandemic. It may be noted that the COVAX facility itself is some form of a donation mechanism to benefit lower and middle income countries. Thank you for this opportunity to provide additional assurances and to dispel any doubts on the matter, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC Tamayo. Thank you, Mr. President. And Sec as well. Dahil strategic interest ito, pati sa West Philippine Sea, pero urgent yung ating COVID-19 engagement ngayon. So, napaka-sensitive ng publiko din from statements from the NTF itself at nakakatulong kapag yung in-express ngayon ng DFA are carried as well, no? Equally sa NTF, yung no strings attached, no quid pro quo. Since sinabi nga po ni DG Domingo na non-peer-reviewed, no? So, yung data, so what does that mean? So, paano ba yun, DG? Halos para bang press release lang yung data na yon?
Hindi naman po, ma'am, no? Like yung mga studies na pinakita naman nila, clear dito ng mga ethics boards, ng mga university kung saan ginawa, nakalagay din naman po yung mga data nila. And we ask, and so yung groups naman po natin ng mga expert, kasama po mga epidemiologists doon, mga clinical trial experts. So they take a look at it. Of course, if they have any questions, they will have to ask clarification. Yun po ang medyo matagal. Parang sila yung nagpi-peer review. So parang nadodoble po ng konti yung proseso na may peer review na and then you analyze the data. Kaya po yung sinabi ko na it might take a little longer for applications from companies na hindi published at saka walang EUA from stringent regulatory authorities.
Thank you, DG and Mr. President. Still, I appreciate yung reassurance ng FDA na kahit it might take a little longer, mabuti na siguro yung sobra kaysa kulang na pagsisigurado. In any case, sabi ni Sec Galvez kanina, there are multiple platforms we are pursuing, at least 7. So, hindi naman din magkukulang dapat yung access natin sa iba't ibang mga vaccines. Basta may seal of approval ng FDA. Sec Galvez,
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Risa, I don't have a video because nga naglolo ko yung
Yes,
video. May I just
sure,
ask
Mr.
a
President.
follow-up question on that to pursue her point?
Yes, po.
I mentioned this. Thank you, Senator Risa. I mentioned this before, and I think IATF, it would do well for IATF and DOH to be very familiar and conscious of this. No, the job of HTAC includes ensuring that there is no conflict of interest, both commercial and political. So, ganun ka-importante yung job ni HTAC na hindi siya magpapadala sa impluensya. So, that might give some assurance to all of us, no, as to whether nagpapalakas ba sa atin ng US, nagpapalakas ba sa atin ng UK, or ang China. Well, that's the job of HTAC, no, that to ensure that the decisions that our health, the final decision on the vaccines would be based on science and not on economic or even diplomatic pressure. I hope that helps. But on that note, I want to emphasize also that I believe that there's a pending executive order that HTAC is awaiting because they have no support. They are a panel of experts and they have no plantilla support, and it's making it difficult to do their job. So can I just also take that opportunity to express the urgency of equipping them with whatever support they need to do their job well. Thank you.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Taguig and Pateros. Thank you, Mr. President. Siguro all the more na-appreciate yung papel na ginagampanan ng isang independent and trusted na vaccine expert panel sa ngayon, but definitely, lalo na sa pag-implementa ng universal healthcare law, essential talaga na yung sinabing full mandate for the HTAC is put into action. So, salamat para doon. Sige po, pagbalik ni Sec Galvez. It's okay, sir. Follow-up question ulit po sa unang round natin. Just to confirm po, our NDAs, like our confidentiality disclosure agreement, nagko-cover din ba ng mga negosasyon for Sinovac in other countries tulad dito?
Yes po, lahat po ng companies, including Sinovac, they have those preparatory CDA agreements. Kasi po ma'am, I'll explain na yung steps by step ng ating negotiation, first is yung signing of the CDA. So that the negotiation will push through without any influences sa gagawing negotiation. And then after that, the term sheet is like a framework, like in the Bangsamoro, that is the PAB. And then the VOL is the supply agreement. So and then the supply agreement is the last part. It is the terms for payment and also deliveries.
I understand, Sec, Mr. President. Pero kung ganun, kung may CDAs din pala sa mga negosasyon sa ibang mga bansa, so it's in the realm of the possible na mas mababa ang naibigay na presyo sa ibang mga bansa at mas mataas yung sa atin. Posible po ba yun?
Ma'am, posible po dahil kasi po may mga conditions po sa contract. Kung yung isang country ano siya na maging filling station, for example, Thailand, nakita natin na yung Sinovac, mababa po yung nakapublish dun sa newspaper. But we don't know kung hindi natin alam kung ang negotiated price. Inoperan din po kami noon na mababa yung presyo, but you will be having the filling station. So ibig sabihin, yung raw materials dadalhin sa atin, tayo mag-finish. Pati yung tinatawag natin yung configurations ng mga syringes, because I know that the syringes of Sinovac and Sinopharm is already incorporated na doon sa kanyang product. And also pagka tayo po ng filling station, almost half nung presyo bababa po 'yon. Second, kung ang ating tinatawag na delivery is through CIF, yung CIF po is yung sa airport, meaning the handover of the product dito po sa ating airport natin. So mas po 'yun, mas mataas po 'yun. Pero pagka po yung handover is doon sa manufacturing plant, babawas po 'yun sa freight at saka sa mga duties. So yung po ang nakita natin na it may differ. Pero po ang ginagawa po namin, ma'am, sa negotiation, we always negotiate on a sense of fairness at saka yung equity of terms. Meaning kung ano po yung Southeast Asian prices, inano namin sa mga manufacturer, sana hindi kami magkalayo. Yun ang inano namin. And we saw na yung presyo ng Sinovac with India and also with Indonesia with almost the same with even higher volumes, hindi tayo po lumalayo, ma'am. Meaning yung negotiated price natin sa mga ibang companies, when we saw the newspaper, nakita natin na sa advantage po tayo, ma'am.
I certainly hope so, Mr. President. Given yung differences nga sa production processes, yung domestic manufacturing capacities, yung iba't ibang steps na dinescribe niyo, Sec, in the vaccine procurement in each country. But still, because of yung sinasabi niyong pinapaliwanag yung necessary opaqueness in some of these negotiations, kaya nga may CDA, kaya siguro I need to ask, so saan nanggaling yung DOH figure na 3.6 and then may nakwenta din po ang minority leader si Sen. Frank na parang 3.8 na totoo namang malayo dun sa $5 sa Thailand kahit pa nga there are the differences in the production process.
Ma'am, galing po yun sa sinubmit nilang previously na mga data, including yung market price po nila. Okay. And at the same time also, it's also in our monitoring on vaccine tracker. It includes also the prices. But the market price is definitely much lower than the negotiated prices.
So ano po yung...
And to add this, ma'am, yes, maganda po yung naging patakaran po ng WHO, because this is a pandemic. They made a regulation that all the companies should sell or to sell their goods at cost. Meaning no profit, no loss principle for equitable access to poor countries like us. So meaning yung EU, yung ibang mayaman po at saka tayo, iba po talaga ang prices. More than half ang price po nila.
Pero lastly po on this follow-up
If
section.
I may,
Yes. Mr. President.
Madam Senator, Mr. Chairman, yung tanong po saan nakuha ng DOH?
Yes.
Ito po noong October, lumabas po ito sa Reuters. Ito po, Sinovac coronavirus vaccine offered by Chinese city for emergency use cost at $60 per shot. At kami naman po, nilagyan namin ng yung in-input po namin dito yung VAT na 12% and then an inflation rate of X%. So lumabas po 3,629.50 pesos per jam.
So yung source po ninyo ng DOH-SEC was?
Ito po nga sa Reuters, our world business, noong October. Yes, ma'am. Bibigyan na lang po namin kayo ng kopya.
Thank you, Sec. So to my last two issues na pinark po kanina for this second round, on the Sinovac clinical trials. So just to inquire if there is a resource person from Sinovac here in the hearing. Mr. President, wala pong taga-Sinovac na resource person present in the hearing.
I'm sorry again?
There's no Sinovac resource person right now here in the hearing, Mr. President.
Wala eh. We don't have one.
That's,
We invited, we
Yes.
sent an email, I think twice, but they're abroad.
It's really regrettable that they couldn't heed the invitation of the Senate kahit po online. Anyway, nitong linggo po, inanunsyo ng Malacanang na inaprubahan na ang paggawa ng clinical trial sa Pilipinas para sa COVID-19 vaccine na gawa ng Sinovac Biotech Limited. Who could please tell us, may schedule na po ba for clinical trial? Ano po ang mga detalye ng clinical trials at saan po kukunin ang volunteers? Of course, the premise here is there should be no shortcuts and compromises vis-a-vis scientific protocols and medical ethics.
Ito pong ano na to, trial na to, na pasa po sa vaccine expert panel and then the ethics board, and it was sent to FDA. Tapos pumasa na rin po siya sa technical review natin. So kung di po ako nagkakamali, Madam Senator, January 15 po yata nabigyan ng approval. So that means they can proceed with the study, and then pag ganun po babalik kasi sila sa VEP para i-assign sila ng site kung saan po gagawin yung kanilang clinical trial.
So approved na po Jan 15. Kailan po nila gagawin yung clinical trials proper?
Baka po si Dr. Montoya meron pong alam kung at hindi ko po alam kasi kung na-assign na nila ng site ng VEP.
Your Honor, as part of the procedure, once the vaccine developer has been issued a permit to do the clinical trial from the FDA, we actually give the sites based on the prescribed guidelines of the zoning policies as approved by the IATF. So my understanding is they have been already issued the trial sites that they will be that will be given to Sinovac.
So may I inquire, Mr. President, from Sec Galvez kung nakapag-assign na nga po ang IATF ng sites at saka iba pang mga detalye ng clinical trials na dapat gagawin ng Sinovac? At kung saan po kukunin ng volunteers?
Ma'am, the DOST is preparing for the clinical trial of the WHO Solidarity trial, which will include 15,000 people, and the implementing agency will be the PGH, UPPGH. It will be done in NCR, but it's the brand is not yet it's not yet been identified by WHO. So the preparation supposed to be it will be January 15, but because of the delay of the deliberation of the WHO and also the announcement, it was pushed to maybe first week of February. Maybe Sir Jaime Montoya have some details on this.
Salamat, Sec. Pero Dr. Jimmy, Salamat sa additional information. Pero itong solidarity trials ng WHO, ito na rin po ba yung identical dun sa clinical trials ng Sinovac? Parang umiiling si DG Domingo. So, meron na po ba tayo or wala pa po tayong detalye ng Sinovac clinical trials na inaprubahan ng Jan 15?
With regards, Your Honor, with regards to the Solidarity vaccine trial, this is actually being organized with WHO, and up to this point, they have not issued an official recommendation as to what vaccine will be included in the initial launch of the Solidarity trial. As you probably would know, the Philippines is only one of 2 countries that have been chosen to start the global Solidarity vaccine trial, Philippines and Colombia. But as of this time, they have not issued the vaccine, the brand, what will be used, and even the protocol. So we're just working on the generic protocol that they have provided months earlier. But for the specifics, they have not provided us those information as of now. Thank
Salamat, Dr. Jimmy. Tama po ba yung understanding ko na if WHO includes Sinovac dito sa Solidarity trials, ito na rin yung magko-constitute ng clinical trial ng Sinovac sa Pilipinas? Hindi po, di ba? Iba pa po. So, it's okay if you tell us that wala pang detalye ng Sinovac clinical trials. I just want to know. Kasi nga, bahagi yun ng proseso ng authorize ng ganito at ganyang mga vaccine, and I believe that's part of raising vaccine confidence dito sa atin. Umiiling ulit kasi si DG Domingo eh. So iba pa po yung Sinovac clinical trials. Tama po ba?
Yeah, Your Honor, the trial sites for the Solidarity vaccine trial, because the brand has not been released yet by the WHO, and the protocol has also not been released as of now. We have probable sites that will be included in the Solidarity vaccine trial, but that will depend on the areas with the highest reported cases. With regards to the Sinovac, the trial sites assigned to them do not overlap or duplicate with the ones assigned or supposed to be assigned to the Solidarity vaccine trial. So they're 2 separate trials so that the overlaps will be avoided and competition for volunteers will also be avoided. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Senator, ko-confirm ko na lang po sa vaccine expert panel kung na-assign na nila ng site. And we will ask the proponents when they plan to start. I have a feeling hindi pa po nag-uumpisa dahil last week lang po nabigay yung kanilang approval and they will have to do some preparatory work, usually a few weeks before they actually start recruiting mga participants in the trial. But I will get the information for you and we will send it to your office, ma'am.
Thank you, DG. Yeah, yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Ontiveros.
Yes, please.
This is not intended to open old wounds, so to speak, no. But regarding Sinovac, but this needs closure because somehow the controversy started with the submission of the price of Sinovac last November to the Committee on Finance of the Senate, 3,629. Now my question is, what was the basis of that figure as submitted by DOH? Please. Kasi ngayon, lumalabas na sa mga, sabi nga natin, hindi lalayo sa Indonesian price na 683, thereabouts. But you know, the difference between 3,629 and 600, sabihin na natin 700, is quite substantial. So, this needs closure. And we want to know, but it is an established fact that DOH submitted that figure to the Committee on Finance. Saan po nanggaling yung figure na yan? Thank you.
I was told, Mr. Chairman, ito yung ginugol nila at lumabas nga itong sa Reuters, which I already have the copy. We will submit na lang po to the committee. Nakalagay po rito, Sinovac coronavirus vaccine offered by Chinese City for emergency use cost $60. Tapos nag-compute po for VAT, so mga 300 plus, and another yung pong kanilang inassume na inflation. I think medical inflation of about another 10%. Sa lowest mong 3,629.50.
So the sole basis of that submission, yung news report ng Reuters. And there was no effort to check with Sinovac, the firm itself, para ma-validate lang. Because, you know, official document yun, official record, official submission. And maybe this would serve as a good, you know, lesson in future submissions na dapat, bago tayo mag-submit, medyo accurate at saka validated yung data. Sabi ko nga kanina, ito yung medyo nag-start ng konting controversy because especially when the infographics do sa Bangkok Post, you know, came about na lumalabas $5. Anyway, explain na sa amin ni Secretary Galvez yun kung bakit $5 yun, ba't napakababa. And we already understand why. But ang hindi ko pa rin mawari, yung napakalaking halaga na 3,629.
I am told, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, at that time wala pang mga nakakausap na mga vaccine manufacturing companies. So they had to source third-party information. Like ito lang nga po, alam ko lumabas din sa Financial Straits din, if I recall. But ito na ho yung sa Reuters po.
If I may.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Secretary Duque, for the clarification.
Right. Nevertheless, the moral of the story is huwag submit na submit. I-verify niyo muna. At baka mapagbintangan. Anyway, go ahead, Senator Tiveros. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. In that case, yung follow-up question ko dito sa second to the last issue ko ng Sinovac vaccine clinical trials, i-put on record ko na lang, pakisagot na lang po ng resource persons na yung datos ba at resulta ng clinical trials para sa Sinovac vaccine ay magiging bukas sa publiko. Will government be fully transparent to the public about the results of these trials? Kasi wag naman sana na itatago ito or i-cover din ng confidential disclosure agreements. And then yung anong scenario po ang nakikita ng NTF with the emergence of various variants ng COVID-19 at yung implikasyon nun to vaccine development and rollout. Sa ngayon kasi, yung Pfizer pa lang daw ang napatunayang kayang labanan yung UK strain at yung CoronaVac ba ay pwede rin. So so I can at least open my last issue, Mr. President, on the Sinopharm black market allegations. And salamat naman na nandito yung resource person ng Sinopharm at pinaunlakan ng imbitasyon ng Senado. First, Attorney Tolentino.
Yes,
Would you-
yes, Madam Senator.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, would you like to just quickly address directly the question I raised earlier to the FDA? If Representative Mikey Arroyo followed up on his initial email to our health authorities about Sinopharm in last November.
With respect to Representative Arroyo, Madam Senator, I have no personal knowledge about the follow-up to FDA.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Tolentino. Now, to my real issue here also, is Sinopharm or MKG Corporation, Sinopharm's local distributor, aware that there are allegations that it was your COVID-19 vaccine that was used to inoculate members of the Presidential Security Group? Kasi po sa isang press con nila, mismong si Presidente ay nagsabi na Sinopharm daw ang ginamit para bakunahan ang PSG at ilang cabinet members. Did MKG facilitate that acquisition? Or if you have no knowledge, attorney, what is the pharmaceutical company doing to address a possible leak of locally unauthorized supplies of yours into a new black market?
Actually, Madam Senator, Mr. President, we received a letter from FDA giving us opportunity to explain about the issue of vaccine smuggling, particularly about Sinopharm's vaccine.
Okay.
And we responded that after 6 days. And we categorically deny all the allegations because in the very first place, based on our record, we never import or distribute Sinopharm anti-vaccine to the Philippines yet as of present. In fact, we just comply all our requirements as a pharmaceutical company. We just registered to the SEC last year, to the what do you call this, Bureau of Customs, and we just got license to operate from FDA, Madam Senator.
All right. So, where did those reports come from? At kung totoo man, saan nakuha yung supply ng inyong vaccine?
We have no personal knowledge of that, Madam
Ng
Senator.
PSG. You have no
Yes, yes.
information about that. Well, there's a seeming lack of transparency when it comes to China-made vaccines in general. Has Sinopharm released its global efficacy rates? And has China's own regulator, the National Medical Production Administration, already determined the final efficacy rate of Sinopharm vaccine?
Actually, Madam Senator and Madam President, I'm here as a authorized representative of MKG, but I have no authority to talk for and behalf of Sinopharm. But based on my first personal knowledge, I got all the result of the Sinopharm completed phase 3, Madam Senator. In China, it's 79.94%. In Dubai, 86%. Bahrain, 86%. Pakistan, 80%. Morocco, 80%. Egypt, 86%. Jordan, 80%. And I'd like also to clarify that Sinopharm and Sinovac are not the same.
Yes.
Okay? Sinopharm, or China National Pharmaceutical Group of Company, is a state-owned enterprise in China. It is the Chinese largest and the world's 6th largest vaccine, producing in all vaccines in China National Vaccination Program. And besides developing vaccine, it also distributes drugs and medical devices. Unlike Sinovac, it's a private firm that develop vaccines for influenza and hepatitis. And second, Madam Senator, Madam President, although Sinovac has emergency use authorization in China, Sinopharm was able to secure, aside not only emergency use authorization, but general use approval in China, one of only 2 in the world. The other one is Pfizer, Madam Senator and Madam President, Mr. President. And based on efficacy, I got the data about all the vaccines, and this is based on the published data, Mr. President. Pfizer efficacy is 95%, but for Asians, it's 70+%. AstraZeneca, 70% efficacy. General efficacy, Asian, 70%. Sinopharm, 86% efficacy for Asians, 79.34%. Moderna, efficacy, 94.1% for Asians, 71%. Sinovac, efficacy, 50%, no data for Asians. Galamaya, Sputnik Russia, 91.4%, and also no data for Asians.
Attorney, with all of these efficacy rates at yung ibang credentials na sinabi ninyo, it would seem that your vaccine is a good product. Dapat pinoprotektahan nyo. I mean, how have your products become available on the local black market? Ay kayo yung importer, so kung may ibang nagpapapasok dito ng produkto nyo, lugi kayo.
That's why we are in the process.
Dapat alam nyo yan.
That's why we are in the process of conducting our own investigation, Madam Senator.
Hold on, Senator Antiveros, if you don't mind. Anyway, before you wrap up, Attorney Mar, Attorney Mar. This morning I heard your interview in the radio station. Was that you on DC?
It's not me, Mr. President. In fact, I have no knowledge about that information. Mainly using MKG without the authority of MKG. In fact, I'm the only one who was authorized to speak in behalf of MKG.
So the person that was
I'd like
being
also to apologize to any to our government, especially to Secretary Galvez, to Secretary Duque, and those involved, because it is not under my authority and the authority of the MKG.
So I see. So the person being interviewed by DCWB does not represent you,
Actually,
MKG.
I know that person, but I'm not authorizing that person.
He's not authorized.
Maybe he's talking in his own behalf, not in behalf of MKG.
Mr. President, if I may, can you show us any proof, any document to show that you are really the authorized representative of Sinopharm here in the country?
I
Meron ka
have
bang
my
dokumento?
own, in fact, I give some the portion of the contract.
No, please answer my question. Do you have
Yes.
any proof?
Yes, I
Kindly
have.
submit it to the committee so you can be accredited as the authorized person to speak on behalf of Sinopharm.
I can
Because
give
if
that,
not,
but of course, I have my own NDA, Mr. Senator, but I have to ask first authority from Sinopharm. It's
yeah, but
allowed.
how can we believe that you are speaking as the representative of Sinopharm?
We can give that, Mr.
That's what
Senator.
I'm asking for.
We can give that, Mr. Senator.
Can you give it to
Yes,
us
yes,
now?
Mr. Senator.
Kindly submit it.
I can show it to you right now, Mr. Senator.
Yes, please.
Now,
Submit it, please submit a copy now.
Give us a
Because
Can I-
the interview
Can I
I
make-
heard this morning, of this so-called representative or distributor of Sinopharm said he was coming over to the Senate hearing and that he has an expose.
that's a wrong information because if you can hear the voice, it's not the same with my voice.
So are you saying that the radio station was taken for a ride?
I have no personal knowledge of that, Mr. Senator.
But you know the person
I know the person.
and he does not represent you or MKG.
I know the person, but he has no authority to talk in behalf of MKG.
All right.
Kung kilala mo, who is he?
I
As
just
far as
know the
Sinopharm
first
is
name. I
concerned,
just know
as
the
far
first
as you
name.
are concerned, who is he?
I just know the first name. I think it's Edgar.
And
I
he's
heard
not
also
in any way
Fred and
connected
Pedro.
with Sinopharm.
I don't know those
He is
persons.
not in any way connected with Sinopharm,
Yes,
nor
Mr. Senator.
is he connected with MKG.
He's not connected to MKG.
Ginaloko nila yung... Ba't nalaman niya mag-appear ka rito?
I don't know, Mr. Senator.
Talk about lack of transparency. Just a last follow-up question, Mr. President. Presuming attorney that as
That's why I like to
has asked
also
that
to
you are
manifest, Mr. President and Madam Senators, that in fact, we talk with, we have a Zoom meeting maybe last June with Director Jimmy Montoya, the USEC of DOH, so, and also with the chairman of Sinopharm and to the executive officers of Sinopharm. In fact, Mr. Jimmy Montoya, Dr. Jimmy Montoya can confirm that.
well,
Are your negotiations ongoing with the IATF and I mean the DOH?
Actually, our authority is with respect to the commercial side of Sinopharm,
Yeah.
but with respect to the
Yes.
G2G, it's through the embassy of the China or through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not through MKG.
Because as a matter of fact, I'm amazed at your product. I don't favor it. I don't favor any product, just for the record. But I know for a fact that one shot ata yung sa inyo, meron ng kasamang meron ng kasamang
Complete
needle.
set, Mr. President, it's complete set. It's not only the
It's all,
vaccine, but
exact dosage na and ready, parang gano'n.
yes, Mr.
Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, in China, based on our record, we already vaccinated more than 10 million in China.
Yeah, and the fake news or the rumor is fake that China is importing 100 million.
It's
Pfizer.
fake news. In fact, there's already a price in China. For Chinese people, it's free. For government facilities, but for commercial, the price is 800 yuan in China.
Mr. President,
Thank
one
you.
last follow-up from me. Attorney Tolentino, pending your presentation of your credentials to the Committee of the Whole as the resource person of MKG, presuming you are the one, may plano ba ang MKG to publish your data for peer review to submit it to FDA about Sinopharm?
The one who will file to the EUA of Sinopharm is Sinopharm China, not MKG.
So as distributor, wala po kayong papel sa pag-submit ng data for peer review?
The Chinese Sinopharm will be the one directly to file it to FDA online.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Dr. Montoya and probably FDA, would you confirm that there's an ongoing or there used to be some kind of a negotiation between MKG and FDA? Kindly confirm that. Confirm or deny?
Not with FDA, Mr. Senator. Kami po, the only thing I know about MKG, yung legal nga namin, sinulatan sila to ask them to explain kung paano nakapasok ang bakuna. And Attorney Tolentino is right, they did reply. I saw the reply. Pero
Dr. Jimmy?
other than that, wala po.
Dr. Jimmy?
Your Honor, I'd like to say that when we had an initial meeting with the group in China who are the vaccine developers themselves for Sinopharm, it's true that Mr. Tolentino was in the audience, and what we actually discussed was actually he introduced himself as the official representative of the company here in the Philippines, but he is not a technical person. He is involved in the distribution, and we are actually there as part of the clinical trial evaluation team. So we requested the company to actually appoint a technical person. So we did not have any communication subsequent to that with Attorney Tolentino because he's actually involved in the marketing side.
Now, is the document that you mentioned, no, yung tinanong ko sa iyo, Attorney,
I will show it to you later.
ito ba yung letter ni nung chairman of the board, Liu Jingxian, kay Secretary Duque, dated May 22, which Secretary Duque endorsed to DOST, I understand. And DOST, when he testified here, I think during the first hearing, said that naguluhan sila, they got confused because there are at least 2 claimants to be the true representative of Sinopharm here in the country. Who's the other claimant?
I have no personal knowledge, Mr. Senator.
You should know, kasi nga may letter yung...
Because the letter is, I think that was May 26 or 20 something.
22.
Letter addressed to the good
Secretary
secretary. It was mentioned there that any communication they can
That is correct.
That's the first letter. Second is the contract with MKG and Sinopharm. And third is the same signatory is the CDA of Sinopharm and MKG. And fourth, the same signatory of Sinopharm and Philippine National Health something. I can show you 4 documents.
Na-validate niyo yung letter kung authentic? Ay, sorry, sumusubo kayo. Sige boss, after you swallow.
Mr. Chair,
Were you able to validate kung authentic yung letter nung si Chairman
Yes, sir.
Liu Jingxian?
Si Dr. Jimmy Montoya can answer, please. Sorry, sir.
Your Honor, just to give more information regarding the people who tried to communicate with us, in October 19, 2020, the DOST received a letter from Access International, supposed to be a licensed local importer, informing the department of their intent to register Sinopharm vaccine for phase 3 clinical trial. And then on the 23rd, which is just 4 days after the letter from Access International, we also received a
What's the
letter
name
from
again of the
Centuria.
Access as in Access?
Access International.
ACCE, okay, sige.
Then 4 days later, October 23, 2020, we received a letter from Centuria Medical Makati informing us that they were negotiating with Sinopharm Group regarding the possible conduct of the clinical trial in the country. So that's it, sir. So we were actually confused as to who. So that's why we had official communications with the Chinese group that we deal directly with them. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
The DOST Secretary is here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to add that before those dates that were mentioned by Dr. Montoya, the CDA or confidentiality disclosure agreement was actually sent to us by Sinopharm from China on August 19, 2020. This was after a long series of exchange because first of all, they want to have a Chinese version and we had some difficulty. And then, of course, the exchange of documents until they recommended the version acceptable to them. And so finally, they sent to us a signed copy on August 19. And then at our end, we were ready through the Philippine Council for Health Research, headed by Dr. Montoya, with the electronically signed CDA addressed to Sinopharm, which were sent to them, and we also transmitted I think the original to the Chinese embassy in Manila to make sure that it will reach Sinopharm. And so the other activities that took place after that is that we responded to the proposal of Sinopharm that they have only two possibilities for us. One is that they can conduct the vaccine trial, but we have to support it. We have to spend for it. And secondly, that they can we should no, the other alternative is that the Philippines will accept the phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trial results in China and also the phase 3 that they are doing in other countries. So after that, that was the time when we informed them that we are only ready to finance the clinical trials for the WHO Solidarity vaccine trials. And that after that, that is when two letters came one after the other. October 19 from Access International and October 23 from Centuria Medical. Now, one thing that was asked this morning is that regarding the LPA, and we have on record here that an email was received, was sent to FDA and also the vaccine expert panel on November 10. But there was no body in the email, but only contained two attachments about Sinopharm. The vaccine expert panel secretariat responded clarifying the intent of the email so that they can be guided properly on the appropriate process. But there was no more response. Okay? And our next communication to Sinopharm was to inform them that informing them of the FDA emergency use authorization guidelines and requirements. So those are the things that we have on record, Mr. President.
Yes, so Secretary, so far, ang na-establish lang nating totoong email yung kay Mikey Arroyo. All others, questionable.
And so, Mr. President, doubly important na maipresenta ni Attorney Tolentino yung kanilang bona fides, no? Para yung authority nila to speak.
You are ready to submit it now, right? All right,
Yes,
please.
Mr. President.
Please.
But before that, Mr. President, I'd like to clarify that initially, Sinopharm offer to the Philippines, including Malaysia, for free clinical trial. That was initial. So they will shoulder everything. But after 2 weeks, UAE offered that they will shoulder the expenses. That's why it was transferred to UAE. After that, then when Sinopharm returned back to the Philippines for the clinical trial, that's the time that they said that the Philippines will be the one to shoulder. So it's true with respect to the statement of Secretary of the DOST.
Mr. President.
So you may wrap up,
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Risa.
That was a very weird and mysterious discussion tungkol sa huling issue sa Sinopharm. Sa huling tanong ko po, and my last brief manifestation, at least I'm hoping for a clear answer from the DOH. Yung huling tanong na lang po tungkol sa wastage. Sa COVAX po may ibibigay ang WHO at ang iba bibilhin natin. So ano po shelf life ng mga ito nung ibibigay? Sa presentation po kasi ng DOH, 10% ang sinabing projected posibleng masayang. Tama po ba yon? Paano kung dahil may hesitancy pa sa ngayon sa pagpapabakuna, may matirang supply, anong gagawin natin? So imagine if we have 148 million doses, plus new 44 million doses, that's 10% of that. 19.2 million doses din po yun. So matatapon ba yung pera? Sayang naman.
I am told, Madam Senator, ang binigay 5% daw yung refusal. Yun yung,
5%.
yes, 5% the refusal.
And of course, gusto nating babaan pa yun, no? Through
yes,
constant
yes, ma'am.
campaigning to raise the vaccine confidence.
Yeah, by way of the demand generation, risk communication activities that the DOH has started. So, yan po ma'am, tama po kayo. As much as possible, we don't want anything go to waste because that's taxpayers' money.
Yes,
So we have to be
Sec.
very careful about those supposed wastages. Pero para ang WHO, meron silang benchmark. Hanggang dito ka lang, gano'n. Kung pwede magkaroon ng wastage, 5%.
And to what sec do you
5%.
attribute the other 5% of the possible wastage? Kung 5% due to possible hesitancy or refusal, yung the balance of the 10% possible wastage, saan po nyo ina-attribute yon? Para maiwasan din natin, we can take proactive actions to avoid that.
I don't have that information right now, ma'am, but we will send it to you as soon as I get it.
Alright, Secretary.
Thank you.
Makakatulong kung maibaba ng DOH yung
Yes,
projected potential wastage to 5% or even less para ma-maximize yung
Yes, ma'am.
beneficial
Definitely.
effect ng vaccines. Yes, Mr. President, Secretary. Yes.
Madam, ma'am, we will try to have the wastage negligible, considering that we are trying to communicate with the LGU, with the DOH, and also with the supplier, with the vaccine supply maker, so that we can have that supply agreement ready. So that this supply agreement, we will have the provider who are professional in a pharma grade transportation and handling will be helping us in order to prevent wastage. Considering that the supply is very we have a shortfall of supply during the first and second quarter. Wastage of a big amount is not allowable. We have seen some of the lapses in other countries, and we are looking onto this with our consultants so that we can minimize wastage. In fact, we are trying to inform the LGUs that if we will be using Pfizer and other delicate vaccines, they should have an expanded recipient, so that if there is a refusal, there is an immediate reserve for the vaccine that will take the vaccine.
Salamat, Sec. Just my last brief manifestation, Mr. President. Balikan ko lang yung isang issue na ni-raise kanina ni Sen. Aimee, the issue of anxiety. Kasi, di ba at this stage, papasok na tayo sa vaccine program rollout. Gusto natin the whole country will heave a sigh of relief. Kasi on the heels, continuation, improvement ng ating testing, tracing, quarantine treatment, we want to do the fifth step well. So, nakaka-tense din marinig yung sa usapan natin na there's still anxiety because of still unanswered questions about some of our possible vaccines, plus yung anxiety on also the demand side kapag kung ni-refuse yung unang vaccine na i-offer sa isang mamamayan, punta siya sa dulo ng pila, baka pagdating niya ulit sa unahan ng pila, walang supply available at that time nung preferred vaccine niya. So, I think, and kaya kami nagpapasalamat dito that there was that privileged speech, this resolution, these hearings led by the Senate President, kasi gusto lang talaga nating lahat gawin ng maayos, address the vaccine confidence, ensure the supply of all the authorized, FDA-authorized vaccines in the country, and ensure that supply at the time na various target populations should receive them. Para hindi siya nakaka-stress, pero nakakabigay ng kaluwagan ng loob ng mga mamamayan. Maraming salamat,
All
Mr.
right.
President.
Thank you, Senator De Veros. Just in case there is indeed wastage of, let's say, 5% or less, you can ask myself and Senator Lacson what to do with it. We know what to do with it. So, Ms. Jaco Salem, Ms. Jausalem, you were raising your hand before we finally wrap up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to also raise that yung potential wastage could actually come from vaccines expiring while inside the warehouse. Kaya importante ho na the warehouse or whoever will be handling the vaccine has the capability to manage it based on first expiry, first out. Kasi ho, we anticipate that the shelf life will be very short. 6 months lang ho, most likely, ang shelf life ng vaccine. If you don't have first expiry, first out in your warehouse, your tendency is you move out the product that's closest to the door. Kasi yun yung madaling accessible ng warehouse man. Pero yung the vaccine that could most likely be expiring would be the one that came in first and could be at the back of the room. So in your warehouse system, importante na you're tracking not only the batch and lot numbers, but also expiration dates, and that you have visibility of where specific items are inside your warehouse. And you can only do that if you're automated and you have the right system. And that your people are trained to think that way, to follow what the system tells them to do. Salamat po. I hope I was able to help.
Maraming salamat, ma'am.
All right, Senator Lacson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Before we adjourn, I would just like to make a very brief manifestation and just to put on record these representations, observation. This about Secretary Galvez. He is an extraordinarily decent person. He is an epitome of a true officer and a gentleman. And that being said, I am proud and honored to have graduated from the same institution where he graduated. And I would would like to tell him my snappy salute, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. With that, at this juncture, the committee would like to. Senator Marcos? Yes.
Yes, sorry, Mr. President. I'd just like to make a short manifestation by way of reminder to both the DOH and Secretary Galvez that there are many questions about foreigners or foreign residents here in the Philippines, whether they're going to be covered in the whole list of vaccinated, to be vaccinated. Will those be free vaccines as well? And furthermore, what happens to our OFWs, the Filipinos abroad? In some jurisdictions, they are included, such as Italy. In other places, unless they're healthcare workers like the UK, they are not on any list. So perhaps the DOH and our other authorities can keep them in mind as well. Thank you very much.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Noted. Noted. We place on record that the resource persons are nodding, therefore affirmative. So again, at this juncture, the committee would like to thank all the invited resource persons, especially those who are physically present, but of course also those who are virtually present or present here.
Hello.
They would like to thank them for their time and their insights on the subject matter. The 3 hearings have been very informative. The proceedings, many issues were clarified, particularly the pricing of the vaccines, rollout plan, a timeline, and modes of procurement of the vaccines by LGUs and private entities, specific vaccines to be purchased, priority groups, among others. So we hope that the committee hearings have been beneficial to the legislative department so that we can come up with the needed legislation, and to the executive department to improve its COVID vaccination program. Your plan is good. The presentation is good. We hope the implementation will be as good. And so we'd like to remind Secretary Galvez of his promise to keep this body posted on the goings on relative to the procurement of the COVID vaccines at the proper time. So thank you, one and all, to my colleagues. Thank you very much, and to all of you. May the vaccine rollout be a success. Thank you. This hearing is hereby adjourned.
Salamat sa lahat. Thank you sa tiyaga ninyo. Salamat po.